Chapter 70. Dozens of powerful auras pressed down at the same time. It was extremely terrifying. So many good novels. Lin Tian retreated and stared in one direction. He had no confidence in facing dozens of people at the same time. The exits of the dark forest have been sealed by my MO family's experts. You can't escape. The middle-aged man in green said coldly. Lin Tian paused, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He quickly changed his direction. His face darkened, and his body gradually emitted killing intent. With so many people together, it will be troublesome even if I'm stronger. I have to separate them. Lin Tian thought to himself. He did not doubt the middle-aged man's words. With the exit sealed, Lin Tian rushed into the depths of the dark forest. Chase! The middle-aged man in green shouted. Lin Tian practiced the yin-yang steps, and his speed was fast. However, the dozens of people from the MO family also practiced a similar movement technique. Although they could not compare to the yin-yang steps, after decades of practice, their speed was not much slower than Lin Tian's. Lin Tian glanced behind him and used the Tiani Soul art to sense his surroundings. After a while, he smirked and shot to the left. No matter what tricks you play, the outcome will not change. Chase after him. The middle-aged man in green said coldly. The dozens of people looked indifferent, like killing machines. As Lin Tiani changed directions, their swords and weapons clashed. Soon, the dozens of people chased after Lin Tian through a large area of old trees. At this moment, Lin Tian suddenly slashed forward with his sword. Then he turned around and pressed down on the dozens of people. Here's a small gift for you. Lin Tian smiled evilly. The middle-aged man in green frowned. Suddenly, an angry roar sounded. Not far away, where Lin Tian slashed with his sword chi, the old trees collapsed and a giant monster appeared. It was almost 4 feet tall, and its monster body was frighteningly large. Peak Class 3 monster, Iron Earth Bull. The middle-aged man in green's expression changed. The Iron Earth Bull was violent by nature. After being slashed by Lin Tiani's sword, it was instantly enraged and rushed over. Facing a Peak Class 3 monster, the dozens of people from the MO family were shocked. A 3rd-level peak monstrous beast was in existence comparable to the 9th level of the body refinement realm. Roar! The Iron Earth Bull let out a roar, which caused numerous hurricanes to swirl around it. Lin Tianling smiled. Using the yin-yang steps, he stomped hard to avoid the Iron Earth Bull. In the next moment, the dozens of people from the MO clan were all exposed to the Iron Earth Bull. With another roar, the Iron Earth Bull didn't care who had unleashed the sword chi and charged towards the MO clan. Attack! Someone shouted. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of sword and saber light rushed forward. Bastard! Don't act recklessly, the azure-clothed, middle-aged man reprimanded. There are almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website, and the updates are faster. It's all text and no advertisements. Iron Earth cowhide skin was thick and tough. Ordinary swords and sabers would not be able to harm it. After being attacked by the MO clan, it became even more furious and rushed over even more crazily. To the MO family, this was a disaster. In the blink of an eye, someone let out a miserable shriek as half of his body was crushed by the Iron Earth Bull's foot. Then, after a few dozen breaths, the dozens of people from the MO clan were scattered and could not regroup. At this moment, not far away, Lin Tianling smiled. Since the team was scattered, it would not be easy to regroup in a short time. Staring in a certain direction, Lin Tian's figure flickered, and he instantly flashed over. There were 7 people from the MO clan here. Clang! Without any hesitation, he drew the sword of origin restoration. The ear-piercing sound of the sword immediately rang out. It's you! How dare you! You actually dare to take the initiative to attack. Suppress him! The 7 people from the MO clan had cold expressions. The 5 of them were not weak. They were all in the 8th realm of the body, refinement realm. They waved their swords and sabers at the same time, holding the sword of origin restoration. Lin Tianling smiled. Squatting slightly, he rushed out like lightning. Puff! Blood floated up. The throat of the person at the front of the Mo clan was pierced. With a bang, he fell into a pool of blood. Sword of lightning. There are 6 people left. Let's see if you can hold on until the others come to help. Lin Tianling smiled. The faces of the 6 people from the Mo clan changed slightly. In an instant, one of them was killed. Don't be careless. This little bastard is not simple. Let's work together to kill him. One of them said in a deep voice. The death of one person was not enough to make the 6 people afraid. They worked together and attacked Lin Tianling together. Boom! The 6 people were all strong. Their combined strength was extremely terrifying. Lin Tianling raised the corner of his mouth. He did not dodge and rushed toward the 6 people. He would be afraid to face dozens of people at the same time, but facing only 6 people, he had no pressure. Crack! 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 3 consecutive crisp sounds rang out. Lin Tianling swung his sword and broke the weapons of 3 people. This is a spiritual weapon. One of them was shocked, staring at the long sword in Lin Tianling's hand. Their faces changed. Lin Tianling's face was indifferent. He rushed forward in a flash. Using the yin-yang steps, Lin Tianling shuttled through the encirclement of the 6 people. The first style of the shocking wind sword art was used. Sword chi flew out. One of the 6 people was swept by the sword chi. Blood splattered everywhere, and he was sent flying on the spot. Mo hung! Someone shouted. At this moment, a flash of light rushed toward this person like lightning. Lin Tianling rushed over and used the sword of lightning. In a flash, the stone sword cut open this person's throat. With a bang, this person fell to the ground and died on the spot. 3 people left. Lin Tianling looked at the last few people with an indifferent expression. In the blink of an eye, 4 people were killed. The last 3 people's faces changed, revealing a fearful expression. At this moment, footsteps were heard from afar. The middle-aged man in green and the others avoided the iron earth bulls and rushed over with more than 10 people. Seeing this, the 3 of them let out a sigh of relief. Little bastard, in order to kill you, the Mo clan sent out many people. Today, you will die without a doubt. One of them said coldly, glancing at the distance. Lin Tianling's eyes fell on the 3 people again. The corner of his mouth curled up. That moment will not come. At least you won't see it. Hearing this, the 3 people's faces changed. You, what do you want to do? Just kill you, Lin Tian said indifferently. The long sword in his hand turned, and a fierce sword chi suddenly spread out. The shocking wind sword was slashed out with a clanging sound. Suddenly, the space within a few feet was completely covered by sword chi. Seeing this, the 3 people's faces changed. This sword chi made them feel terrified. Stop! In the distance, the middle-aged man in green was also moved and shouted loudly. Unfortunately, it was too late. Die, Lin Tianling said. The dense sword chi fell down like the autumn wind, sweeping away the fallen leaves, drowning the 3 people in the blink of an eye. Puff! 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 Blood splattered. The 3 people of the Mo clan were penetrated by the dense sword chi and fell to the ground. At this moment, the middle-aged man in green arrived. Bastard! Looking at the 7 corpses on the ground, the middle-aged man in green was furious and his eyes were about to pop out. These people were the elites of the clan. 7 of them died at once. To the clan, it was a huge loss. Lin Tianling stood with his sword and glanced at the middle-aged man in green and the others. You came to kill me and became angry because a few of you died. This scene is so ugly and disgusting. Lin Tianling mocked. including the middle-aged man in green. There were 13 people surrounding him at this moment. These people together could make him feel pressured, but they did not make him feel threatened like before. Therefore, he no longer retreated. "What did you say?" The middle-aged man in green roared. "I said you are disgusting," Lin Tian Tan said indifferently. "I said your Mo clan is disgusting." The middle-aged man in green was furious. The others also looked gloomy, staring at Lin Tianling. The middle-aged man in green tried to calm down. He said coldly, "Don't think that you are amazing just because you killed 7 people of my Mo clan. My Mo clan knows everything about you. You have a low-level body refinement skill, Shadow Fire Fist, a middle-level body refinement skill, Shocking Wind Sword Art. Now that you are at the 8th level of body refinement, you are indeed very strong. However, this is the end. You may be able to deal with 7 people. But now that you are facing 13 people, I want to see how you will deal with it. Your investigation is very thorough, but are you sure you did not miss anything?" Lin Tianling narrowed his eyes. The middle-aged man in green's face sank. "What do you mean?" Lin Tianling took a step forward. The origin returning sword vibrated slightly. Suddenly, a tyrannical thunder sword sound rang out. "That is what I mean." The thunder rumbled and silver lightning arcs intertwined on the origin returning sword. Immediately, Lin Tianling rushed out. One sword. An ear-piercing cold sound rang out. In Lin Tianling's hand, the origin returning sword swung out. Puff! Blood splattered. In an instant, one of the 13 people was killed and fell into a pool of blood. Such a scene immediately made everyone's expression change. "You!" The middle-aged man in green was shocked and said angrily, "This is not the Shocking Wind Sword Art, nor is it the Shadow Fire Fist. When did you learn other martial arts?" As he roared, the middle-aged man in green ordered the others to attack. In an instant, the light of the sword and the shadow of the sword swept across the space, including the middle-aged man in green. The 12 people surrounded Lin Tianling in the center. 2 swords. With a puff, another person from the Mo family was killed. The wound was charred black as if he was struck by lightning. In this space, thunder rumbled. Silver lightning arcs intertwined around Lin Tianling's body, as if he was the incarnation of the thunder god. The speed of his sword was not as fast as the lightning sword, but the power of his sword was stronger than the Shocking Wind Sword. Every sword was extremely tyrannical. 3 swords. Like the roar of a thunder dragon, a person from the Mo family was pierced between his eyebrows and his head exploded with a bang. Azure Thunder Sword Art. The sword was like thunder, and every sword was fatal. With the origin returning sword in hand, Lin Tianling used the duality steps and weaved through the encirclement of the Mo family. At this moment, every sword strike carried the power of thunder. Even the middle-aged man in green, who was at the peak of the 9th layer of the refinement realm, couldn't help but tremble. 4 swords. Thunder roared and a blinding light flashed across. Another person from the Mo family fell to the ground. In Lin Tianling's hand, the origin returning sword was almost covered by the dense lightning. With the flow of his true yuan, the Thunder Flame Pig's power of thunder within his true yuan was infinitely magnified. It then merged into the sword intent and sword light, causing the sword intent to carry the power of thunder and the sword light to carry the power of thunder. This was the Azure Thunder Sword Art. 5 swords. The cold voice floated up again. Like the call of the Grim Reaper, it took the life of another person from the Mo family. Looking at the current Lin Tianling, everyone was terrified. Damn it! The middle-aged man in green's heart trembled. He waved the 400 Gene Black iron halberd with an imposing aura. Send the signal to the family head. The information was wrong. Chapter 71. The middle-aged man was terrified. The power Lin Tian displayed was beyond the information he received. This kind of overbearing sword technique was never mentioned in the information collected by the Mo clan. Release the signal. Quick! The middle-aged man shouted. As the middle-aged man's words fell, a ray of light shot into the sky and exploded like fireworks. Lin Tian looked up at the sky and frowned slightly. Just you wait. It won't be long before my clan's divine pulse realm experts arrive. Today you will die. The middle-aged man said coldly. Lin Tian's face darkened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Before that, I will kill all of you, Lin Tianling said. With a twist of his right hand, the sword of origin vibrated, and the azure thunder sword technique was used again. Pooh! Blood gushed out from the sword, and Mo clan expert's head flew out. Bastard! The middle-aged man roared. In the blink of an eye, including the previous 7, his Mo clan had lost 13 people. 13 people, all of whom were in the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Kill! With a roar, the middle-aged man held the black iron halberd and smashed it at Lin Tian like a stick. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He clenched his left hand into a fist, and the shadow fist turned into dense fist shadows. With a bang, the fist collided with the halberd. Lin Tian and the middle-aged man retreated at the same time. You! The middle-aged man's expression changed. His black iron halberd weighed 400 pounds, and with his 9th level of the body refinement realm, he was invincible under the divine pulse realm in terms of strength. But now his full-strength halberd was blocked by someone's bare hands. Humph! Lin Tianling laughed. The sword of origin vibrated, and a dense sword light burst out. After 9 days in the Wild Waves heavy array, his physical strength had been tempered to the point that it was incomparably strong. In terms of pure strength, he was comparable to a 9th level body refinement realm expert. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing and thunder rumbled. Lin Tian held the sword of origin and moved with the duality steps, like a flash of lightning. Pooh! After a dozen or so breaths of time, another person was killed. Blood dyed the ground red. The azure thunder sword technique didn't have any special sword moves, but every move of the azure thunder sword technique was tyrannical beyond compare. When the sword was unleashed, it carried the power of thunder, tyrannical and tyrannical. I'll hold him off. The rest of you, retreat first. We'll meet up with the others and kill him together. The middle-aged man in cyan roared. Lin Tian's strength was beyond his expectations. Lin Tian's strength was far beyond what was recorded in the information he had received. Up until now, the Mo clan had already lost 14 people. They couldn't afford to lose any more. These experts were the elites of the Mo clan. As he spoke, the middle-aged man stepped forward and pressed down on Lin Tian. The rest of the Mo family looked at each other and nodded. Good. Be careful, someone said. The remaining people naturally understood the middle-aged man's intention and immediately began to retreat. You want to leave? Lin Tianling smiled. If others did not offend him, he would not offend them. These people came to kill him, so he could only return the favor by killing them. Whoosh! With the yin and yang steps, he leaped over the middle-aged man in cyan and slashed down with the sword of origin. Shocking wind sword. As soon as he finished speaking, dense silver sword energy appeared and pressed down crazily. In an instant, screams were heard. Faced with this sword move that was comparable to an upper-class body-refining technique, 2 of the 5 Mo clan members who had just retreated a few steps were penetrated by the sword energy and died on the spot. Looking at this scene, the middle-aged man in cyan roared angrily and his cheeks were distorted. Boom! The long halberd in his hand trembled and a bright light lit up. He charged toward Lin Tian. The Mo clan's secret martial technique, middle-class body-refining technique, the berserk halberd technique. Go back! Lin Tianling shouted. The sword of origin vibrated. He gathered his true essence and slashed down fiercely. The The sword of origin collided with the black iron halberd. Lin Tian and the middle-aged man in cyan retreated at the same time again. Taking advantage of the retreating momentum, Lin Tian spun his feet and slashed out with a lightning sword, cutting off the head of one of the Mo clan members. A short dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. He imbued it with true essence and threw it out fiercely. Puff! The short dagger imbued with true essence was shockingly sharp. It pierced through the back of the head of one of the Mo clan members. In the blink of an eye, another 4 people were killed. The middle-aged man in cyan's face was even more distorted. His expression was ferocious as he roared angrily. The other person was terrified and almost staggered as he fled into the distance. Lin Tian lifted his leg and kicked out a long saber beside his foot. Shoo! The long saber cut through the air and pierced through the back of the man's chest, piercing through his heart. You're the only one left. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the middle-aged man in cyan. In fact, the people who were with the middle-aged man in cyan were not weak. They were much stronger than those at the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Unfortunately, these people were scared out of their wits by the azure thunder sword technique. Naturally, they were defeated. The long sword in Lin Tian's hand trembled. Without any hesitation, he used the azure thunder sword technique and pressed down on the middle-aged man in cyan. Ah! The middle-aged man in cyan roared and attacked Lin Tian with his halberd. The sword of origin collided with the black iron halberd, making clanging sounds. It's quite sturdy. Lin Tian squinted his eyes. The origin returning sword was a middle-grade spiritual weapon. As a sword, it was naturally extremely sharp. It was close to being able to cut through iron like it was mud. However, at this moment, it could only leave a sword mark on the black iron halberd. The middle-aged man in cyan roared and continued to attack Lin Tian with his halberd. Clang! 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 The sound of sword and halberd colliding continued to ring. Around them, old trees were heavily damaged. In the blink of an eye, the two had fought for half an hour. The peak of the 9th level of the body refinement realm is indeed not simple, Lin Tian thought. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the sky. The sky was almost completely dark. Lin Tian's face sank. He knew that he could not delay any longer. The quintessence in his body had already been mostly consumed. If he delayed any longer, it would not be good for him. Taking a deep breath, he stared at the middle-aged man in cyan. He raised his right hand and the sword of origin suddenly disappeared. It was put back into the stone ring. The middle-aged man in cyan was slightly shocked. What did you do? Looking down, the middle-aged man's eyes fell on Lin Tian's right middle finger. He was shocked. Stone ring. As a master of a martial arts family, the middle-aged man in cyan was no stranger to stone rings. His Mo family had a stone ring, which was the symbol of the Mo family's inheritance. Only the head of the family was qualified to wear it. You actually have such a treasure. The middle-aged man in cyan was surprised and happy. The ferocious look on his face disappeared and was replaced by a greedy expression. The value of a single stone ring was shockingly high. How ugly! Lin Tianling laughed. He squatted down slightly, clenched his fist, and used the duality steps to rush toward the middle-aged man in cyan like lightning. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in cyan was slightly shocked. But then, the middle-aged man in cyan showed a mocking expression. You don't have enough true essence. Staring at Lin Tian, he waved his black iron halberd and smashed down with his halberd skills. He laughed sinisterly and said, Perfect! After killing you, the stone ring is mine. I have to say, this is really an unexpected surprise. Boom! The violent halberd technique was activated even more by the middle-aged man in cyan, and a gust of wind could not help but roll up. At this moment, Lin Tian suddenly jumped up. His clenched fist loosened and turned into a palm. His right hand clenched into a fist. The corner of his mouth raised slightly. Vaguely, a true essence sword appeared in his hand. lightning sword. As the 4 words fell, there was a swoosh sound and a splash of blood. The middle-aged man in cyan was still waving his halberd, but his body stopped. In his throat, a glaring bloody hole was so clear that blood kept gushing out. Why? Moving his lips, the middle-aged man in cyan fell to the ground with a bang. Until death, the middle-aged man in cyan did not understand why Lin Tian did not have a sword in his hand but pierced through his throat. Lin Tian landed on the ground. Looking at the middle-aged man's corpse, he turned and left. This move can be called the illusory sword dance. It sounds good. His voice floated in the air. Without a sword in his hand, the sword technique was even stronger. This move was Lin Tian's strongest trump card. After leaving this place, Lin Tian found a secret place. After swallowing 3 true essence dawn, he quickly operated the 4 extreme scriptures. After a big battle, his true essence was almost exhausted. 1. A faint silver light circulated. After half an hour, Lin Tian stood up and recovered all his true essence. The sun had completely set. Thinking about it, it would not be long before night enveloped the earth. I have to get out of here, quickly, Lin Tian thought to himself. Standing up, Lin Tian found a direction and ran quickly. It was true that the Mo family had sealed all the exits of the dark forest, but he could not stay in the dark forest because of this. Previously, he could not leave because of the middle-aged man in cyan, but now it was different. As long as he carefully approached the edge of the dark forest, he could always find a chance to escape. There was a black robe in the stone ring. Even if the Mo family had sealed the dark forest tightly, the black robe might be useful. After all, although the Mo family was powerful, they could not interrogate everyone who entered the dark forest, right? Thinking of this, Lin Tian calmed down slightly and took out the black robe from the stone ring. Clang! At this moment, an immortal sword light fell from the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian was shocked. He hurriedly retreated a few feet away. However, the black robe he had just taken out was shredded by the sword light. Not even a scrap was left. Little bastard, I found you. A cold voice resounded in the sky. Lin Tian raised his head and saw a giant bird circling in the sky. On the back of the giant bird stood 2 similar-looking, middle-aged men. One of them was the elder of the 9 young martial house, Moe. Oh no! Lin Tian's expression changed. Without any hesitation, he quickly escaped into the depths of the dark forest. Lin Tian did not expect Moe to come personally. What surprised him even more was that the Mo family actually raised a demonic beast, like the giant bird, as a means of transportation. Moe was an expert at the 9th level of the divine vein realm. Lin Tian definitely wasn't his opponent. As for the middle-aged man beside Moe, Lin Tian roughly guessed who he was. When he glanced over, he saw the hatred in this person's eyes. Without a doubt, this person must be Mo Sen's father, the patriarch of the Mo clan Mo Hai. It was rumored that the head of the Mo family, Mo Hai, was at the 4th level of the divine vein realm. One was at the 9th level of the divine vein realm, while the other was at the 4th level of the divine vein realm. This was simply a desperate situation. Chapter 72. Lin Tian's heart was heavy. He glanced at the sky and immediately fled into the depths of the old forest. He had no chance of winning against these 2 people. The only thing he could do was to run. A cold snort came from the sky. In an instant, dense energy swords rained down like a rain of swords. The old trees around him collapsed one by one. Lin Tian was battered and exhausted. Lin Tian ran all the way into the depths of the old forest. After a while, he stopped. He looked up at the sky and saw the giant bird flapping its wings. No matter how fast his duality steps was, he was not as fast as the bird circling in the sky. After all, the difference in their positions was too great. He was at an absolute disadvantage. Lin Tian landed on a huge rock and looked up at the sky. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? Mo Hai's cold voice rang out. Mo Hai stared at Lin Tian. His eyes were merciless, cruel, and numb. Lin Tian did not say anything. He just stared at the sky and did not make any moves. Instead of running pathetically under the giant bird's pursuit, it was better for him to stand still and save his energy. The giant bird circled in the sky, and energy swords slashed down again. Lin Tian used the duality steps and changed his position continuously in the small space, dodging the energy swords. Little bastard! Mo Hai's face was ferocious. Mo said in a low voice, "This beast is extremely fast. Back then, Sun has suffered a great loss because of this speed." "I'll kill him," Mo Hai said coldly. Mo nodded. "Go. You're the best person to do it." Mo Hai stared at Lin Tian. Then he leaped from a height of 600 feet and landed steadily on the ground. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. A divine pulse expert was indeed extraordinary. He could jump from such a high place and be unharmed. "Die!" Mo Hai landed. As soon as he spoke, he slapped at Lin Tian. His youngest son had died in Lin Tian's hands. He wanted nothing more than to eat Lin Tian's flesh and blood alive. The slap of a fourth-tier divine pulse expert seemed simple, but it was powerful. Lin Tian used the duality steps and dodged Mo Hai's palm with a whoosh. Looking up at the sky, Missouri was still standing on the back of the giant bird with his hands behind his back, looking down at him coldly. This made Lin Tian feel both relaxed and heavy at the same time. If Mo didn't come down, the pressure on him would naturally lessen. But it was also because Mo was standing high up in the sky that it was impossible for him to escape from their sight. Cursing inwardly, Lin Tian once again dodged Mo Hai's palm strike. Mo Hai's expression was gloomy. After a few consecutive attacks, he failed to land a hit on Lin Tian. With a wave of his right hand, a long sword appeared in his hand, causing Lin Tian's eyes to flicker. He vaguely saw a ring on the middle finger of Mo Hai's right hand. It was the stone ring. Clang! An ear-piercing sword whistle rang out as Mo Hai swung his sword, cutting down a large expanse of sword light. Lin Tian was shocked. Mo Hai's casual strike was comparable to his full-powered wind consternation sword. He took out the sword of Guiyuan and swung it with the wind-shocking sword, slashing out boundless sword light. Boom! When the two collided, Lin Tian was immediately sent flying. He felt a pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. A divine vein expert couldn't block it at all. Without hesitation, Lin Tian clutched his chest and swung his sword backward, quickly escaping into the depths of the old forest. After clashing head-on with Mo Hai's sword aura had caused him to suffer heavy injuries. He felt as if his internal organs had shifted positions. "Little bastard, you can't escape. Today, I'll take your head and keep it in front of my son's grave," Mo Hai said coldly. Lin Tian didn't say anything and continued to flee. He executed the duality steps to the extreme and maintained a certain distance from Mo Hai. In terms of strength, he couldn't compete with a divine vein expert, but in terms of speed, he could barely compete with a fourth-layer divine vein expert. At this moment, a large expanse of sword light fell from the sky. Mo looked down at Lin Tian and tried to stop him. Mo was stronger than Mo Hai. Compared to Lin Tian, a ninth-layer divine vein expert was much stronger. Even without a sword in his hand, the sword light he released was still terrifying. Lin Tian was obstructed and had no choice but to change his direction. Clang! Mo Hai rushed over and pressed down with his sword, appearing in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian turned pale with fright and held the origin-returning sword in front of his chest. Clang! Mo Hai's sword struck the origin-returning sword, and the sword in his hand instantly broke. Even so, a strong force was transmitted through the origin-returning sword to Lin Tian, sending Lin Tian flying. Lin Tian crashed into an old tree. He let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. Spiritual weapon. Mo Hai threw away the broken sword in his hand and stared at Lin Tian. His face turned even colder. With a wave of his right hand, another sword appeared in Mo Hai's hand. Upon closer inspection, this sword was more exquisite and gorgeous than the origin returning sword in Lin Tian's hand. It was a high-grade spiritual weapon. Lin Tian glanced at it hurriedly and his heart sank. He struggled to stand up, enduring the intense pain, and fled deeper into the dark forest. He was definitely not a match for Mo Hai in a head-on confrontation. He could only escape with his speed. If he could lure out some terrifying demonic beasts, he might have a chance to survive. You still want to escape? Today, you are destined to have no path to heaven and no door to hell. Mo Hai said. Lin Tianyi fled and activated the One Heaven Soul art. Not long after, he sensed the aura of a Class 4 demonic beast. It was a wood-splitting gorilla, a Class 4 peak demonic beast that was comparable to a third-layer divine vein expert. Lin Tianyi gritted his teeth and aimed at that direction, slashing with his sword. The wood-splitting gorilla roared and rushed out, causing the ground to tremble. Lin Tian changed his direction and cleverly led the wood-splitting gorilla towards Mo Hai. Clang! An icy sword energy fell from the sky at extreme speed. With a puff, the wood-splitting gorilla's body was penetrated. After a scream, it fell to the ground, unable to stand up. Mo Yi stood on the back of the giant bird with a cold expression. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. Mo Yi was too strong. A Class 4 peak demonic beast couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Die. Mo Hai caught up from behind and slashed with his sword. Lin Tian countered with the Sword of Origin Restoration. The sword shook violently and was sent flying again. After being injured several times, Lin Tian crashed into an old tree. Blood gushed out of his mouth and dyed his chest red. Mo Hai approached step by step with a high-grade spirit artifact. Run. Keep running, Mo Hai said coldly. With his back against the trunk of the old tree, Lin Tian switched the Sword of Origin Restoration to his left hand. When Mo Hai approached, he suddenly jumped up and performed the Sky Thunder sword technique with his left hand. The sound of thunder instantly resounded in the surroundings. Sky Thunder sword technique. On the back of the giant bird, Mo Yi's expression froze. As an elder of the Nine-Yang martial house, he naturally knew about the Azure Thunder sword art. I never thought that this little bastard would choose this set of martial technique and even cultivate it to the entry stage. No wonder Mo Hong and the others are in a predicament. The Sky Thunder sword technique was the most difficult martial technique in the Nine-Yang martial house. Although it was very dangerous in the beginning, and 70% of the technique was missing, its power was undeniable. Lin Tian chose this martial technique and cultivated it to such a level. Mo Yi vaguely felt a trace of threat. This little bastard, no matter what, we have to get rid of him. Boom! The sword roared like thunder. In Lin Tian's left hand, the Sword of Origin Restoration turned into a beam of lightning. Mo Yi looked down with his hands behind his back and coldly said to himself, "If your cultivation is not enough, it will be useless in the end." Mo Hai was in the 4th layer of the Divine Vein Realm. With his cultivation, he could completely ignore the Sky Thunder sword technique executed by Lin Tian, who was in the 8th layer of the Body Refinement Realm. Humph! Mo Hai coldly snorted and casually swept the sword in his hand to block the Sword of Origin Restoration. With a clang, the two swords collided. The Sword of Thunder roared and silver arcs of lightning intertwined, crackling. At this moment, Lin Tian revealed a cruel smile. He raised his right hand and a peerless sword intent spread out. He pushed the Sword of Lightning to the extreme. A dazzling sword light shot out from his right hand and struck forward, like lightning, aiming straight for Mo Hai's throat. Without a sword in his hand, he used an illusory sword dance. Careful! In the sky, Missouri Yi's expression changed. At the same time, Mo Hai felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed a fatal threat in his heart. Mo Hai dodged to the side and pulled back his sword to block the attack. Pooh! Blood splattered, and Mo Hai was sent flying. His chest was blood red, and blood splattered everywhere. Lin Tian was also sent flying by Mo Hai's sword. Blood gushed out of his mouth again. Staring at Mo Hai, who was sent flying, Lin Tian cursed in his heart. A fourth layer of the divine vein realm was indeed terrifying. At such a close distance, Mo Hai actually dodged his killing blow. After a pause, he turned around and ran without any hesitation. Mo Hai was lying on the ground. With his current strength, he could definitely kill Mo Hai. However, Mo Yi was still in the sky. He didn't think he could kill Mo Hai under Mo Yi's nose. There was no hope at all. Mo Yi jumped down from the sky and landed beside Mo Hai. "Second brother, how are you?" Mo Yi helped Mo Hai up. I'm fine." Blood gushed out of Mo Hai's mouth. He had avoided a fatal blow, but he was still seriously injured. Staring at Lin Tian, who was running away, Mo Hai's face was extremely sinister. Mo Yi took out a pill and gave it to Mo Hai. "You stay here and heal. Leave him to me." "Thank you, big brother," Mo Hai said. Mo Yi nodded, stood up, and coldly chased after him. Lin Tian fled. The old trees on both sides quickly retreated. At this moment, blood gushed out of his mouth, and his speed slowed down a lot. Clang! A sword gleam shot out from behind him, sweeping through everything in its path. With a boom, the sword gleam slashed to the side. It was like a bomb had gone off. The old trees collapsed and boulders were split open. Lin Tian was sent flying by the force. He coughed up blood again in the air. Lin Tian glanced behind him. His heart sank. Mo Yi had caught up. Damn it! Gritting his teeth and enduring the intense pain, Lin Tian charged into the depths of the dark forest. Mo Yi chased after him unhurriedly. From time to time, he would send out energy swords. While destroying the old trees, they also left bloody marks on Lin Tian's body. In a few short moments, Lin Tian's clothes were almost torn to shreds. His entire body was dyed red with blood. It was a wretched sight. Mo Yi was even faster than Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Tian and kicked him in the chest. Bang! Lin Tian was blasted flying and collided fiercely with an old tree. "Keep running," Mo Yi said coldly. With his hands behind his back, facing Lin Tian, who was in the 8th layer of body refinement realm, Mo Yi treated him like a toy. Lin Tian used the origin returning sword to support his body and stood up. With a whoosh, Mo Yi appeared in front of him and swept out his foot again. Cough! Lin Tian coughed up blood in the air. With a bang, he fell to the ground. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. He struggled to stand up again. In return, Mo Yi kicked him a third time. Bang! He crashed into the old tree again. The origin returning sword fell to the side. Lin Tian didn't even have the strength to move. Mo Yi walked toward Lin Tian with his hands behind his back. His eyes were cold. Looking at the approaching Mo Yi, Lin Tian tried his best to stand up. Unfortunately, it was futile. At this moment, his entire body was covered in blood and his vision was blurry. Just the slightest movement would cause intense pain in his body. This pain was even more intense than when he was refining his internal organs. Lin Tian felt as if his internal organs were being torn apart. Mo Yi walked closer. True essence flowed in his right hand and pressed down on Lin Tian. Cripple your cultivation and chop off your head in front of Lin Heir's grave, Mo Yi said coldly. Looking at Mo Yi's right hand, Lin Tian struggled with all his strength, but it was useless. Mo Yi's expression was cold. His right hand finally approached and pressed down. Wang! At this moment, a faint light spread out from Lin Tian's body. It seemed incomparably gentle, but it was overbearing. With a bang, it sent Moe flying. End of chapter. Chapter 73. Moe flew backward and landed on the ground with a bang, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed. Moe raised his head and looked in the direction of Lin Tian. At this moment, Lin Tian was wrapped in a faint light. Then, this soft light gradually gathered and quickly merged together. Not long after, a beautiful little girl condensed and formed. This is... Moe was aghast. A ball of light rushed out of a martial artist's body, turning into a little girl. He had cultivated martial arts for several decades and was about to step into the sea of consciousness realm, but he had never seen such a scene before. He had never even heard of it before. With his vision blurred, Lin Tian looked forward and suddenly trembled. Little purple! His lips moved slightly, and bright red blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Lin Tian was very weak at the moment, but his eyes were still wide open. Half a month ago, when he parted with the little girl, he searched for a long time but could not find her. Now they met again. The little girl lowered her head and looked at Lin Tian, her pupils suddenly constricting. At this moment, Lin Tian's clothes were torn, and his body was stained with blood. He was as miserable as one could imagine. The little girl was barefooted, her white dress fluttering. She looked only 11 years old, but she was like the noblest fairy in the world. Turning her face, the little girl's eyes fell on Moe in the distance. "You hurt him." Her little mouth moved slightly, and a cold voice came out. In an instant, a domineering pressure came down from the sky, and the entire dark forest trembled. The clouds in the sky seemed to have sensed this terrifying aura and stopped moving. Moe trembled, his whole body trembling. Looking at the violet fairy who looked only about 11 years old, Moe only felt like he was facing an ancient demon mountain. That terrifying pressure made him unable to even move a finger. Behind him, Lin Tian was also shocked. Was this that little purple? Was that weak and timid little girl so scary? The violet fairy stared at Moe, her beautiful eyes indifferent. Banished to the 18th level of hell, never to be reincarnated. The cold voice sounded again. Behind Moe, a bloody crack appeared, and the screams of ghosts came out. Moe was horrified, showing an extremely frightened expression. "Say, Senior, spare me," Moe said in a trembling voice. For the first time, the feeling of death was so clear, as if it was visible to the naked eye. Moe only felt extreme fear. The violet fairy stared ahead, coldly, her beautiful eyes frighteningly deep. A giant ghost claw reached out from the bloody rift and grabbed Moi as if it was grabbing a chicken, pulling him into the bloody rift. Then the bloody crack closed with a crack. Behind him, Lin Tian stared at this scene and felt his head explode. What was that? Martial techniques? Was there such a terrifying martial skill in this world? Was this really that little Z? The blood-red crack swallowed Moe and then closed as if it had never existed. It was also at this time that the domineering pressure disappeared. The violet fairy turned around and stared at the disheveled Lin Tian. Her cold expression was replaced with the same smile she had when they first met. Squatting down, the violet fairy moved closer to Lin Tian and sized him up seriously. "Little Z!" Lin Tian subconsciously shouted. The violet fairy looked at Lin Tian. After a moment, she smiled and said, "You're the first person to call me that." Lin Tian opened his mouth, wanting to say something, wanting to ask something, but he didn't know how to say it. That scene just now was too scary. He still couldn't be sure. Was this really the little girl from half a month ago? As if knowing what Lin Tian was thinking, the violet fairy said, "It's me." Receiving a positive answer, Lin Tian was both surprised and happy. At this time, the violet fairy's body suddenly became transparent. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Tian was shocked. "It's just a trace of my divine sense." That move just now exhausted all my power, the Violet Fairy said. Her figure quickly faded and was about to disappear. I'll leave the injury to you to heal yourself. Looking at Lin Tian, she suddenly revealed a sly smile and whispered into Lin Tian's ear, Let's meet again if fate wills it, big brother. With that, the Violet Fairy's figure completely disappeared with a whoosh. Lin Tian opened his mouth, but he didn't have time to say anything. Staring at the spot, Lin Tian was extremely shocked. That little Violet, Lin Tian muttered to himself. That power just now was too terrifying. That figure just now was just a trace of my divine sense. When a cultivator reached the sea of consciousness realm, they would open up a sea of consciousness in their head and possess the power of divine sense. However, Lin Tian had never heard of a trace of divine sense being able to transform into a body, and even possess such terrifying power. Somewhat stunned, Lin Tian shook his head after a while. Let's get out of here first. With difficulty, Lin Tianyi took out several true essence pills from the stone ring and threw them into his mouth. Then he operated the 4 extremities meridian to quickly recover his true essence and heal his injured body. After a quarter of an hour, he struggled to stand up and picked up the sword of Guiyuan that had fallen in the distance. Using the sword to support his body, he staggered into the distance. Mo Yi was dead, and Mo Hai was seriously injured. But there were still many ordinary Mo family members inside and outside the dark forest. His current situation was still not optimistic. After walking for a while, Lin Tian didn't know where he had gone. He was going to find a hidden place to heal his injuries. Suddenly, a demonic beast's roar sounded. In front of him, behind an old tree, a demonic beast about 10 feet tall jumped out. Level 2 demonic beast, poison, earth tiger. Lin Tian's expression changed. The poison earth tiger was at most comparable to an expert in the 6th layer of the body refinement realm. If it was on a normal day, Lin Tianyi could kill it with a slap. But at this time, this little poison earth tiger was a fatal threat to him. The poison earth tiger roared, jumped up and rushed toward Lin Tian. Oh no! Lin Tian cursed. He raised the sword of Guiyuan with difficulty and slashed forward. Almost at the same time, the sound of air breaking rang. A silver arrow rushed over his head and pierced the poison earth tiger's head. The poison earth tiger screamed and fell to the ground. It twitched a few times and died on the spot. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. He tilted his head and looked behind. Hey, brother! A well-dressed young man holding a longbow and carrying a silver arrow quickly ran over. Lin Tian was on guard. When the well-dressed young man came closer, he suddenly froze. This well-dressed young man seemed to be one of the people who fought against the Thunder Flame pig not long ago. When he lured the Thunder Flame pig away, the other party greeted him. It's you. Why are you here? Lin Tianandao. When he opened his mouth, it immediately affected his injuries. It hurt so much that his cheeks twitched and he almost lost his balance. The well-dressed young man was about the same age as Lin Tian. He casually said and reached out to support Lin Tian. I was on my way home and happened to pass by here. I wanted to gain some experience. Seeing Lin Tian's miserable state, the well-dressed young man said with some surprise, I say, brother, what happened to you? This injury doesn't look like it was caused by the Thunder Flame pig. Lin Tian shook his head and didn't want to say more. Seeing that Lin Tian didn't say anything, the well-dressed young man didn't ask any more. Right, I'm Zhu. What's your name? The well-dressed young man asked. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, Lin Tian. At this moment, many people were walking over from afar. Lin Tian had seen these people before. They were with the well-dressed young man. The well-dressed young man looked at Lin Tian and said enthusiastically, Brother, your injuries are a little serious. I'm afraid it's dangerous to walk alone in the dark forest. Why don't you come with us for the time being? Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, Sure. The well-dressed young man's eyes were very bright. He gave off a carefree feeling that didn't care about trifles. He didn't look like a treacherous person. The well-dressed young man smiled and sized up Lin Tian. He looked at an old servant not far away and said, "Oldly, bring a set of clean clothes for my brother to change into." "Yes, young master," the old servant said. Soon, the old servant came back with a black coat. Lin Tian glanced at it and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, old mister. Do you have a robe? The kind that can cover my face." There were still many Mo family disciples inside and outside the dark forest. He couldn't be careless. The old servant was stunned for a moment and said, "Yes, please wait for a moment." The old servant went back and soon came back with a gray robe. "Many thanks, old mister." Lin Tian thanked him. "You're welcome, little brother is too polite." The old servant shook his head and said with a smile, "If it weren't for little brother's help, we would have been eaten by the lightning flame pig." "That's right, brother. You were too cool at that time. If it weren't for you, we would have been finished." Zhu Yi clenched his fist and said, Not far away, the group of strong men in armor also showed kind and grateful smiles at Lin Tian. Lin Tian returned a smile and stood up with Zhu Yi's help. "Old Li, bring the jade fragrance pill," Zhu Yi said. The old servant called. Old Li nodded and took out a jade bottle. He poured out a fingernail-sized pill. "Brother, this is a healing pill. The effect is good," Zhu Yi said with a smile. Lin Tiandao thanked him and placed the pellet into his mouth. He wasn't worried that there was a problem with the pill. In his current condition, if Zhu Yi and the others wanted to harm him, they wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Any one of them could kill him. As the pill entered his mouth, a fragrant smell spread. Lin Tian immediately felt better. The sky was completely dark. They were not far from the edge of the dark forest. Zhu Yi and the others were preparing to leave. Lin Tian covered his face with a gray robe and followed Zhu Yi and the others out of the dark forest. Along the way, Lin Tian saw many figures flashing in the dark forest. They were all Mo family disciples. Soon, the group reached the exit of the dark forest. "Stop!" The exit was indeed blocked by Mo family people. Staring at Lin Tian in a gray robe, one of the Mo family members walked over and said in a deep voice, "Sorry, we are looking for someone. Please take off your robe." This was a peak 9th layer body, refinement realm expert. At the same time, the nearby Mo family disciples surrounded him. Under the gray robe, Lin Tian's heart sank. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out. His voice was cold as he stared at the Mo family person and said, "Get out of the way!" "Sir, we just want to..." The Mo family person's face sank. However, when the middle-aged man took out a gold medal and placed it in front of his chest, the Mo family person's face suddenly changed. Taking a step back, the Mo family person bowed and said cautiously, "I'm sorry. I've offended you. Please wait." Chapter 74. Lin Tian was a little surprised. Looking at the attitude of the Mo family, it seemed that Zhu Yi's group had a big background. However, although he was surprised, he didn't intend to ask. After all, this was someone else's territory. The burly man took back the gold medal and nodded respectfully to Zhu Yi. "Let's go," Zhu Yi said. The group of people walked slowly and gradually disappeared into the distance under the respectful gaze of the leader of the Mo family. "Leader, they are. Why did you?" a disciple of the Mo family asked in a low voice. "Shut up. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask," the leader of the Mo family said in a deep voice. The person who asked shrank his neck and didn't dare to say anything. After leaving the dark forest, Lin Tian followed Zhu Yi and the others for more than 1,000 feet. Looking from here, there was no trace of the dark forest. "Brother, speaking of which, those people seem to be targeting you. Why?" Zhu Yi was curious. Lin Tian thought for a while and didn't hide anything. He simply explained what happened. Hearing this, Zhu Yi was indignant. "Shameless." Lin Tian smiled and didn't say anything. The group of people walked together, talking and laughing. The atmosphere was good. Soon after, a fork appeared in front of them. Brother, you can go back to Fengjian City alone, right? Zhu Yi asked. From the conversation just now, Zhu Yi knew that Lin Tian was in Fengjian City. Lin Tian said, "It's no problem to leave the dark forest." Well, let's part here. We have to go from the right side of the fork. Zhu Yi smiled. Lin Tian nodded. Okay, thank you for this time. Speaking of which, it was indeed thanks to Zhu Yi and the others' help this time. If not for them, it would be difficult for him to walk out of the dark forest safely. You're welcome, brother, Zhu Yi said. The old servant and the others smiled and nodded at Lin Tian and walked to the right side of the fork. Goodbye. Lin Tian waved his hand and said goodbye to Zhu Yi and the others. Lin Tiankai watched as Zhu Yi and the others left. Only when they were far away did he head towards Fengjian City. When Lin Tian returned to his residence in the martial house, she was already asleep. Because he had left a small note before he left, she wasn't worried. Arriving at the top of the pavilion, Lin Tian quickly circulated the 4 extremities meridian. Buzz! Starlight sprinkled down, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged. The light was gentle, facing Mo High and Moe. He had suffered almost fatal injuries. Even with the help of Zhu Yi's healing pills, he had only recovered a little and was still far from fully recovered. Stars twinkled in the sky. It was not until 6 hours had passed that Lin Tian opened his eyes again. Mo High and Moe had attacked him viciously, but fortunately they hadn't hurt his core. At this moment, Shi Yan's wounds were half healed, and he had recovered 80% of his essence, chi and soul. Mo clan. Looking in the direction of the Mo family, Lin Tian's eyes were extremely cold. Standing up, Lin Tian stretched his body and walked down from the top of the pavilion. Today, in the dark forest, he had suffered a lot. After recovering a little from his injuries, he didn't cultivate but returned to his room to rest. Closing his eyes, Lin Tian soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Lin Tian didn't wake up until noon. On the small wooden table beside his bed was a simple meal as usual. Obviously, it was prepared by Lin Shi. Lin Tian smiled. After washing his face and eating, he washed the bowl and chopsticks. Then he walked out of his residence and walked towards the Wild Waves Array in the martial arts practice field. After yesterday's battle, he had a deeper understanding of the rules of survival in this world. Law. No. Reason. No. In this world, whoever's fist is the law. Whoever's strength is the reason. At the Wild Waves Array, Luo Xiao was guarding it. Kid, you're here again. Luo Xiao greeted. Yes, senior, I want to go in and cultivate. Lin Tian on Dao. Every month, he had 8 days to cultivate in the Wild Waves Heavy Array or the Qi Condensation Grand Array. In total, he had spent 6 days cultivating this month, and there were only 2 days left. He had a total of 24 hours. Good. Luo Xiao looked at Lin Tian and was slightly surprised. 8th body refinement layer? Half a month ago, he was only at the 7th body refinement layer. Now he had reached the 8th body refinement layer. This speed was a bit exaggerated. Pausing, Luo Xiao quickly put away his surprise and praised, Good kid, you're really not bad. Okay, go in. Thank you, senior. Lin Tian bowed. If others treated him warmly, he would naturally return the favor. Entering the Wild Waves Array, the familiar pressure came. Lin Tian felt as if a huge rock was placed on his shoulder. However, Lin Tian was already familiar with this level of gravity. Walking in this area, Lin Tian's footsteps were gentle. When he arrived at the 3 times gravity zone, he paused for a moment and then stepped over. In an instant, Lin Tian felt his body sink. It was as if his legs were filled with mercury. Stepping into the 3 times gravity zone, he felt the same as the first time he stepped into the Wild Waves Array. His entire body was in pain. Worthy of being called the 3 times gravity zone, Lin Tian thought. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianyi stepped forward and began to adapt to the 3 times gravity zone. There were nearly 10 people cultivating in the 2 times gravity area, and they were not far from where Lin Tian was. Seeing Lin Tian step into the 3 times gravity area from the 2 times gravity area, many people's eyes widened. Among them were new disciples of the martial house, like Lin Tian. Seeing this scene, they were even more shocked. Lin Tian, it's him. He actually can already step into the 3 times gravity zone. Is this a 9-star talent? It's too abnormal. Don't look for objective reasons. Instructor Luo said before that being able to walk in this array has nothing to do with one's talent. Looking at Lin Tian in the 3 times gravity zone, many of the new disciples were in awe. Lin Tian was not far from these people, so he naturally heard their voices. However, he did not care. It was his first time entering the 3 times gravity zone, so it was very difficult for him to move. He could barely take a few steps, and even then, the burden on his body was frighteningly large. The sharp pain continued to attack him. Lin Tian felt that his physical strength was quickly depleting. Lin Tian did not care about this at all. On this day, he stayed in the Wild Waves formation for a total of 6 hours. After 6 hours, he walked out. Good boy. I heard you stepped into the 3 times gravity zone. Luo Zhao's eyes flashed. Lin Tian nodded. It's still very difficult. 6 hours is my limit. Very difficult? Luo Zhao smiled bitterly. Don't undervalue yourself. I only dared to enter when I was at the peak of the 9th level of the refinement realm. Moreover, I only lasted 2 hours in the 3 times gravity zone. Sizing up Lin Tian, Luo Zhao was somewhat speechless. You little brat, I didn't wrong you at all when I said you were a little monster. Senior, you're too kind, Lin Tian said humbly. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. He thought to himself that, fortunately, he did not say that he was injured. Otherwise, Luo Zhao would probably capture him and do research on him. After bidding farewell to Luo Zhao, Lin Tian returned to his residence. After washing up, he went to the top floor. He began to inscribe the spirit gathering rune for his evening cultivation. I need to get some moon drops to inscribe the Gale rune. When the time comes, I'll give the Mo clan a big gift. Lin Tianling smiled. The spirit gathering rune was quickly inscribed. Without hesitation, Lin Tian took a deep breath and began to cultivate. The 4 extreme scriptures quickly circulated. With the help of the spirit gathering rune, the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth all gathered towards this place, continuously surging into Lin Tian's body. In the dark forest, the Mo clan was still pursuing Lin Tian's whereabouts. In the forest, Mo Hai's injuries had already recovered. He was personally inspecting the situation. What's going on? Where did Big Brother chase that little bastard? Mo Hai frowned. A full day and night had passed. Lin Tian was still nowhere to be found, and Mo had also disappeared without a trace. Patriarch. From afar, a Mo clan disciple ran over. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Mo Hai's face darkened. Lin Tian and Mo were nowhere to be found. Mo Hai's mood was very bad. Patriarch, the disciples in the martial house sent news that Lin Tian has returned to the Nine-Yang martial house. The Mo clan disciple said. What? Mo Hai's expression changed. Yesterday, when Lin Tian was on the brink of death, his big brother Mo had personally chased after him. How could Mo disappear now, and Lin Tian return to the Nine-Yang martial house? Mo was a cultivator at the 9th firmament of the divine vein realm, and he was about to enter the spiritual sea realm. Lin Tian shouldn't have been able to escape from Mo. Are you sure that little bastard has returned to the martial house? Mo Hai's face darkened. The Mo clan disciple who came to report trembled. This subordinate has repeatedly asked. That Lin Tian has indeed returned to the martial house. How is that possible? Mo Hai was shocked and angry. Immediately, Mo Hai walked out of the dark forest and questioned the Mo clan disciples who were blocking the exit of the dark forest. Unfortunately, these people didn't see Lin Tian walk out of the dark forest. Mo Hai's heart sank, and an ominous feeling arose spontaneously. Leave a group of people to search for my big brother. The rest of you return to the clan, Mo Hai said in a deep voice. At this moment, Mo Hai's face was very ugly, and it was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. His Mo clan had sent half of the clan's elites to hunt down Lin Tian. Even the patriarch and the strongest person in the clan, Moe, had come personally. However, in the end, 20 of the clan's elites had died, the strongest Moe had gone missing, and the hunted Lin Tian had appeared out of nowhere in the Nine-Yong martial house. Mo Hai felt that the Mo clan had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. For the past 3 days, Moe was still missing. As a martial house elder, he had disappeared for a few days and did not carry out his duties in the martial house. Naturally, the Nine-Yong martial house had to inquire about him. On this day, Sherdong and Mu Qing personally came to the Mo clan. My big brother was delayed by an extremely important matter. I estimate that it will take some time. Because he left in a hurry, he was unable to inform the martial house in time. I am very sorry, Mo Hai said. Although the Mo clan was a martial arts clan, it was still insufficient in front of the Nine-Yong martial house. The Nine-Yong martial house was established by the empire. Sherdong and Mu Qing frowned, but they didn't ask much. There are many matters in the martial house, and the elders cannot shirk their duties. If Patriarch Mo's big brother returns, please inform him to return to the martial house immediately. Mu Qing said. Yes, definitely, Mo Hai said. Mu Qing and Sherdong nodded and turned to leave the Mo clan. Chapter 75. Seeing Mu Qing and Sherdong walking away, Mo Hai's face turned gloomy. As the only martial family in Fengjian City, the Mo clan's biggest deterrent wasn't him as the clan head, but his elder brother Mo. Whether it was his status as a martial house elder or his cultivation at the 9th level of the divine vein realm, it was enough to deter anyone. Pass down the order to send more men. We must find my elder brother's whereabouts as soon as possible. Mo Hai shouted. Yes, clan head. A Mo clan disciple received the order and quickly led a team of elites to the dark forest. In the main hall, Mo Hai was lost in thought as he looked into the distance. In these 3 days, Mo Hai sometimes wondered if something had happened to his elder brother Moe. Otherwise, how could there be no news from him for 3 days? But every time he had such a thought, Mo Hai would shake his head. An expert at the 9th level of the divine vein realm could even escape from a class 7 demonic beast. How could something have happened to him? Elder brother, where are you? Mo Hai murmured, staring in the direction of the Nine-Yong martial house. Mo Hai's eyes turned cold. Moe was missing, but Lin Tian returned to the Nine-Yong martial house safe and sound. This made his hatred for Lin Tian even stronger. He wanted to cut off Lin Tian's flesh and blood at the Nine-Yong martial house. Today was the 63rd day since Lin Tian entered the Nine-Yong martial house. At night, starlight fell like the Milky Way, continuously converging at Lin Tian's residence. In the pavilion, Lin Tian had a focused expression as he circulated the 4 extreme meridians, guiding the heaven and earth spiritual chi and the power of stars into his organs as he forged again and again. Buzz! A faint silver light lingered on the surface of Lin Tian's body, and his breathing became smoother. The next day, just as dawn broke, Lin Tian stood up and walked towards the direction of the wild wave's heavy array after breathing in and out while facing the morning sun. Walking straight into the 3 times gravity zone, Lin Tian's eyes flashed as he took out the origin returning sword from the stone ring. In an instant, Lin Tian felt his right hand become heavy, and the hand holding the sword became unstable. The difference between holding a sword in the 3x gravity zone and the outside world is like heaven and earth. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian's eyes became serious. Azure, thunder, sword technique. With a low shout, Lin Tian raised his right hand and started to operate the Azure Thunder Sword art. He slowly swung his long sword. Swinging his sword in this 3x gravity zone, Lin Tian felt that his right hand was astonishingly heavy. His swinging motion was incomparably slow, almost as slow as a snail. But even so, Lin Tian did not stop. There was always a process to everything, and it was naturally impossible for him to be as free and easy as he was at the start. In the blink of an eye, for hours passed. Practicing the Azure Thunder Sword skill in the Wild Waves heavy array consumed true essence much faster than usual. Therefore, even though this was the second time Lin Tian had entered the 3x gravity zone, the time he could last was actually shorter. Walking out of the array, Lin Tianwei took a few deep breaths. "Kid, what happened today?" Luo Xiao was perplexed. Yesterday, his complexion was only slightly pale. Today, after 4 hours, why was his condition worse? "I did some vigorous exercise today," Lin Tian said embarrassedly. "Vigorous exercise?" Luo Xiao was slightly taken aback, but immediately understood. "You were practicing martial skills in the array." "Yes." Lin Tian Dao. Luo Xiao nodded. "And this is a good idea. A few years ago, there were also genius disciples of the martial house who did this, and the results were not bad. If you can smoothly practice martial skills in the Wild Waves heavy array, when you return to the outside world, whether it is your comprehension of martial skills or the power of your martial skills, they will all increase by a lot." After a pause, Luo Xiao continued, "However, kid, I still say the same thing last time. You have to know when to stop and when to stop. Don't damage your body because of too much hard work. If you do that, it will be a waste of time." Lin Tian nodded and bowed. "Thank you, Senior, for your advice." Although he was confident, he was still very grateful for Luo Xiao's good intentions. After returning to his residence, Lin Tian rested for a few hours before returning to the pavilion to inscribe the spirit-gathering runes. Time always passed quickly, and Lin Tian's 1-month cultivation time in the Wild Waves heavy array was up. Not long after, a new month came, and the cultivation time began to recalculate. He could once again enter the array to cultivate. On this day, Lin Tian had been in the 9-yang martial house for 69 days. Clang! In the 3x gravity zone, the sound of a sword reverberated. Lin Tian circulated the Azure Thunder Sword art's general principles and swung his sword one after another. After entering the 3x gravity zone several times in a row, Lin Tian's body had completely adapted to this zone. Although the speed and power of his sword were far from comparable to the outside world, it was still powerful enough. With a single strike, thunder roared. Clang! 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 Gradually, as Lin Tian became more and more accustomed to the 3x gravity zone, the power of his sword became stronger and stronger. Every time he swung his sword, it was as if there was a bolt of lightning striking down. Not only was there the sound of the sword whistling, but there was also the sound of thunder rumbling. In the 2x gravity zone, many disciples were shocked by the sound. "Who is this? He is actually cultivating in the 3x gravity zone. It's that Lin Tian. What kind of martial technique is he cultivating? How can it be so powerful in the 3x gravity zone? Could it be a divine vein realm martial technique? How is that possible? He is still far from reaching the divine vein realm. But this kind of power," many people's hearts palpitated. After a few hours, Lin Tian felt a little exhausted and withdrew his sword. With a wave of his right hand, the origin returning sword returned to the stone ring. The moment the sword left his hand, Lin Tian felt as though his right hand had been liberated. It became several times more agile. After walking out of the array, Luo Xiao sized him up as though he was looking at a monster. "Senior, You are. Lin Tian felt a little uncomfortable being stared at like that. All right. Hurry up and get lost. Looking at a brat like you, I feel like I have wasted all my years of cultivation. Luo Xiao scolded. When Lin Tian was cultivating the Azure Thunder Sword technique, he had created too much of a commotion. Even from outside the array, he could clearly feel the terrifying sword intent. If he could create such a commotion in the 3 times gravity zone, what would happen in the outside world? This kind of strength had completely surpassed the standards of the 8th level of body refinement. Lin Tian blushed with shame. He knew that Luo Xiao was joking. After bowing, he quickly ran away. Time passed by day. Every day, Lin Tian would cultivate for 8 hours in the frenzied waves heavy formation, rest for 8 hours in the afternoon, and use the spirit gathering runes to cultivate the 4 extreme scriptures at the top of the pavilion at night. Like this, after 7 days, Lin Tian had completely adapted to the 3 times gravity zone. Even in this kind of environment, he could smoothly use the Azure Thunder Sword technique. Every slash was shockingly powerful. In these 7 days, the effects of cultivating the Azure Thunder Sword technique in the Wild Waves array were not bad. He had already comprehended 20% of this sword technique. Very quickly, another 3 days passed. On this day, walking in the martial house, Lin Tian felt that the entire martial house was slightly nervous. There are still 10 days until the Inner Palace disciple selection. This time, I wonder who will be lucky enough to enter the Inner Palace. Lucky? If you want to enter the Inner Palace, you can only rely on your strength. That's true. The disciples of the martial house were whispering. Lin Tian finally understood why he felt that the martial house was slightly nervous. It turned out that the Inner Palace disciple selection was about to begin. Thinking of the Inner Palace disciple selection, Lin Tian couldn't help but think of Zhou Hao. He suddenly sneered. During the Outer Palace ranking trial in the Green Wind Ridge, Zhou Hao had plotted to kill him. It could be said that he was sinister and sinister. Lin Tian had always remembered that day's events, and the Inner Palace disciple selection was the day of the bet between the two of them. Lin Tian. A familiar voice floated from not far away. Lin Tian tilted his head and saw Sushu running towards him. Sushu was wearing a white dress today. With her fresh twin ponytails and beautiful face, she looked like a little princess. What's wrong, little Sushu? Lin Tian responded. Little Sushu. Sushu ground her teeth. Call me senior sister. Lin Tian rolled his eyes. How could he be willing? Seeing Lin Tian roll his eyes, Sushu snorted and said seriously, 10 days later is the Inner Palace disciple selection. It's also the day of the bet between you and Zhou Hao. What is your current cultivation level? Peak of the 8th layer of body refinement. Lin Tian on Dao. Peak of the 8th layer of body refinement. Sushu couldn't believe it. I just reached the 8th layer of body refinement. You're higher than me? Hearing Lin Tian's words, Sushu was shocked. In just 2 months, Lin Tian actually went from the 5th layer of body refinement to the peak of the 8th layer of body refinement. Even if you're a 9-star talent, you're not that monstrous. Sushu stared. Can't help it. I'm just that monstrous. Lin Tian shrugged and looked at Sushu. He jokingly said, Oh right, what's that saying again? The one who reaches the top is the teacher. I won't take advantage of you. You don't need to call me master. Call me senior brother. Go die, Sushu angrily said and ruthlessly kicked Lin Tian's foot. After this, Sushu suddenly sighed. What's wrong? Lin Tian was a bit strange. Sushu rolled her eyes. I have 2 pieces of news. One is good news and one is bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Lin Tian. This girl. She's still using this trick. Let's hear the good news first. Lin Tian said. The good news is that Moe is missing. He's been missing for almost a month. No matter if it's the Nanyang Martial House or the Mo family, They couldn't find a trace of Moe. It's as if he disappeared from the face of the earth. Sushu said, "You have a grudge with the Mo family. Does this news make you happy?" At the beginning, Mo Hai said that Moe was delayed by something. But as the inner house selection neared, the martial house became busier and busier. Moe still couldn't be found. So Mu Qing and Sherdong came to visit again. At this time, Mo Hai couldn't hide anymore and could only tell the truth. Sushu also heard this news from Mu Qing. Lin Tian pretended to be surprised. Moe is missing. And he's missing. There's no news. Sushu nodded. Then it's really good news. Lin Tian smiled. Moe was dragged into the terrifying bloody crevice. There was no doubt that not even his bones were left. It would be strange if there was any news. Looking at Sushu, Lin Tian said, "What's the bad news?" Chapter 76. Lin Tianwei was shocked. Zhou Hao had actually stepped into the divine pulse realm. This wasn't good news. When she saw Lin Tian fall silent, Sushu said, "You don't have to be too worried. I'll tell Master about this. Moreover, even though Zhou Hao isn't much, he wouldn't go so far as to kill you." Lin Tian smiled and flicked Sushu's forehead. Naive girl. Back in Greenwind Ridge, Zhou Hao had plotted to kill him. Since the two of them had already signed a life and death contract, how could Zhou Hao show any mercy to him? Zhou Hao might not be merciless in front of the martial house, but he would definitely use some dirty tricks. Even if he didn't kill him, he would at least cripple him. Sushu covered her forehead and gritted her teeth at Lin Tian. "What are you doing?" "Nothing." Lin Tian smiled. "I just want to tell you not to worry. After all, he has just entered the divine pulse realm." "Just entered the divine pulse realm?" Sushu glared. She was worried after hearing the news. But this guy didn't seem to care at all. Even if he had just entered the divine pulse realm, he was still in the divine pulse realm. "Don't worry about it." Lin Tian Dao. "You're not worried?" "What am I worried about?" Sushu puffed up her cheeks. Lin Tian smiled. He was grateful that Sushu was worried about him. "All right, where are you going?" Sushu asked. "Wild Waves Formation. I'm going there to train my body." Lin Tian Dao. "Wild Waves Formation." Sushu thought for a moment and said, "I'll go too. Let's go together." Soon, the two arrived at the Wild Waves Formation. "Little monster, you're here." Seeing Lin Tian arrive, Luo Xiao greeted him. Lin Tian. Ever since Luo Xiao saw him using the Azure Thunder Sword art in the 3-time zone, Luo Xiao changed the way he addressed him. Little monster made him sweat. "Little monster?" Sushu stared at Lin Tian curiously. Lin Tian was helpless and couldn't be bothered to say anything. After informing Luo Xiao, Lin Tian walked towards the center of the Wild Waves Formation. Sushu followed behind him. What a troublesome formation. As soon as she entered the array, Sushu began to mutter. Although her cultivation was at the 8th layer of the body refinement realm, she was still a girl and her body was a bit weak. Being in this wild wave array, the pressure from the enormous gravity made her feel very uncomfortable. It's normal to suffer a little on the path of martial arts. Otherwise, why would martial artists be more powerful than ordinary people? Lin Tian smiled. If you want to get something, you have to give something. Sushu looked at Lin Tian in surprise. I didn't expect you to say something so philosophical. Lin Tian was speechless. In this little girl's eyes, what kind of person was he? Passing through the 2x gravity zone, the two of them were very relaxed. There was no need to mention Lin Tian. As for Sushu, she was already at the 8th layer of the body refinement realm, so the 2x gravity was nothing to her. Moreover, this was not her first time here. Very quickly, the two of them walked a distance and arrived at the boundary between the 2 and 3x gravity zone. Lin Tian walked forward, heading towards the 3x gravity zone. Hey, what are you doing? Sushu pulled him back. What? Lin Tian was stunned. He pointed at the 3 times gravity zone and said, "Over there!" Over there? Sushu stared at him. That is the 3 times gravity zone. Without a cultivation at the 9th layer of the body refinement realm, you'll suffer for nothing. Do you have nothing better to do than to suffer? Ever since the Marshall House was founded, this wild wave array had always existed. After so many years, after so many disciples, the adaptability of this wild wave array had been summed up by some people. For the 3 times gravity zone, one had to be at least at the 9th layer of the body refinement realm to enter. Otherwise, it would be very hard to withstand the pressure. If one tried to enter before reaching the 9th layer of the body refinement realm, it would cause great damage to one's body. Relax, I know what I'm doing, Lin Tian Ondao said. After he finished speaking, he casually walked over. After walking a few steps, he turned around to look at Sushu. Look, these days he had spent several hours cultivating in this wild wave array. He had already adapted to the 3 times gravity zone. Sushu stared at him with an expression of disbelief. If Lin Tian found it difficult to move in the 3 times gravity zone, she could barely accept it. But now, it seemed like Lin Tian had a relaxed expression. Lin Tian shrugged and said, "Do you want to come in and try?" No. Sushu flatly refused. She had just reached the 8th layer of the body refinement realm. If she entered the 3 times gravity zone, she would definitely suffer. Lin Tian smiled and didn't mind. He began to cultivate in the 3 times gravity zone. Because Sushu was here, he didn't take out the origin returning sword from the stone ring. After all, the stone ring was too rare. According to the normal price, it would cost at least 1.5 million spirit coins. If Sushu asked, he wouldn't know how to answer. In the blink of an eye, 8 hours passed. Lin Tian and Sushu walked out of the wild wave array. On the way back to their residence, Sushu looked at Lin Tian like she was looking at a monster. With a cultivation at the 8th layer of the body refinement realm, he could actually move freely in the 3 times gravity zone of the wild wave array. This was a bit too much. But there is still a big difference between you and the divine pulse realm. If you also cultivated for 2 years, how could Zhou Hao be your opponent? Sushu curled her lips. Regarding Lin Tian's monstrous level, she refreshed herself again and again. But even so, there was still a huge gap between the body refinement realm and the divine pulse realm. Lin Tian was now at the 8th layer of the body refinement realm. If an 8th layer of the body refinement realm wanted to defeat a divine pulse realm expert, it was simply impossible. Sushu's voice was very soft, but Lin Tian could still hear it clearly. If I cultivated for 2 years, I could crush him with a single finger. Lin Tian said. Sushu rolled her eyes. I'm talking about you, and you're still panting. No, I'm just speaking the truth. Lin Tian said with a smile. A long time had passed since noon. At a fork in the road, Lin Tian and Sushu parted ways. Because the inner house selection competition was in 10 days, Sushu also had to prepare. After returning to his residence, Lin Tian washed up and entered his room to rest as usual. At night, he woke up on time and went to the top pavilion to inscribe spirit-gathering runes to cultivate. Divine Pulse Realm? 10 days later, when I step into the 9th layer of the body refinement realm, I might be able to win. Lin Tian thought to himself. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He took a deep breath and started to cultivate seriously. After knowing that Zhou Hao had stepped into the Divine Pulse Realm, Lin Tian more or less felt a trace of pressure. In the next few days, he no longer headed to the Wild Waves Heavy Formation. Instead, he frantically inscribed spirit-gathering runes to cultivate the 4 extreme scripture. In the past, he would only use 1 spirit-gathering rune each time he cultivated. But in these few days, he activated 3 spirit-gathering runes each time. In the blink of an eye, another 6 days passed. In these 6 days, other than resting and eating, Lin Tian cultivated all the time. On this day, in the middle of the night, Lin Tian sat cross-legged at the top pavilion. Resplendent starlight shone down, and spirit qi surged from all directions, completely enveloping him. It was denser than ever before. Lin Tian closed his eyes tightly and couldn't help but frown. At this moment, the pain of tempering his organs suddenly increased by several times, as if 10,000 arrows were piercing his heart. Gradually, Lin Tian couldn't help but let out a dull groan. So painful! Lin Tian gritted his teeth. As the spirit qi of heaven and earth and the rich power of stars enveloped him, another 15 minutes passed. Lin Tian's body rumbled with the sound of wind and thunder. At this moment, Lin Tian felt even more intense pain. However, he endured it. Buzz! On the surface of his body, silver light lingered and became denser. Just like that, another hour passed. Just as Lin Tian was about to be unable to endure this inhumane pain, the sound of wind and thunder in his body became even more violent. Boom! A majestic force surged and filled every corner of his body. The intense pain disappeared, and Lin Tian gasped for breath. After several breaths, he barely managed to recover. Standing up, Lin Tian felt his body become several times lighter. As he clenched his fists slightly, his strength became stronger. 9th level body, refinement realm. After a slight comprehension, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. After 6 days of hard work and using a total of close to 100 spirit gathering runes, he finally stepped into the 9th level body, refinement realm. Trying to take deep breaths, Lin Tian realized that it was easier to breathe than before. Trying to hold his breath, he could already hold on for more than an hour. The body refinement realm was about to reach the end. Circulating the 4 extremes meridians again, Lin Tian realized that the true essence in his blood, flesh, tendons, bones, and organs formed a large circulation link, causing his true essence to become denser and his blood qi to become denser. Compared to the 8th level body refinement realm, my combat strength has increased by about 3 times. Lin Tian thought to himself. With a flash of light in his eyes, Lin Tian sat down cross-legged again and circulated the 4 extremes meridians, beginning to consolidate his 9th level body refinement realm cultivation. Cultivating martial arts was similar to building a house. The foundation was the most important. If the foundation wasn't solid, the later parts wouldn't be too stable. Lin Tian was very clear on this point. Therefore, every time he advanced, he would seriously consolidate his realm. Soon, the stars were hidden and the morning sun shone down. Lin Tian walked down from the roof and returned to his room to rest for several hours. He only woke up in the afternoon. After eating a simple meal, Lin Tian walked towards the Wild Waves Formation. He stepped into the 3x gravity zone and began to cultivate the Azure Thunder Sword art. Come! The ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out, and the sound of thunder spread in all directions. Outside the formation, Luo Xiao looked inside the Wild Waves Formation. Although he couldn't see Lin Tian's figure clearly, because he had seen it once in the 2x gravity zone, he could tell that it was Lin Tian just by hearing the sound. He was speechless for a moment. This little monster seems to have gotten stronger again. Seriously, Luo Xiao didn't know what to say. Lin Tian cultivated in the Wild Waves Formation for a total of 8 hours. 8 hours of cultivation caused his understanding of the Azure Thunder Sword art to become even more profound. After that, he walked out of the formation and returned to his room. After resting for a while, he began to cultivate the 4 extremes meridians. Time waits for no one. In the blink of an eye, the last 4 days had passed. In these 4 days, Lin Tian spent almost all of his time in the Wild Waves Formation. On the 4th day, he could already barely enter the 4x gravity zone. As for the Azure Thunder Sword art, he had already completely mastered the remaining 30%. Now, every strike of his sword was comparable to a middle-level body, refinement realm martial skill. It was shockingly strong. P.S. Sorry, I'm a bit stuck. The second update should be around 9 p.m. Chapter 77. Early in the morning, the sun shone on the earth. The air was fresh and the spirit energy was dense. Dong! On this day, the sound of a bell echoed throughout the Nine-Yang martial house. The sound lingered for a long time. The inner house selection had begun. In the disciples' dormitory area, Lin Tian heard the sound and his eyes flashed. He took out the origin restoring sword from the stone ring and tied it to his back. After informing Lin Shi, he walked towards the martial arts practice field. When he arrived at the martial arts practice field, it was already surrounded by people. Not all of these people were here to participate in the inner house selection, because participating in the inner house selection required a certain amount of qualifications. Their cultivation had to be at least at the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Just this point alone was enough to sweep away most of the disciples. At least among the hundreds of new disciples, only 2 or 3 people were qualified to participate in the inner house selection. Therefore, most of these people were here to watch the selection process. I heard that the rewards for this inner house selection are very rich. The first place in the overall results seems to be a divine accumulation pill. After a martial artist at the 9th level of the body refinement realm consumes it, they can directly enter the divine pulse realm. No way they're willing to take out such a pill as a reward. Someone was surprised. It seems that the martial house is going all out this time. That's right. There are many geniuses among the outer house, disciples this time. Naturally, the martial house will pay attention to it. It is said that other than the divine accumulation pill, there are other rich rewards that are extraordinary. However, there are only 5 spots for the inner house disciples. I don't know which 5 people will be the best this time. Many disciples gathered together in 2s and 3s. From time to time, there would be discussions. Among them, those who were not qualified to participate were envious and yearning. Those who were qualified to participate were full of anticipation and excitement. The reason for this was because there was a huge difference between the inner palace and the outer palace. Simply put, if one entered the inner palace, they would be able to obtain more cultivation resources. Entering the inner palace was also a kind of affirmation for the disciples of the martial house. Once they entered the inner palace, in the future, no matter where they went, they would be highly sought after. In the corner, Lin Tian was also startled when he heard these discussions. Divine accumulation pill? Lin Tian muttered to himself. However, to directly reach the divine vein realm from the 9th level of the refinement realm, this divine accumulation pill was truly astonishing. It was definitely more valuable than the 9 melody essence pill. Thinking about it, Lin Tian's eyes flickered. He couldn't help looking forward to it. If he could obtain the divine accumulation pill, wouldn't he be able to step into the divine vein realm? Similar to him, many disciples in the surroundings were also thinking about the divine accumulation pill. The divine accumulation pill. It can allow one to directly reach the divine vein realm from the 9th layer of the body refinement realm. It would be great if I could obtain this pill. Some people were filled with anticipation. Come on, stop daydreaming. Let's not talk about other things, but this divine accumulation pill has already been decided. Internally decided? What do you mean? Do you know that Zhou Hao? It is said that this person has already advanced to the divine vein realm. He does not even need to participate in the test and can directly enter the inner palace. As for the first place prize, the divine accumulation pill, it will naturally be his in the end. What? He has already stepped into the divine pulse realm. Many people were shocked. The Nine-Yang martial house had been established for hundreds of years. In the hundreds of years of history, the number of people who could reach the divine vein realm in the outer palace could be counted with one hand. How could Zhou Hao not be surprised that he had already reached the divine vein realm before entering the inner palace? Hearing this news, many disciples of the martial house widened their eyes. At this time, someone at the side raised a question. Since he has already entered the divine vein realm, wouldn't it be a waste to give the divine accumulation pill to Zhou Hao? Waste? How is that possible? Do you know the value of a divine accumulation pill? After Zhou Hao obtains the divine accumulation pill, he can take it to the e-treasure pavilion to auction. The transaction amount will be at least 2 million spirit coins, which is equivalent to a mid-grade artifact. A mid-grade artifact was enough to increase a martial artist's battle power by 80%. This Zhou Hao has already entered the divine vein realm. Even if he does not participate in the test, the martial house will still give the divine accumulation pill to him. This is a matter of course. I believe that no disciple of the martial house will have any objections. That is true, but I still feel that it is a waste. Wouldn't it be better if this divine accumulation pill was given to another disciple at the 9th layer of the body refinement realm? At least for the martial house. It is a good thing as they can nurture another divine vein realm disciple. I guess the martial house did not expect that someone could reach the divine vein realm before entering the inner palace. The reward has already been announced, so it is impossible to change it. The person who spoke rolled his eyes and said, "However, if you really feel that it is a waste, you can challenge him. As long as you win, the divine accumulation pill will naturally be yours." Challenge a divine vein realm expert? Isn't that just asking for humiliation? I was just saying it. Besides, I am only at the 6th layer of the body refinement realm. I am still far from the 9th layer of the body refinement realm. It's good that you know. In the field, voices came out one after another. Hearing these people's words, the corner of Lin Tian's mouth rose. The day of the bet with Zhou Hao happened to be the day of the inner palace election. If he defeated Zhou Hao, the divine accumulation pill would be his. At this moment, there was a commotion in the crowd not far away. 2 young men walked over. The one in the lead was wearing a golden robe and had an imposing appearance. Zhou Hao. Many people were surprised and automatically opened up a path for him. The number 1 disciple of the outer palace, and he was also at the divine vein realm. Many people's faces were filled with awe. Zhou Hao walked over with another person beside him. He was wearing a green robe and had an extraordinary appearance. It was Lu Sheng. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at Zhou Hao and Lu Sheng. His eyes instantly turned cold. These 2 people were already on his blacklist. As if he felt Lin Tian's gaze, Zhou Hao looked over and said, "Brother Lin." After pausing for a moment, Zhou Hao smiled and said, "When I saw Brother Lin being dragged away by the 100-legged beast during the outer palace trial, I was worried for a long time. Now that I see Brother Lin standing here safe and sound, I'm really relieved." "Relieved?" Lin Tiantan smiled. "Why do I feel like it's more of a disappointment?" "How could that be?" Brother Lin must be joking. Zhou Hao's expression didn't change. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhou Hao. He found that Zhou Hao's aura had indeed changed. It gave him a faint sense of oppression. He had indeed stepped into the divine vein realm. Many people in the surroundings noticed this and were shocked. Who is that young man with a long sword on his back? He can actually talk to that Zhou Hao. Damn, you don't even know this person? Is this person very famous? Nonsense. This person is called Lin Tian. He is a 9-star talent and ranked first in the new disciple assessment. Not long ago, he was ranked 2nd in the outer palace election, just below Zhou Hao. At that time, he had only entered the martial house for a month. So strong. If that's the case, won't this person be able to enter the inner palace in this inner palace election? It's very possible. Although he is far from being comparable to Zhou Hao, he has at least a 70% chance of entering the inner palace. Many people were shocked. Some of the older disciples were embarrassed. A new disciple's fame actually suppressed their heads. Lin Tian naturally heard these discussions, but he didn't care at all. Tilting his head to look at Lu Sheng, Lin Tianten smiled faintly and said, "Speaking of which, when we met in the dark forest last time, you should have obtained a lot of benefits from my traces, right?" "I don't understand what you are talking about," Lu Sheng said coldly. "Is that so?" Lin Tian said strangely, after we met in the dark forest. Didn't you tell the MO family that I was in the dark forest? You should know that I have a grudge with the MO family. The MO family is trying to kill me by every means possible. If you tell the MO family this news, you should get a handsome reward." Lu Sheng snorted. "Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. I, Lu Sheng, am an indomitable spirit, and disdain to do such a thing. The MO family going to the dark forest to kill you has nothing to do with me." "Oh, how did you know that the MO family went to the dark forest to kill me?" "I don't think I mentioned this." Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. "Or is it that the MO family's patriarch went to the dark forest to kill me, and he still has to report to you, Lu Sheng?" Lu Sheng was suddenly speechless, and his face became ugly. Lin Tianling smiled. Heart of a gentleman? Indomitable spirit? Staring at Lu Sheng, a murderous intent brewed in his eyes. Facing such an icy gaze, Lu Sheng could not help but tremble, and could not help but retreat. Right at this moment, in the martial arts practice field, another bell sounded. Dong! This bell sound was louder than the first. This bell sound was to summon the participants of the inner palace election. Lin Tian looked towards the origin of the bell sound. There was a high platform there. This high platform had just been built, prepared for the inner palace disciple selection. After this bell sound, everyone here walked towards the high platform. Soon, this place became empty. Lin Tianling coldly swept a glance at Lu Sheng, turned around and left. "Brother Lin, wait a moment." Regarding this bell sound, Zhou Hao did not care much. He called out to Lin Tian and said with a faint smile, "Speaking of which, we set the bet battle 3 months ago. Brother Lin, you shouldn't have forgotten, right?" Lin Tian stopped his footsteps, turned back to look at Zhou Hao, and narrowed his eyes slightly. After a moment, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Of course, I remember very clearly." "That's good," Zhou Hao said with a smile. "Then this battle will be set after the inner palace disciple selection is confirmed. What do you think, Brother Lin?" Lin Tian stared at Zhou Hao, and after a while the corners of his mouth became wider, but with a hint of evil. "What a coincidence! We thought of the same thing." After saying this, Lin Tian turned around and walked towards the high platform. Looking at Lin Tian's back, Lu Sheng's eyes were filled with malice. This stinking brat, too arrogant. Lu Sheng clenched his fists. Arrogant people don't live long. Why be angry with him? Zhou Hao said with a smile. Lu Sheng was stunned. "Young Master Zhou, what do you mean?" Zhou Hao did not answer Lu Sheng's question, and said with a smile on his face, "I just checked. His current cultivation is at the 9th firmament of body refinement." "What? How is that possible?" Lu Sheng was shocked. He had been in the Nanyang martial house for more than a year, and now he had just reached the 8th firmament of body refinement. However, Lin Tian had only been in the martial house for 3 months, and now he had already reached the 9th firmament of body refinement. He actually surpassed him. With his current strength, he should be able to enter the inner palace. Zhou Hao's face was still smiling. Lu Sheng put away his surprise and looked at the smile on Zhou Hao's face. He revealed a puzzled expression and carefully said, "Young Master Zhou, that I don't understand. That Lin Tian being able to enter the inner palace is not a good thing." "Young Master Zhou, why do you look so happy?" Chapter 78. Lu Sheng was startled, but he quickly understood. He was pleasantly surprised at first, but then his expression turned sinister. Lu Sheng understood Zhou Hao's words. After Lin Tian obtained the inner palace spot, it would be time for him to duel with Zhou Hao. The two had already signed a life and death contract 3 months ago. In the duel, whether Zhou Hao crippled Lin Tian or killed Lin Tian, it would be a very normal thing to do. Now that Zhou Hao was in the divine vein realm, he could easily do either. Just as he was about to enter the inner palace, his status would increase, and his future would be wide and smooth. But if at this time his martial physique was crippled in the duel, or even died in the duel, how regretful would that be? Falling from heaven to hell is far more despairing than falling directly to hell. Lu Shan laughed sinisterly, as expected of young Master Zhou. Zhou Hao's eyes were cold. You dare to approach the person I fancy. You're courting death. When he was in Greenwind Ridge, he had schemed to frame Lin Tian. That sword strike had already completely torn off all pretenses with Lin Tian. When he was in front of others, he would conceal it a little. But in front of his trusted aide, Lu Shan, he no longer concealed anything. On the high platform of the martial arts practice field, almost all the disciples were gathered here. On this day, the inner palace selection had begun. Not only were all the disciples from the outer palace here, even some from the inner palace had rushed here to personally watch. After all, after the inner palace selection, 5 people from the outer palace would enter the inner palace to cultivate. These 5 people would be their future competitors, so there was no harm in coming early to watch. Below the high platform, the crowd was slightly excited, and from time to time, there would be noises. Quiet! A cold shout came from the high platform, and as this voice fell, the crowd quickly quieted down. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. This person glanced at the disciples and then continued, "The inner palace selection. I won't say anything unnecessary. I will only talk about the rules. First, those who have reached the 7th level of body refinement can participate in the selection. Second, all those who have the qualifications to enter the inner martial cave, and those who can last for 2 hours in the cave are qualified. Third, all those who have passed the inner palace grotto will simultaneously participate in an indiscriminate mixed battle on this high platform. The final 4 winners will be able to enter the inner palace. As for the overall ranking of the 4, it will be determined by the ranking of the inner martial cave's assessment. The ranking of the inner martial cave will be recorded by the ranking stone outside the cave." After pausing for a moment, the middle-aged man said, "The reason why the 4 of you are left behind is because there is already one person in the outer palace who has reached the divine vein realm. He doesn't need to participate in the assessment and will be confirmed as the overall first place. Of course, if any of the 4 winners are unconvinced, they can issue a challenge to that person. If they win, the first place will change. In addition, for the sake of fairness, all participating disciples are only allowed to use ordinary weapons throughout the entire process." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the crowd went into an uproar. Indeed, the rumors are true. Someone has stepped into the divine vein realm. To be able to step into the divine vein realm while still in the outer palace, this is terrifying. It is said that the final 4 victors can challenge anyone who is unconvinced. However, who would be so idiotic as to challenge a divine vein realm expert with a body refinement realm cultivation? Exactly. In other words, this selection is only a competition for the 2nd to 5th spots. Below the high platform, many disciples were whispering. At this moment, a dry cough was heard. On the high platform, someone walked out. It was the martial house's elder Mu Qing. The inner palace selection was an important day, so the martial house's elders would naturally be present. Mu Qing's expression was calm as he looked at the disciples and said, "Everyone, I wish you all the best." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Qing went straight to the main topic. Now the selection begins. All qualified disciples, head to the inner martial cave. Yes, elder. Below the high platform, dozens of disciples responded in unison. There were close to 300 disciples in the 9 Yang martial house's outer palace, and a total of 49 disciples had reached the 7th level of body refinement realm. Soon, these 49 disciples were led by the middle-aged man to the so-called inner martial cave. The inner martial cave was a huge mountain cave. Inside, there was a comprehensive formation array. The formation array covered an area of about a few hundred feet. Looking at the inner martial cave, there was a strange stone that was about 10 feet tall. This must be the inner Marshall Cave's ranking stone. It can actually analyze the results of the disciples in the inner Marshall Cave and record their rankings. Truly amazing. Lin Tian thought to himself. The inner Marshall Cave was rumored to be composed of a small violent wave-heavy array and a huge illusory killing array. The violent wave-heavy array naturally pressured the disciples who entered, suppressing their strength and speed. As for the illusory killing array, it would create some demonic beasts to attack the disciples. Of course, the illusory killing array would not actually kill the disciples who entered. However, once the disciples were killed, they would be automatically sent out of the inner Marshall Cave by the array. After that, the ranking stone would use the disciples' time in the inner Marshall Cave as well as the level and number of demonic beasts they killed as a benchmark to rank them. Looking at the inner Marshall Cave in front of them, many disciples were surprised, especially the 49 Outer Palace disciples who participated in the selection. Many of them clenched their fists. Hey! Lin Tian was patted by someone and Su Shu appeared beside him. Lin Tian looked at Su Shu and was speechless. You really came to join in the fun? Su Shu was currently at the 8th heavenly layer of body refinement, so she indeed had the qualifications to participate in the inner palace selections. However, Lin Tian knew that the reason this little girl participated in the inner palace elections was because she wanted to fight for Mu Qing's glory, just like last time during the outer palace ranking trial. As for the so-called cultivation resources of the inner palace, as well as the glory and status that came with being an inner palace disciple, Su Shu didn't care. After all, she was Mu Qing's last disciple. Just this point alone was enough for her to be proud of. In terms of status, how could an inner palace disciple compare to a Marshall House elder's last disciple? What do you mean by joining in the fun? Don't you know how to speak properly? Su Shu ground her teeth. Lin Tian. At this moment, the middle-aged man coughed and looked at the crowd of disciples. Now you can enter. After entering the inner Marshall Cave, those who can last for 2 hours will be considered to have passed this round of assessment. Otherwise, those who are teleported out within 2 hours will be considered to have failed. The middle-aged man swept his gaze over the dozens of disciples and raised his voice. Everyone enter! Yes, the disciples responded once again. There was only one door in the inner Marshall Cave. Looking from afar, the door flickered with brilliance, giving people a sense of mystery. Let's go, Su Shu said. Lin Tian nodded and followed Su Shu as they slowly walked in. As soon as he stepped into the inner Marshall Cave, Lin Tian suddenly felt his vision darken. Then, a dim light flickered around him. Slightly stunned, Lin Tian realized that Su Shu, who came in with him, had disappeared. He was the only one left in all directions. In this space, he could not see anyone else, nor could he see the scene outside the inner Marshall Cave. Buzz! Suddenly, the space changed again. Lin Tian suddenly felt his body sink. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. The gravity had increased. Slightly sensing, Lin Tian quickly realized that this gravity was between 2 and 3 times the normal gravity. For the current him, it was nothing. Under this gravity, he could move freely. Of course, even so, his combat power would still be suppressed. After all, this was not the outside world. Following a roar, a demonic beast gradually condensed in front of him. This is the demonic beast formed by the illusory killing array? Lin Tian whispered. Looking at this demonic beast, Lin Tianyi determined its level. It was an early 2nd level demonic beast, comparable to the 4th level of the refinement realm. The demonic beast roared and rushed towards Lin Tian. This illusory killing array is really realistic. Lin Tian was shocked. When the demonic beast rushed over, he could even feel its breathing. It was as if this demonic beast was a real entity. While he was thinking, the demonic beast had already rushed in front of him. Without hesitation, Lin Tian raised his sword and cut it in half. The long sword in his hand was given to him by the Marshall House before the assessment. It was an ordinary long sword. The other disciples who participated in the assessment were also given weapons of the same level. After cutting down this demonic beast, Lin Tian stood still and did not move. In the next moment, another roar sounded. This time, a total of 5 demonic beasts condensed. Moreover, these 5 demonic beasts were all at the peak of the 2nd level, comparable to the 6th level of the refinement realm. Roar! With a loud roar, the 5 demonic beasts surrounded Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian's current strength was extremely strong. With his cultivation at the 9th level of the refinement realm, how could he care about a few 2nd-level demonic beasts? Seeing the 5 demonic beasts rushing over, Lin Tian did not move and still casually swung his sword. Pooh! 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 In the blink of an eye, the 5 demonic beasts were completely killed. However, everything did not end there. After Lin Tian killed these 5 2nd-level demonic beasts, more demonic beasts condensed out of thin air. There were a total of 10 demonic beasts, each of them at the peak of the 2nd level, and all of them were extremely ferocious. In this regard, Lin Tian's expression was very calm. His hand raised and his sword fell. Pooh! 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 Blood splashed in this dark space. Soon, the 10 demonic beasts were killed one by one. It seems that in the inner martial cave, the demonic beasts formed by the illusionary killing array will slowly increase in level and quantity. This will work together with the wild wave array to deplete the true essence of the examinee. In the end, the examinee will either be killed due to exhaustion of true essence or insufficient strength. In short, they will all die and then be transported out. Lin Tian thought to himself, however, just based on the demonic beasts level, there should not be any 4th-level demonic beasts. The inner martial cave was set up to select inner martial disciples from the outer martial cave. The outer martial disciples were all at the refinement realm, so naturally, there would not be any 4th-level demonic beasts in the inner martial cave. As for people like Zhou, who had reached the divine pulse realm in the outer martial cave, these people did not need to participate in the assessment and could directly enter the inner martial cave. Just as Lin Tian finished thinking, an even more shocking roar sounded. In front of him, a demonic beast covered in scales appeared. Its eyes were blood red and its evil aura was shocking. This was a middle-level 3rd-level demonic beast, comparable to the 8th level of the refinement realm. As expected, Lin Tian whispered. Without hesitation, Lin Tian waved the long sword in his hand and rushed out like lightning, slashing towards the demonic beast's throat. Chapter 79. Seeing Lin Tian rushing towards it, the demonic beast roared and a sharp barb extended from its tail towards Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian's speed was too fast. In a flash, he disappeared and the long sword in his hand slashed through the demonic beast's throat. Puff! The demonic beast's head flew out and blood gushed out. Killing a mid-level 3 demonic beast in one move was considered normal. The current Lin Tian had such strength. Roar! Angry roars sounded again. This time, more than 10 mid-level 3 demonic beasts appeared. Lin Tian rushed into the group of demonic beasts and flipped the long sword in his hand. In this area where the gravity was close to 2, 5 times the long sword swung freely. Streaks of sword chi crisscrossed, and each sword accurately pierced the throat of a demonic beast. A one-hit kill. It saved time and effort. Because the inner martial cave also had the wild waves heavy array, the consumption of true origin energy was much faster than the outside world. Lin Tian knew this very well. Therefore, when he attacked the demonic beasts, his movements were very skillful. He would not waste his energy if he could save it. Until now, he had been attacking with ordinary sword moves and did not use any martial arts techniques. Soon, Lin Tian killed more than 10 mid-level 3 demonic beasts. The area was temporarily quiet. However, it was only for a moment. After about a few breaths, along with a fierce roar, a ghost-like figure appeared in front of Lin Tian. This figure was wrapped in a gray robe and looked like the legendary ghost. It made one's scalp tingle. Peak level 3 demonic beast, red-faced ghost. We meet again. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. The red-faced ghost let out a screeching sound like glass rubbing against each other. Its eyes were blood-red like a ghost's. With a roar, it charged towards Lin Tian. It was clearly just an illusion, but Lin Tian felt a wave of oppressive cold air. Crouching down slightly, Lin Tian's eyes were like torches as he stared at the red-faced ghost's throat. The illusionary killing array was different from the illusionary realm during the entrance exam. Although both were illusions, there were still some differences. The illusions in the illusionary killing array could only scare people. If one had a firm will and stood still, all the illusions would disappear. However, the illusionary killing array was different. If one did not put up any resistance, they would only be killed and transported out of the inner martial cave. Finally, the red-faced ghost approached and swiped at Lin Tian with its claws. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian moved. His body rushed out like lightning. Swish! With a light sound, Lin Tian and the red-faced ghost brushed past each other. Immediately, the red-faced ghost let out a blood-curdling scream as his throat was pierced by a sword. With a bang, he fell into a pool of blood. The red-faced ghost's weakness was the throat. This was something that Lin Tian already knew back in the Green Wind Ridge. Now that his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the body refinement realm, he didn't need to fear the red-faced ghost in a direct battle, not to mention the red-faced ghost's sword of lightning. Rumble! A loud, shaking sound rang out, and the entire space started to vibrate. Immediately, several peak-grade, 3 demonic beasts appeared in front of Lin Tian. "Come on," Lin Tian said in a deep voice. After saying that, Lin Tian took a deep breath. Immediately, his sword moved and stabbed in all directions. Unknowingly, more than half an hour had passed. During this period of time, there were disciples who were transported out of the inner martial cave. Most of these people who were transported out had pale faces. Immediately after, they disappeared into the crowd. Almost all of these people were killed by the demonic beasts in the inner martial cave before being transported out. Although they didn't really die, they still experienced the feeling of death. How many of them wouldn't be afraid? Of course, there were some brave people among them. Although their faces were pale, they weren't afraid. It's too difficult. Fighting in there feels like carrying a huge rock. No, it feels like my whole body is filled with mercury. Even waving my hand is troublesome. Moreover, the demonic beasts keep jumping out. It's really so difficult. Someone complained. These people were mostly old disciples, and their cultivations were at the 7th level of the refinement realm. Although they had tempered themselves in the wild waves heavy array, it was only in the 2 times gravity zone. However, the gravity in the inner martial cave was much stronger than the 2 times gravity zone. Suddenly entering it, these people were not used to it. Adding on the fact that these people had never truly battled under the multiple times gravity before, it was very difficult for these people to endure for more than 2 hours in the inner martial cave. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. In 2 hours, out of the 49 disciples who entered the inner martial cave, 23 of them were transported out. Out of 49 people who entered, 26 passed. Not bad. Mu Qing nodded. Sherdong smiled. I wonder how long that little guy can last. I'm really looking forward to it. Same. Mu Qing smiled. The 2 of them stood in the distance and looked in the direction of the inner martial cave. From the inner martial cave, the participating disciples could not see the outside world. It was the same for the outside world. They could not see the scene inside the inner martial cave. Mu Qing and Sherdong stood together and stared in the direction of the inner martial cave's main entrance. Once a disciple was killed in the inner martial cave, they would be transported out from the main entrance. Other than Mu Qing and Sherdong, there were also people watching from all directions. He passed the 2nd round. Zhou Hao had a smile on his face. However, under this smile, there was a sinister light. At this moment, Lin Tian was facing 5 peak 3rd grade demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were not weaker than the red-faced ghost. He squatted down slightly and the long sword in his hand shook. He finally used the power of a martial technique. Shocking wind sword. With one slash, a dense sword aura appeared. Pooh! 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 The 5 peak 3rd grade demonic beasts were killed and fell into a pool of blood. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. In the inner martial cave, this slash consumed a lot more true origin than in the outside world. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Tian took a deep breath and stood still with his sword in his hand. I have to save more energy and true origin, Lin Tian thought to himself. With a buzz, the surrounding space trembled. This time, a total of 10 peak 3rd grade demonic beasts appeared. Outside the inner martial cave, one disciple after another was teleported out. 3.5 hours had passed. Out of the 26 people who passed, 17 have been teleported out. Now, there are only 9 people left. Mu Qing said, "Your precious disciple is still inside. She must have given you some face, right?" Sherdong laughed. Mu Qing was a little helpless. "What face? I'm satisfied as long as this girl is quiet." As the two of them chatted and laughed, another 5 people were teleported out. At this moment, there were only 4 people left in the inner martial cave. Ah! A crisp sound was heard. Sushu was teleported out. She grimaced and shrunk her neck. Obviously, she was shocked. Seeing this scene, Sherdong couldn't help but laugh. This girl is looking for trouble. It doesn't feel good to be killed by demonic beasts. Mu Qing shook his head and said, "No matter what this girl is here for, there's no harm in entering once." "That's true." Sherdong nodded. Time continued to move forward. Soon, the 4th last person was teleported out. There are only 3 people left. Hua Yongchang, the 4th outer house, Rongxiu, and that Lin Tian. Around them, the mentors were discussing. Speaking of which, forget about Hua Yongchang and Rongxiu. They both cultivated in the outer house for 2 years. However, this Lin Tian is really a monster. In such a short time, he actually ranked 2nd in the outer house and lasted so long in the inner martial cave. 9-star talent. How can he not be a monster? That's true. After all, he's a 9-star talent. Many people nodded. Many people stared in the direction of the inner martial cave. Soon, Rongxiu and Hua Yongchang were teleported out. There's only 1 person left, someone whispered. At this moment, for hours had passed since the disciples entered the inner martial cave. That Lin Tian, he's still inside, some mentors said. Sushu stared in the direction of the inner martial cave and curled her lips. What a little monster. Lin Tian had only entered the martial house for 3 months, yet he had already reached his current level. He had completely surpassed her, causing her to feel very depressed. In the distance, Sherdong and Mu Qing stared ahead and narrowed their eyes slightly. "Sherdong, how long do you think that kid can last?" Mu Qing asked. Sherdong thought for a moment. With that little guy's talent and strength, he should be able to last for another hour. Mu Qing shook his head and said, "I have a feeling that he can last longer." "Longer? It can't be." Sherdong was surprised. Just now, he had said that Lin Tian would be able to hold on for another hour because he had a good impression of Lin Tian, so he had estimated a bit more time. He never thought that Mu Qing would actually say that Lin Tian would be able to hold on for even longer. "I'm not sure. I just have a feeling. Let's wait and see," Mu Qing said. Inside the inner martial cave, Lin Tian was surrounded by 11 peak rank 3 demonic beasts. His breathing was slightly chaotic. In these 2 hours, he had killed a lot of monster beasts, because he was fighting under 5 times the gravity. The true essence in his body was severely depleted. He had already consumed more than half of it, but even so his expression was still calm and steady. Come. Staring at the 11 peak, rank, 3 demonic beasts, Lin Tian said in a deep voice, as if they felt Lin Tian's provocation. The 11 peak, rank, 3 demonic beasts roared and charged at him in anger. Lin Tian took a deep breath and dodged the charge of a rank 3 demonic beast. His right hand turned around and pierced through the demonic beast's forehead. At the same time, he squatted down and dodged the attack of another demonic beast. His right leg kicked out, and the demonic beast that was charging at him was sent flying. Its throat was crushed, and it died instantly. Azure, Thunder Sword Art. With a low shout, Lin Tian waved his right hand, and a thunderous sword roar resounded in all directions. The Azure Thunder Sword Art was extremely overbearing. Once the sword was drawn, it would take a life. Pooh! 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 The sword in Lin Tian's hand seemed to have turned into a lightning beam. Even his movements became faster. Every time he waved his sword, a demonic beast would die under his sword. Soon, the 11 demonic beasts were all killed. However, with a fierce roar, more demonic beasts appeared. Lin Tian did not dodge and face them head-on. Demonic beasts and human martial artists were different after all. Generally speaking, human martial artists were stronger than demonic beasts of the same level. After all, human martial artists were far more intelligent than demonic beasts. In addition, the demonic beasts created by the illusionary killing array were weaker than the actual demonic beasts. That was why Lin Tian could last until now and continuously kill so many rank 3 demonic beasts. Of course, to say that human martial artists were stronger than demonic beasts was only applicable to demonic beasts that had not transformed. It was different for demonic beasts that had successfully transformed. Demonic beasts that had successfully transformed were mostly stronger than human martial artists of the same level. Moreover, their strength was not just by a little bit. Very quickly, another hour passed. After an hour, Lin Tian was still in the inner martial cave and had not been sent out. This, staring ahead, Sherdong was a little surprised. How is it? Like I said, Mu Qing smiled. Sherdong shook his head and smiled bitterly in front of Lin Tian. Time passed by minute by minute. Soon, another hour had passed. At this moment, outside the inner martial cave, everyone was shocked, including Zhou Hao, who was not far away. 8 hours had passed, and Lin Tian was still in the inner martial cave. How is it possible? At that time, there were many disciples in the 9th level body refinement realm who entered the inner martial cave, but they only lasted for 4 hours at most. Even the martial arts maniac MOG was no exception. But this Lin Tian is still inside. Some mentors were shocked. Chapter 80. 8 hours had passed, and Lin Tian was still in the inner martial cave. The martial house's record has been broken again. Sherdong smiled bitterly. Since the establishment of the 9-Yang martial house, Lin Tian was the first person with 9-star talent, the first person to stay in the Wild Waves formation for 12 hours, the first person to reach the 9th level of body refinement after 3 months in the martial house, and the first person to last 8 hours in the inner martial cave with a 9th level of body refinement. This series of records made Sherdong speechless. A complete monster. Mu Qing sighed. Outside the inner martial cave, everyone was shocked. Those who came to watch were all dumbfounded, including some of the geniuses from the inner martial house. In the distance, behind a rockery, stood a few experts from the inner martial house. At this moment, their faces were somewhat dignified. This last person is called Lin Tian. That's right. 9-star talent. The first time he entered the Wild Waves formation, he lasted for 12 hours. The first time he participated in the Outer Palace trial, he was ranked 2nd. After entering the Inner Palace for 3 months, he reached the 9th layer of the body refinement realm, and he has already been in the inner martial cave for 8 hours. This Lin Tian will definitely be able to enter the inner martial house, and he will definitely be a strong opponent. The voices of the inner martial house disciples were low. At this moment, if someone were to stand beside these people, they would feel that these people were all in the divine vein realm. Their auras were incomparably condensed, and they were much stronger than Zhou Hao, who had just entered the divine vein realm. At this moment, in the inner martial cave, Lin Tian was gasping for breath. Looking at the dozens of third-level peak demonic beasts surrounding him, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was equivalent to dozens of ninth-level body refinement experts. Dozens of demonic beasts stood together. Their eyes were either blood red or demonic green, and they all gave people a sinister feeling. These monstrous beasts all had a terrifying aura around them, especially when several dozen monstrous beasts were gathered together. That aura was even stronger and more terrifying. A normal ninth-layer body refinement cultivator would have already begun to feel fear before they even started fighting. Lin Tian took a deep breath, took a sword stance, and stared at his surroundings. Only 10% of true essence left. I can't hold on much longer. Lin Tian thought. A ferocious roar rang out, and the demonic beast closest to him rushed over. This was a 9-reason ape, and it was 20 feet tall. Its entire body was covered in thick white fur, and the fangs in its mouth were pointing upwards, giving people a sinister feeling. As the 9-earthquake ape rushed over, the entire space shook. It was obvious how strong the 9-earthquake ape was. With another roar, the 9-earthquake ape swiped its claw at Lin Tian. With only 10% of his true essence left, Lin Tian became even more serious. His feet moved, and after dodging the 9-earthquake ape's attack, he took advantage of the momentum and leaped forward, stabbing the longsword in his hand into the 9-earthquake ape's throat. Pooh! As the sword was pulled out, a stream of blood splattered out. There was a soft sound in the air, and a tail covered in scales whipped over, bringing with it the sound of wind. Lin Tian blocked with the long sword in his hand. With a clang, his entire body was sent flying. Immediately after, another peak-level 3 demonic beast rushed over from behind him. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at him. Looking at the sharp teeth in this demonic beast's mouth, it was estimated that even an elephant would be bitten to pieces. At this moment, Lin Tian was in the air. With a stomp of his right foot, he suddenly changed direction in the air. The second stage of the yin-yang steps. Pooh! Avoiding the demonic beast's mouth, Lin Tian was extremely calm. He stabbed the sword into the demonic beast's heart. The demonic beast screamed and fell into a pool of blood with a bang. Landing on the ground, Lin Tian panted even more heavily. His true essence was almost exhausted. Under the 5 times gravity, he felt that his movements were beginning to slow down, and the long sword in his hand had unknowingly become incomparably heavy. The demonic beasts around him did not give him time to rest. Dozens of demonic beasts rushed over together, and the shocking murderous aura intertwined together. It was frightening. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and flashed among the demonic beasts, dodging their attacks again and again. Pooh! In a flash, the long sword in his hand cut open the abdomen of an iron armor bull, and blood spilled out like rain. At this moment, more attacks came from all directions. Sharp claws, spiked tails, bloody mouth. Dozens of demonic beasts attacked together. Even if Lin Tian was extremely powerful, he was still somewhat exhausted. Swish! The sound of air breaking rang out, and a demonic tail covered in black barbs whipped over, instantly approaching. Oh no! Lin Tian's expression changed. Facing the concentrated attacks, it was difficult for him to dodge this attack. With a bang, the demonic tail covered in black barbs landed on his back. Instantly, Lin Tian felt a strong force on his back, and he could not help but cough out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he felt a burning pain on his back. His skin and flesh had already split open, and even his bones had cracks. As expected of a peak-level 3 demonic beast, its strength is boundless. Lin Tian muttered to himself, just as he was thinking to himself. All the demonic beasts swarmed over again. A giant earth bear roared, and its claws were eerie as it clawed at Lin Tian. A fan-can demonic beast covered in iron armor charged over ferociously. 100 whisker spiders charged over, and their 2 forelegs were emitting cold light. Lin Tian smiled bitterly. This battle formation was really spectacular. Even a divine pulse realm expert would be frightened, right? Anyway, it's a trial. Come on. Lin Tian shouted. Even though there were many demonic beasts, and even though the murderous aura was strong, Lin Tian was fearless. If he was even afraid of illusions, then how could he advance in martial arts? Kill! With a cold shout, Lin Tian rushed over with his long sword. Sword light flashed, and at the end, Lin Tian performed the Azure Thunder Sword art. A casual slash could bring out waves of thunderous sounds, and it was shockingly powerful. However, during this process, Lin Tian's body was also wounded by the demonic beasts. Soon his entire body was dyed red with blood, and he looked very miserable. It's been 8 hours, and that little guy still hasn't come out? How long can he last? Mu Qing's heart was trembling. I don't know. Sherdong shook his head, and his eyes were filled with radiance. However, we really got a treasure this time. Not only is he a 9-star talent, but his other aspects can also be described as monstrous. Even in the entire Northern Flame Nation, he is a rare genius. For the martial house to have such a disciple, the Empire will reward him with abundant cultivation resources. Perhaps they will even give him a high-grade artifact. Now that you mention it, it's true. Mu Qing said, the 9-Yang martial house was established by the Northern Flame Empire to select and nurture martial arts geniuses for the Empire. Now that such a monstrous disciple had appeared in the 9-Yang martial house, the Empire's imperial family would naturally be happy if they knew about it. This was also a great achievement for the martial house. When Lin Tian was recruited into the Imperial Martial Institution in the Imperial City, the Empire would definitely reward the martial house. Just as the two of them were still discussing, the light door outside the inner martial cave shook, and a figure was thrown out, landing steadily on a platform outside the cave. It's Lin Tian. He is out, Sherdong said, seeing Lin Tian come out. Everyone in this place first heaved a long sigh of relief. Then they were shocked. 8.5 hours. This Lin Tian is obviously a new student, only 16 years old. He actually reached the 9th level of body refinement 3 months after entering the martial house and lasted 8.5 hours in the inner martial cave. He is simply a monster. Heaven-defying. Many people could only smile bitterly after recovering from their shock. Not far away, Lu Xing and Zhou Hao stood together, and their faces were ugly. This little bastard, what's the rush? Zhou Hao also stared at Lin Tian's direction and smiled. Now, the more halos above his head, the more miserable his fall will be. Lu Sheng was stunned, and then his eyes flashed. Young Master, Zhou is right. No matter how monstrous Lin Tian was, he was only in the body refinement realm. How could he be a match for a divine vein realm expert? Soon, the battle with Zhou Hao would be Lin Tian's purgatory stage. Thinking of this, Lu Xing couldn't help but laugh. On the platform outside the inner martial cave, Lin Tian had already woken up. In the end, he was besieged by dozens of peak-level 3 demonic beasts. After using all his strength to kill 9 demonic beasts, he finally exhausted his true essence and was pierced by dozens of spikes from the peak-level 3 demonic beast 100-feeler spider. After dying, he was sent out. The feeling of death is really terrible, Lin Tian secretly said. His face was slightly pale. Although the illusory killing array was an illusory killing array, the feeling of death was incomparably clear. Thinking back, even he couldn't help but tremble. However, this also made Lin Tian's eyes more determined. The feeling of death, He didn't want to experience it a second time. Therefore, he had to work hard to become stronger. Lin Tian. Sushu ran over. Lin Tian smiled and stood up from the ground. How do you feel? Sushu asked. Not bad, just a little tired. Lin Tian smiled. You've been fighting for 8.5 hours, and you're only a little tired. Sushu was surprised and speechless. She said, Speaking of which, how did you hold on for 8.5 hours? Lin Tian thought for a moment and joked, Maybe it's because of my good character. Screw you. Sushu glanced at Lin Tianyi, then took out a pill from her arms and handed it over. This is an essence recovery pill. Quickly swallow it and recover your true essence. The essence recovery pill had the same effect as the true essence pill. They both helped martial artists quickly recover their true essence. However, the essence recovery pill's effect couldn't be compared to the true essence pill. After all, the essence recovery pill was worth dozens of spirit coins each. One essence recovery pill was enough for an ordinary family to live for several years. Of course, the essence recovery pill was only effective for martial artists below the divine pulse realm. It was also effective for martial artists above the divine pulse realm, but the effect wasn't that great. The martial house also provides essence recovery pills to disciples. Lin Tian was quite surprised. Sushu rolled her eyes. The last round of the battle royale is about to begin. In the inner martial cave, almost everyone has exhausted their true essence. It will take at least 2 to 4 hours for them to recover naturally. How can the elders wait that long? If this drags on, I reckon that the last battle will be delayed until tomorrow. Lin Tian suddenly understood. That's true. Thinking about it, for the martial house, dozens of spirit coins were nothing. Chapter 81. After about a quarter of an hour, Lin Tian felt that the true essence in his body had become abundant, and he had completely recovered. The effect of this rejuvenation pill is really good, Lin Tian whispered. At this moment, the middle-aged man in charge of the inner house selection coughed. Qualified people, Lin Tian, Hua Yongchang Rong Xiao. The middle-aged man read out 25 names in a row. Everyone, gather on the high platform. Lin Tian was surprised that Sushu's name was not among the 25 people. You didn't pass the inner martial caves assessment? That shouldn't be. Lin Tian asked Sushu. Of course I passed. I was the 4th last person to be sent out. Sushu snorted. Then why? Lin Tian was even more curious. Sushu said, I forfeited the 3rd round of the battle royale. Forfeited? Lin Tian said strangely, You're not going to join in the fun. Hey, how can you say that? Sushu ground her teeth, then snorted and said, After all, I have an elder as my teacher. I was able to hold on for nearly 2 hours in the inner martial cave, which can be considered as bringing honor to that old man. Therefore, I don't want to compete with others for resources in the inner martial cave. Moreover, I don't like the various fights in the martial house. Lin Tian blushed with shame. You're talking as if you're sure to win and enter the inner house. What did you say? Sushu said angrily. I said you're very noble, always thinking of others. Lin Tian changed his words. That's more like it. Sushu snorted. Okay, go. Lin Tian nodded and walked towards the high platform. Soon, Lin Tian went up the high platform with the others. The high platform was very wide and square, about a few hundred square meters, enough to accommodate 200 people at the same time. A mere 25 people naturally wouldn't have the slightest problem. At this moment, dozens of people were standing on the high platform, and they were somewhat vigilant against each other. Next would be a battle royale, and everyone else would be their enemy. Lin Tian stood on the high platform and could even hear the heavy breathing of others. You must be very nervous, Lin Tian thought. At this moment, everyone was ready, and they were only waiting for the middle-aged man to give the order before the final chaotic battle would begin. Below the high platform, hundreds of disciples stared at the 25 people on the platform. 25 people. In the end, for people will stand on the stage. I wonder which 4 people will win in the end. That Lin Tian is definitely not a problem. That's right. There's also that Hua Yongchang and Rong Xiao. Those 2 aren't bad either. They should be able to win. It's said that the 2 of them have been bitterly cultivating this month and have already reached the 9th body refinement layer. As for that Su Shu, she obviously had the chance to enter the inner mansion, but she actually gave up. It's quite strange. What's so strange about that? Miss Su was Elder Mu Qing's last disciple. Even if she didn't enter the inner palace, she wouldn't lack cultivation resources. At this time, Miss Su gave up and did not compete with the other 25 people to enter the inner palace. She should be worthy of our respect. You're right. Speaking of which, that Zhan Feng is a pity. If he wasn't killed by the Green Wind Ridge's demonic beasts, he should have reached the 9th body refinement layer. After all, he was at the peak of the 8th body refinement layer and was ranked 3rd in the outer palace. Yes, it's a pity. The Green Wind Ridge has become more and more restless recently. We have to be careful. Yes. Many people discussed. On the high platform, Lin Tian heard these people's voices and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Zhan Feng was killed by him, but in the end he was really killed by a demonic beast. Of course, this was also because Zhan Feng was only an ordinary disciple. If an ordinary disciple died in the Green Wind Ridge, the martial house wouldn't care. If he died, he died. In Su Shu's words, if he was killed by a demonic beast in the Green Wind Ridge, it only meant that he was very weak. If the martial house even cared about this, then they would be the parents of these disciples. A dry cough came from the corner of the high platform. Everyone followed the sound, and their eyes fell on the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at the 25 people on the high platform. Those who lose their ability to fight and fall to the ground, or those who are thrown out of the stage, are considered to have lost. After a slight pause, the middle-aged man shouted, "Begin!" After saying this, the middle-aged man jumped off the high platform. In an instant, under the high platform, everyone's eyes lit up as they stared at the 25 people. Kung! The sound of a sword rang out, incomparably ear-piercing. Among the 25 people, one of them brandished his sword and actually attacked Lin Tian. Such a scene made many people under the stage reveal a strange expression. Who is this person? Is he crazy? Zhao Lin, ranked 6th in the outer palace, peak of the 8th layer of the body refinement realm. Why is he attacking that evildoer Lin? Does he want to challenge the strong? But to do this at this time, isn't it too unwise? Many people were puzzled. Lin Tian's strength was obvious to all. He was at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, 2nd in the outer house. He was definitely stronger than Zhao Lin by more than 1 level. But at this moment, Zhao Lin did not even think about attacking Lin Tian, which made many people puzzled. However, in the next moment, something even more shocking happened. Along with the sound of weapons clashing, more and more people made their move. Unexpectedly, like Zhao Lin, all of them attacked Lin Tian, as if they had already discussed this beforehand. What is going on? Outer house, 7th Yang Zhang, 8th Shou Qi, and the others, why are they all? What is going on? Hundreds of people widened their eyes. Not only were these people puzzled, even Mu Qing and Sherdong were frowning. Su Shu was even more furious. At this moment, on the high platform, everyone was attacking Lin Tian without mercy. Why are these people like this? This is too much. A new disciple angrily said. Among the 25 people, Lin Tian was the only new disciple. After entering the martial house for 3 months, Lin Tian was able to reach this step. This was not only Lin Tian's glory, but also the glory of the other new disciples. At this moment, seeing Lin Tian being besieged by a group of senior disciples, many of the new disciples were enraged. A cold snort came from the side. This is how a battle royale is. How is this too much? Someone is too arrogant and doesn't know how to control himself. I'm afraid he has incurred the wrath of the heavens. It's better to keep a low profile. That's right. A few senior disciples gathered together and spoke in a strange tone. Lin Tian had only entered the martial house for 3 months. He was obviously a new disciple, but he had overshadowed all the senior disciples except for Zhou Hao. This naturally made many of the senior disciples unhappy. Some of the new disciples were angry, but in the end they could only be angry but did not dare to say anything. They were not Lin Tian. Facing the senior disciples, they did not have the strength to challenge them. Not far away, Zhou Hao and Lu Xing stood together, looking forward. That's really surprising, Lin Yun said with a smile. Zhou Hao had a smile on his face. Lu Xing coldly said, "This little bastard is obviously a new disciple, but his limelight is too strong. It should be that all the senior disciples are unhappy." Lu Xing also had the qualifications to participate in the inner house selection, but because he knew that his strength was not enough to enter the inner house, he did not participate. Further away, behind the rockery, a few inner mansion disciples were gathered together, all of them frowning. A little shameless. That Lin Tian is very strong, but being besieged by more than 20 people, I'm afraid he is in danger. The chance of him standing on the stage is less than 20%. What a pity. Several inner house disciples shook their heads. There were a total of 25 people on the stage, and at this moment, all of them were attacking Lin Tian. Most of these 25 people were at the 8th layer of body refinement, and there were even Rong Xiao and Hua Yongchang who were at the 9th layer of body refinement. Rong Xiao was holding a long spear, waving it around like a rainbow. Hua Yongchang was holding a halberd, and his momentum was even stronger than Rong Xiao's. Lin Tian frowned and flashed between the attacks of dozens of people besieging him. He always felt that it was a little strange. Attack! A loud shout rang out. Rong Xiao's expression was cold, and his eyes flashed. He jumped up, and his long spear fiercely swung down. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly, and the long sword in his hand met the attack. Clang! A loud sound rang out, spreading in all directions. The long spear in Rong Xiao's hand weighed over 100 pounds, and it pressed down on Lin Tian's long sword. The powerful force made Lin Tian frown. If he did not use his skill to deflect most of the force from the long spear, the long sword in his hand would have been smashed in half. But even so, Lin Tian still took a few steps back. Clang! At this moment, an ear-piercing sound of a blade rang out. In the blind spot, a saber light slashed over. At first, there was only one saber light, but in the end, it suddenly transformed into many saber shadows. They were densely packed together and rained down on Lin Tian. Below the stage, many disciples were surprised by the scene. This is the 1,000 spirit blade technique. An old disciple was surprised and said the 1,000 spirit blade technique is similar to the Lingyu sword technique. The trajectory of the blade is extremely tricky, and it is very difficult to find the trajectory of the blade light. Who is the one who could produce such a saber technique? This level of 1,000 spirit blade aura can't be done without a cultivation of the 9th level of the refinement realm. On the high stage, the dense blade light pressed down, and the people surrounding Lin Tian actually retreated. Lin Tian's eyes flashed, and he raised his right hand, sweeping away the large blade light that was closing in on him. Then he held his long sword across his chest, unhurriedly blocking in front of his chest. Clang! With a crisp sound, the long sword in his hand blocked a long saber. On the opposite side, a young man was holding a long blade with both hands. The blade collided with Lin Tian's long sword, and the distance between the two was less than 3 feet. Hiss! This scene made even more people's faces change color. After the dense and tricky blade shadows, coupled with the cold and solid long blade, Such an attack could be said to be watertight. Many people thought that if they were standing in Lin Tian's position, they would definitely be killed by the blade. But at this moment, Lin Tian easily blocked it, as if he knew where the long blade would come from. Looking at the person holding the blade, many old disciples were surprised again. Mo Kong, the 10th in the outer palace? Isn't he in the 8th level of the refinement realm? How did he suddenly reach the 9th level of the refinement realm? Someone was surprised. On the high stage, the young man holding the long blade was wearing a blue robe, and his face was a little surprised. The move just now was his proudest move. After borrowing Rong Xiu's attack, he used the 1,000 spirit slash that he had cultivated to the large success stage. He thought that he could defeat Lin Tian on the spot, but he didn't expect that this tyrannical move was easily blocked by Lin Tian. The young man stared at Lin Tian, and Lin Tian sized up the young man. Mo Kong from the Mo clan. Lin Tian said indifferently. Mo Kong coldly snorted. So what? You didn't expect this scene, did you? Staring at Lin Tian, Mo Kong used a voice that only he and Lin Tian could hear as he coldly laughed. One person against several tens of people. Even if you've reached the 9th level of body refinement, I'm afraid it's still impossible for you to win. You instigated them. Lin Tian glanced around. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have agreed. Money can make ghosts turn millstones, and my Mo clan doesn't lack money. While you were still in the inner martial cave, I already greeted them one by one, and promised them enough money to help suppress you. 25 people suppressing you isn't a big problem. You can easily get a large amount of spirit coins, and you can use this opportunity to eliminate a strong competitor. No matter how you look at it, it's a good thing, so why not? Lin Tian's expression was calm, and lightly said, So much trouble just to eliminate me? To prevent me from entering the inner palace? Of course, it's not that simple. Mo Kong snorted. Not long ago, you escaped from the dark forest, and the patriarch was very angry. After knowing that you would participate in the inner palace election, the patriarch specially gave me a bow-in, allowing me to reach the 9th level of the refinement realm. Just for this moment. To them, I only said that I wanted to prevent you from entering the inner palace. But what will happen in reality? Staring at Lin Tian, Mo Kong sinisterly laughed. Although the martial house forbids killing in the same sect, in a fight, there will always be accidents. If I accidentally kill you, even if the martial house is angry, at most they will just expel me from the martial house. Lin Tian was a little strange. You told me all of this. Aren't you afraid that I'll directly report it to the elders? I've investigated you. Mo Kong sneered. You look gentle on the surface, easy to get along with, but your heart is incomparably arrogant. This kind of you, even if you knew what was going on, you would definitely not report it to the martial house elders. Sword and blade crossed. The two were in a deadlock. Chapter 82. See under Regs. After about a quarter of an hour, Lin Tian felt that the true essence in his body had become incomparably abundant, and he had completely recovered. Reading, the effect of this recovery pill is really good. Lin Tian whispered. At this moment, the middle-aged man in charge of the inner house selection coughed. Qualified people, Lin Tian, Hua Yongchang, Rong Xiu. The middle-aged man read out 25 names in a row. Everyone, gather on the high platform. Lin Tian was surprised that Sushu's name was not among the 25 people. You didn't pass the inner martial caves assessment. That shouldn't be. Lin Tian asked Sushu. Of course I passed. I was the 4th last person to be sent out. Sushu snorted. Then, why, Lin Tian was even more curious. Sushu said, In the 3rd round of the battle royale, I forfeited. Forfeited? Lin Tian said strangely, You're not going to join in the fun. Hey, how can you say that? Sushu ground her teeth and snorted. After all, I have an elder as my master. I was able to last for nearly 2 hours in the inner martial cave, which can be considered as bringing honor to that old man. Therefore, I don't want to compete with others for resources in the inner martial cave. Moreover, I don't like the various fights in the martial house. Lin Tian blushed with shame. You're talking as if you're sure to win and enter the inner house. What did you say? Su Shu said angrily. I said you're very noble, always thinking of others. Lin Tian changed his words. That's more like it. Su Shu snorted. Okay, go quickly. Lin Tian nodded and walked towards the high platform. Soon, Lin Tian went up the high platform with the others. The high platform was very wide, and it was in the shape of a square. It was about a few hundred square meters, enough to accommodate 200 people at the same time. A mere 25 people naturally wouldn't have the slightest problem. At this moment, dozens of people were standing on the high platform. They were wary of each other. What followed next was a chaotic battle. Everyone else would be their enemy. Lin Tian stood on the high platform and could even hear the heavy breathing of others. You must be very nervous, Lin Tian thought. At this moment, everyone was ready, and they were only waiting for the middle-aged man to give the order before the final round of the chaotic battle would begin. Below the stage, hundreds of disciples stared at the 25 people on the stage. 25 people. In the end, there will be 4 people standing on the stage. I wonder who the final 4 people will be. That Lin Tian is definitely not a problem. That's right. There's also that Hua Yongchang and Rong Xiao. Those 2 aren't bad either. They should be able to win. It's said that the 2 of them have been working hard this month and have already reached the 9th body refinement layer. As for that Su Shu, she obviously had the chance to enter the inner palace, but she actually gave up. It's quite strange. What's so strange about it? Miss Su was Elder Mu Qing's last disciple. Even if she didn't enter the inner palace, she wouldn't lack cultivation resources. At this time, Miss Su gave up and didn't compete with the other 25 people to enter the inner palace. She should be worthy of our respect. That's right. Speaking of which, that Zhan Feng is a pity. If he wasn't killed by the Green Wind Ridge's demonic beasts, he should have reached the 9th body refinement layer. After all, he was at the peak of the 8th body refinement layer and was ranked 3rd in the outer palace. Yes, it's indeed a pity. The Green Wind Ridge has been getting more and more restless recently. We have to be careful. Yes. Many people were discussing. On the high platform, Lin Tian listened to these people's voices and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Zhan Feng was killed by him, but in the end he was really killed by a demonic beast. Of course, this was also because Zhan Feng was only an ordinary disciple. If an ordinary disciple died in the Green Wind Ridge, the martial house wouldn't care. In Su Shu's words, being killed by a demonic beast in the Green Wind Ridge only meant that one was very weak. If the martial house even cared about this, then they would be the parents of these disciples. A dry cough came from the corner of the high platform. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, and their eyes fell on the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at the 25 people on the high platform, those who have lost their battle power and can't get up, or those who are thrown out of the stage, are considered to have failed. After a slight pause, the middle-aged man shouted, "Begin!" After saying this, the middle-aged man jumped off the high platform. In an instant, under the high platform, everyone's eyes lit up as they stared at the 25 people. Come! The sound of a sword was incomparably ear-piercing. Among the 25 people, there was someone who waved his sword and actually attacked Lin Tian. This scene made many people under the stage reveal a strange expression. Who is this person? Is he crazy? Zhao Lin ranked 6th in the outer palace, peak of the 8th body refinement layer. Why is he attacking that evildoer Lin? Does he want to challenge the strong? But to do this at this time, isn't it too unwise? Many people were puzzled. Lin Tian's strength was obvious to all. He was at the 9th body refinement layer and ranked 2nd in the outer palace. He was definitely stronger than Zhao Lin by more than one level. However, at this moment, Zhao Lin attacked Lin Tian without even thinking about it, which made many people puzzled. However, in the next moment, something even more shocking happened. Along with the sound of swords and spears vibrating, more and more people attacked Lin Tian, just like Zhao Lin, as if they had already discussed this beforehand. What's going on? Ranked 7th in the Outer Palace, Yang Zheng, ranked 8th in the Outer Palace, Shou Qi, and the others. Why are they all? What's going on? Hundreds of people widened their eyes. Not only were these people puzzled, even Mu Qing and Sherdong frowned. Su Shu was even more furious. At this moment, on the high platform, everyone was attacking Lin Tian without any mercy. Why are these people like this? This is too much. A new disciple angrily said. Among the 25 people, Lin Tian was the only new disciple. To reach this step after entering the martial house for 3 months, this was not only the glory of Lin Tian himself, but also the glory of the other new disciples. At this moment, seeing Lin Tian being besieged by a group of senior disciples, many of the new disciples were enraged. A cold snort came from the side. This is how a battle royale is. How is this too much? Someone is too arrogant and doesn't know how to control himself. I'm afraid he has incurred the wrath of the heavens. As a person, it's better to keep a low profile. That's right. A few senior disciples gathered together and spoke in a strange tone. Lin Tian had only entered the martial house for 3 months. He was obviously a new disciple, but he overshadowed all the senior disciples except for Zhou Hao, which naturally made many of the senior disciples unhappy. Some of the new disciples were angry, but in the end they could only be angry but did not dare to say anything. They were not Lin Tian. Facing the senior disciples, they did not have the strength to challenge them. Not far away, Zhou Hao and Lu Xing stood together, looking forward. This is really surprising. Zhou Hao had a smile on his face. Lu Xing coldly said, "This little bastard is obviously a new disciple, but his limelight is too strong. It should be that all the senior disciples are unhappy." Lu Xing also had the qualifications to participate in the inner house selection, but because he knew his strength was not enough to enter the inner house, he did not participate. Further away, behind the fake mountain, a few of the inner house disciples gathered together, frowning. A little shameless. That Lin Tian is very strong, but being besieged by more than 20 people, I'm afraid he's in danger. The chance of him standing on the stage is less than 20%. What a pity. A few of the disciples shook their heads. There were a total of 25 people on the stage. At this moment, all of them were attacking Lin Tian. Most of these 25 people were at the 8th layer of body refinement, and there were even Rong Xiu and Hua Yongchang who were at the 9th layer of body refinement. Rong Xiu held a long spear, and his momentum was like a rainbow as he brandished it. Hua Yongchang held a halberd, and his momentum was even stronger than Rong Xiu's. Lin Tian frowned and continuously flashed between the attacks of dozens of people. Dozens of people besieging him. He always felt that it was a little strange. Attack! A loud shout rang out. Rong Xiu's expression was cold, and his eyes flashed. He jumped up, and his long spear fiercely swung down. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly, and the long sword in his hand met the attack. Clang! A loud sound rang out, spreading in all directions. The long spear in Rong Xiu's hand weighed over 100 pounds, and it pressed down on Lin Tian's long sword. The powerful force made Lin Tian frown. If he did not use his skillful strength to deflect most of the force from the long spear, the long sword in his hand would have been smashed in half. But even so, Lin Tian still took a few steps back. Clang! At this moment, an ear-piercing sound of a blade rang out. In the blind spot, a saber light slashed over. At first, there was only one saber light, but in the end, it suddenly transformed into many saber shadows. They were densely packed together and rained down on Lin Tian. Below the stage, many disciples were surprised by this scene. This is the 1,000-spirit blade technique. An old disciple was surprised and said, the 1,000-spirit blade technique is similar to the Lingyu sword technique. The trajectory of the blade is extremely tricky, and it is very difficult to find the trajectory of the blade light. Who slashed out such a blade technique? This level of 1,000-spirit blade aura can't be achieved without a cultivation at the 9th level of the refinement realm. Buzz. On the high stage, the dense blade light pressed down, and the people surrounding Lin Tian actually retreated. Lin Tian's eyes flashed, and he raised his right hand, sweeping away the large blade light that was closing in on him. Then he placed his long sword in front of his chest, unhurriedly blocking in front of his chest. Clang! With a crisp sound, the long sword in his hand blocked a long saber. On the opposite side, a young man was holding a long blade with both hands. The blade collided with Lin Tian's long sword, and the distance between the two was less than 3 feet. Hiss! This scene made even more people's faces change color. After the dense and tricky blade shadows, coupled with the cold and solid long blade, such an attack could be said to be watertight. Many people thought that if they were standing in Lin Tian's position, they would definitely be killed by the blade. But at this moment, Lin Tian easily blocked it, as if he knew from the beginning where the long blade would come from. Looking at the person holding the blade, many of the old disciples were shocked again. The 10th in the outer palace, Missouri Kong? Isn't he in the 8th level of the refinement realm? How did he suddenly reach the 9th level of the refinement realm? Someone was surprised. On the high stage, the young man holding the long blade was wearing a blue robe, and his face was a little surprised. The move just now was his proudest move. After borrowing Rongshio's attack, he displayed the 1,000-spirit slash that he had cultivated to the large success stage. He thought that he could defeat Lin Tian on the spot, but he didn't expect that this tyrannical move was easily blocked by Lin Tian. The young man stared at Lin Tian, and Lin Tian sized up the young man. Mo Kong from the Mo clan. Lin Tian said indifferently. Mo Kong snorted coldly. So what? You didn't expect this scene, did you? Staring at Lin Tian, Mo Kong used a voice that only he and Lin Tian could hear as he laughed coldly. 1 person against 10 people. Even if you've reached the 9th level of the refinement realm, I'm afraid it's still impossible for you to win. You instigated them. Lin Tian glanced around. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have agreed. Money makes the world go round, and my Mo clan doesn't lack money. While you were still in the inner martial cave, I've already greeted them one by one and promised them enough money to work together to suppress you. 25 people suppressing you isn't a big problem. You can easily get a large amount of spirit coins and use this to eliminate a strong competitor. No matter how you look at it, it's a good thing, so why not? Lin Tian's expression was calm as he said indifferently, So much trouble just to eliminate me? Stop me from entering the inner martial cave? Of course, it's not that simple. Mo Kong snorted. Not long ago, you escaped from the dark forest, and the patriarch was very angry. After knowing that you would participate in the inner martial palace election, the patriarch specially gave me a baodan, allowing me to reach the 9th level of the refinement realm, just for this moment. To them, I only said that I wanted to stop you from entering the inner martial palace. But what will happen in reality? Staring at Lin Tian, Mo Kong sneered. Although the martial house forbids killing in the same sect, accidents can happen in a fight. If I accidentally killed you, even if the martial house was angry, they would only expel me from the martial house. Lin Tian was a little strange. You told me all of this. Aren't you afraid that I'll report it to the elders? I investigated you. Mo Kong sneered. You look gentle and easy to get along with on the surface, but your heart is incomparably arrogant. This kind of you, even if you knew what was going on, you wouldn't report it to the martial house elders. Sword and blade crossed. The two were in a deadlock. Lin Tian had a faint smile on his face. Your investigation is quite clear. It's just as you said, I won't report it to the martial house. I'll kick everyone except you off the main stage one by one." After saying this, the smile on Lin Tian's face suddenly turned cold, and a sharp sword intent spread out. "As for you, the sword in my hand, maybe an accident will happen in the end." Chapter 83. The sharp sword intent spread out as Lin Tian pulled back his long sword and kicked at Emo Kong's waist. With a bang, Emo Kong was sent flying. He flipped a few times in the air and barely managed to stabilize his body. Landing on the ground and staring at Lin Tian, Emo Kong's face became gloomy. Holding his sword, Lin Tian stood on the high platform and looked at everyone indifferently. "Come at me together," he said coldly. The black hair on his forehead fluttered. At this moment, he stood there like an immortal sword god. Many of the spectating disciples were shocked by this momentum. What a strong stance! Is he really going to fight 24 people alone? Many people were dumbfounded. In the distance, Mu Qing and Sherdong stared at Lin Tian's figure and were also in a daze. "This guy," Su Shu muttered. It was not the first time she saw Lin Tian's strong stance, but she was still a little shocked at this moment. After all, it was 1 against 24, and 3 of them were at the 9th level of the body refinement realm. You want to fight 24 people alone. You're overestimating yourself. Lu Sheng snorted. Behind the rockery, not far away, a few inner palace disciples' eyes flashed. This Lin Tian is really not ordinary. He can still have such a strong fighting spirit in this situation. What a strong spirit! Unfortunately, spirit can't create miracles. So what? Whether he can enter the inner palace or not, this battle is his victory. A few people had their hands behind their backs. On the high platform, looking at Lin Tian holding his sword, many of the 24 people were moved. At this moment, Lin Tian's aura made many people's hearts tremble. Emo Kong glanced at the crowd and said in a low voice, "2 fists can't fight 4 legs. We have more people and he's not a match. Let's go together." After that, he was the first to rush up, using the 1,000 spirit blade technique. The sky was filled with blade auras. "Do it," Rong Xiu said in a low voice and pressed forward with his long spear. At the same time, Hua Yongchang used a superior body refining technique and slashed at Lin Tian with his halberd. When these 3 people moved, the others immediately moved. Boom! In an instant, 24 tyrannical and violent true core forces surged, and all kinds of martial skills interweaved on the high platform. These people were at least at the 7th layer of the refinement realm. With the attacks of several dozen people gathered together, it was as if they formed an impenetrable wall of attacks. Many of the spectators sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared at the scene. Such an attack was simply terrifying. Who could block it? Looking at the high platform, everyone's gaze involuntarily fell on Lin Tian. "Can you block it?" someone murmured. Lin Tian's eyes were calm and indifferent in the face of such a dense barrage of attacks. In the next moment, Lin Tian moved. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged directly towards the 24 people, as if he did not see their joint attack at all. Such an action caused everyone's expression to change. "Is he crazy?" someone shouted. Not only the spectators, but even Mu Qing and Sherdong were shocked. With their cultivation at the peak of the divine vein realm, Lin Tian's action was undoubtedly irrational. The dense barrage of martial skills fluttered and collided with Lin Tian in an instant. Many of the spectators stared at this scene, their eyes wide open. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Tian's speed suddenly increased. Facing the dense barrage of sword lights and saber lights, his body flashed through the gaps between the sword lights and saber lights and directly rushed into the 24 people. He actually dodged such a dense barrage of martial skills. How did he do it? Impossible, right? Many of the spectators' eyes were wide open. The 24 people were attacking with martial skills at the same time, forming a light screen that was almost unshakable. However, Lin Tian had actually rushed into the 24 people's encirclement through the gaps between the barrage of attacks. What kind of sharp judgment and terrifying speed did this require? Among the 24 people, most of the disciples were as shocked as the spectators. At this moment, Lin Tian had already closed in on one of the people. This was a disciple at the peak of the seventh body refinement realm. When he saw Lin Tian appear in front of him, his expression changed greatly. The long sword in his hand fiercely chopped down at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. He dodged to the side and punched out with his left hand. With a pung sound followed by a scream, this person's figure was sent flying by a single punch. He directly rolled off the high platform and fell on his back on the ground. For a moment, he couldn't even stand up. "So strong!" some of the spectators exclaimed, rushing into the 24 people alone and actually sending one of them flying in an instant. This battle's strength really made many people's hearts tremble. Such a scene naturally made the other people on the high platform moved. This strength made many of the disciples tremble. "Don't panic," Mo Kong shouted in a low voice. As he spoke, he appeared in front of Lin Tian. The 1,000 Spirit Saber technique was displayed and a dense barrage of saber lights came down. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. He activated the Heavenly One Spirit technique, and his perception was unprecedentedly strong. He keenly captured the trajectory of each saber light and used the long sword in his hand to shatter them one by one. Mo Kong's expression changed. No one had ever been able to deal with the 1,000 Spirit Saber technique so calmly. The sound of the sword reverberated. Lin Tian's sword slashed out. Mo Kong's expression changed. He hurriedly raised his long saber to meet the attack. The saber and sword collided. With a pung sound, a powerful force passed from Lin Tian's sword and forced Mo Kong to take a few steps back. "Don't worry. I'll leave you until the end. I'll let you watch with your own eyes as I kick everyone off the stage one by one. Then you'll know how stupid and self-righteous you are." Lin Tian said coldly. Clang! The sound of a saber energy came from behind him. Someone was holding a broadsword and slashing at his back. This was a powerhouse in the 8th level of the body refinement realm. His strength was extraordinary and very powerful. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, he dodged to the side. Then he reached out his left hand and grabbed the wrist of the disciple holding the saber. He pressed down slightly, and the sound of bones breaking was immediately heard. "Ah!" The disciple screamed. Lin Tian raised his leg and kicked out. With a bang, the disciple holding the saber was sent flying. He coughed up blood in the air and fell out of the main arena. The second person was blasted out of the arena. "Let's go together," someone shouted. The one who spoke was Zhao Lin. His cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level of the body refinement realm, and he was ranked 6th in the outer house. Immediately, the others responded and attacked Lin Tian. The dense attacks pressed down on Lin Tian. Fist shadows, leg strength, saber radiance, sword radiance, spear techniques, halberd techniques, and all kinds of martial arts techniques appeared one after another. In the face of such attacks, Lin Tian's expression was very calm. He activated the divine One Soul art, and his perception became incomparably sharp. After that, he moved with the duality steps, flashing like a light among the 22 people. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out. Lin Tian raised the long sword in his hand, and the sword of destruction swept out. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Screams rang out one after another, and bits of blood, mist floated in the air. Lin Tian had already cultivated the shocking wind sword art to the large success realm. At this moment, he displayed the first move of the sword of destruction with his 9th body refinement realm cultivation. The power of this martial art technique was even more powerful, and in an instant it caused the 3 people to lose their ability to fight. Many people were shocked when they felt the terrifying sword will. Shocking wind sword art? He actually cultivated this martial art technique. The inner palace disciples frowned. The shocking wind sword art was famous for being difficult to cultivate. In the martial house, no one had chosen this martial art technique for many years. The inner palace disciples never thought that Lin Tian would choose this martial art technique, and that he had already cultivated it to such an extraordinary level. On the high platform, after Lin Tian slashed out with the sword of destruction, he did not stop. After swatting away Rong Xiu's long spear, he dodged Hua Yongchang's black halberd. His left hand formed a fist and punched out. "Fire fist," he said coldly. In an instant, 18 fiery fist shadows appeared, attacking in all directions. "Insignificant skill," Emo Kong shouted. The 1,000 spirit saber light slashed out, pressing towards the 18 fiery fists. At this moment, Lin Tian's figure appeared in front of him and kicked out. Emo Kong's expression changed, and he hurriedly raised his long saber to block in front of his chest. Lin Tian's right leg hit the saber, and Emo Kong only felt a huge force rushing towards him. That force passed along the saber to his body, and with a bang he was sent flying. Then, horrified screams sounded almost at the same time. Someone was hit by Lin Tian's fiery fist, and the flames from his true essence ignited his clothes, turning him into a torch in the blink of an eye. This person screamed in panic and accidentally stepped on air, falling down from the main stage. So embarrassing. Some of the spectators despised him. Dozens of people ganged up on one person, but they were so weak. When everyone's eyes fell on Lin Tian again, their eyes could not help but become respectful, especially many of the freshmen, whose faces were full of worship. Fighting 24 people alone, and in the blink of an eye, 6 of them were defeated. What kind of power was this? This little guy is really interesting. In the distance, Sherdong laughed. Mu Qing nodded, a smile on his face, looking at Lin Tian on the main stage. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. On the main stage, after Lin Tian kicked Emo Kong away, he did not stop. His feet moved, and the long sword in his hand slashed at another person next to him. With a clang, this person's weapon was sent flying by Lin Tian, and his abdomen was hit by Lin Tian's fist. He immediately fell to the ground softly, his face twisted in pain. Lin Tian did not even look at this person. He raised his leg and kicked him out of the main stage. On the main stage, the faces of the others became ugly. Only half an hour had passed, and the 24 people besieged Lin Tian. But now 7 people were defeated. Lin Tian stood in the middle of the 17 people, his clothes fluttering, calm and composed. "It's still early, let's take it slow," he said indifferently. Such an attitude and such words immediately made these people's faces change. Arrogant, arrogant. Rong Xiu and Hua Yongchang shouted one after another. At the same time, the other 10 people also showed anger. "Let's go together. Beat him down. No need to show mercy," many people shouted. Those who could stand here were all elites of the outer palace, and they were all talents, and talents were naturally very proud. At this moment, they surrounded one person, but the other party had such an attitude, completely looking down on them, and did not put them in his eyes at all, which naturally made these people angry. Boom! In an instant, more than 10 people burst out at the same time, and the tyrannical True Origin surged over the entire main stage. Facing such power, Lin Tian's expression did not change at all. Holding a long sword in his hand, his clothes fluttered in the wind. He was alone, but he closed in on the 10 people step by step. "You are not worthy of being my opponent." Chapter 84. Lin Tian's words were calm but harsh, causing Rong Xiu's and the others' faces to turn ashen. "Arrogant bastard," Hua Yongchang said coldly. "Let's go together and beat him down." The others shouted. They were all senior disciples. How could they feel good when they were looked down upon by a new disciple? All of these people had mastered high-grade body, refinement level martial skills. At this moment, when they used them together, The combined power was stronger than any of the previous times, causing the main stage to shake. Saber light danced and halberd light fell, pressing down on Lin Tian at the same time. Terrifying! 17 high-grade body, refining realm martial arts. Can that guy block it? Many spectators stared at the front. Lin Tian fought against 24 people alone and defeated 7 of them in the blink of an eye. At this moment, almost everyone was attracted by his figure. In the arena, Lin Tian was expressionless as he faced the sky full of martial arts lights. He squatted down slightly. Shocking wind sword. 4 cold words came out from his mouth. In an instant, an ear-piercing sword sound resounded in all directions, and the unparalleled sword light suppressed all the martial arts lights. Only to hear the continuous sound of the sword light, the martial arts skills of Rong Xiao and the others were all shattered by the sword light. Shocking wind sword, the last move of the shocking wind sword art. How is that possible? Most of the 17 people's faces changed color. Not only them, but all the spectators below the arena were also moved at this moment. Behind the rockery, several inner palace disciples narrowed their eyes. Wind-shocking sword, he actually learned the last sword move. Is this a 9-star talent? It's too terrifying. Maybe there will be a surprise in this battle. Several people stared at the front. No one noticed that these powerful inner palace disciples' eyes were full of light at this moment. In the main arena, Lin Tian shattered all the martial arts skills with his sword. Then his figure swayed and appeared in front of one of them in an instant. With a bang, he kicked the man's abdomen, and the man was immediately sent flying. Staring at the man's flying figure, Lin Tian raised his left hand and threw out a shadow punch. Ah! The man screamed as he was hit by Lin Tian's shadow fist while he was still in the air. He fell out of the main ring in a sorry state. Damn it! Frenzy halberd art! Rong Xiao and Hua Yongchang pressed forward together. These two were powerful martial artists at the 9th layer of the refinement realm, and the martial skills they cultivated were not ordinary among the top-level martial skills of the refinement realm. They were extremely powerful. Lin Tian's expression didn't change as he faced the two of them. Lin Tian turned the long sword in his hand and slashed at an oblique angle, brushing past Rong Xiao's 100 Jin heavy spear. Specks of starlight were rubbed out. Rong Xiao's expression changed, and he swept his spear across. Almost at the same time, Hua Yongchang's halberd pressed down, thrusting towards Lin Tian's abdomen. The two of them were both at the 9th body refinement layer, and their coordination was very good. Their killing power was very strong. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent as he activated the Heavenly One Spirit art. His powerful perception allowed him to capture every movement of the two. The long sword in his right hand spun and suddenly flung out, turning into a flash of lightning as it rushed towards Hua Yongchang. The hilt of the sword fiercely hit Hua Yongchang's abdomen, sending him flying with a bang. Immediately, he squatted down, avoiding the spear of the person behind him while sweeping his leg. The violent force of his leg fell on Rong Xiao's lower body, causing Rong Xiao to lose his balance and fall down. It was also at this time that Lin Tian grabbed the spear above his head and suddenly flung it forward, causing the person behind him to fly towards Rong Xiao. Bang! The two of them collided and rolled to the side at the same time. At this time, Lin Tian stood up. The long sword that he threw at Hua Yongchang also flew back due to the recoil. He grasped it in his hand and slashed out with the annihilation sword. Ah! 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 Another 3 screams resounded. 3 people were swept by the annihilation sword and flew back in a sorry state. 2 of them directly rolled out of the main stage and lost the qualification to fight. The outcome of the battle was clear in an instant, and everyone was shocked. At this moment, not to mention the ordinary spectators, even Mu Qing and Sherdong's expression changed. What an amazing battle! This chapter is not complete. Please turn the page Talent. Mu Qing was shocked. From the moment Rong Xiao and Hua Yongchang joined forces, to the moment Lin Tian threw his long sword and hit Hua Yongchang with the hilt of the sword. From the moment he squatted down to avoid the spear behind him, to the moment he kicked Rong Xiao, who was attacking with the spear, to the moment he pulled out the spear from the person behind him and collided with Rong Xiao, to the moment he grabbed the flying long sword and used the annihilation sword to send the three people flying. This series of actions was closely linked and as smooth as flowing water. It was as if he had calculated everything from the beginning. Sherdong smiled bitterly. This little guy is simply born for battle. With such an amazing battle talent and such an elegant battle standard, even Mu Qing and Sherdong, who were peak divine range experts, felt ashamed of their inferiority. When they were at Lin Tian's level, they didn't have such control. Whether it was speed, reaction, or perception, they were far inferior to Lin Tian. This monster, Su Shu ground her teeth. Around the stage, all the spectators' eyes lit up. Wonderful. Good. Beautiful. Some of the freshmen couldn't help but shout. Not only the freshmen, but even some of the older disciples couldn't help but cheer. Just now, Lin Tian's series of actions were too wonderful. Many people's eyes lit up. Of course, there were also some people who didn't look good. This little bastard, Lu Sheng's face was gloomy. Zhou Hao smiled faintly. What's the hurry? I already said that the more halos there are on his head, the worse he will fall in the end. The best part is yet to come. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Lu Sheng's face became better. Young Master Zhou is right. Zhou Hao was at the divine range realm. No matter how strong Lin Tian's battle talent was, he was only at the body refinement realm. There was a huge gap between him and the divine range realm. An early divine range realm martial artist was not a match for hundreds of ninth layer body refinement realm cultivators. On the main stage, Lin Tian held a long sword in his hand, his eyes cold. His footsteps were gentle as he approached the last dozen people standing. In the process, several people who had lost their ability to fight were kicked off the main stage by him. All of them screamed from below the stage. There are 14 people left. Let's see how long you can last. Lin Tan said indifferently. His figure flashed, and like an afterimage, he appeared in front of one of them. This person's face changed. But in an instant, an iron fist landed on this person's abdomen and sent him flying with a bang. Now, there were 13 people left. There's no way back. Attack together. Mo Kong shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Kong used the 1,000 spirit saber art. A sky full of saber light fell on Lin Tian. It was stronger than any of the previous attacks. Mo Kong's eyes were cold as he stared at Lin Tian. Dragon spear art. Frenzy halberd art. Rong Xiao and Hua Yongchang roared and rushed forward one after another. The 1,000 spirit blade technique, the dragon spear technique, and the berserk halberd technique. These three were the more famous martial skills amongst the upper-level body refinement martial skills. At this moment, the three of them were using their full strength with the cultivation of the 9th level of body refinement martial skills. Naturally, these three martial skills were displayed to the maximum. At the same time, Zhao Lin Yangzhang and Zhou Qi attacked Lin Tian with the others. In the middle of the encirclement, Lin Tian only smiled coldly. Facing more than 10 people, he did not have the slightest fear. He did not even feel the slightest pressure. With a flash of his body, he charged out like a bolt of lightning. With a bang, before anyone could react, a blood-curdling scream rang out. Someone coughed up blood and flew out from the main arena. There was a clear footprint on his chest. So fast! Such a scene made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. With a clang, Lin Tian's long sword slashed diagonally on Rong Xiao's long spear. Shocking wind sword qi bloomed from the sword, and a silver sword qi pierced Rong Xiao's arm. Blood flowed out of his entire arm. Just as Rong Xiao pulled back his spear and retreated, Lin Tian took a step forward and ruthlessly kicked his chest. With a bang, Rongxiu fell out. However, he quickly stood up with the support of his long spear. Oh, a ninth-layer body, refinement, realm martial artist can really take a beating. Lin Tianling said coldly. Such words instantly made Rongxiu's face turn purple. It was extremely ugly. However, Lin Tian did not care about him and waved the long sword in his hand again. Clang! 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 The sound of weapons colliding rang out one after another. This chapter does not end. Please turn the page. The sound spread all around. A moment later, another person was sent flying by Lin Tian and fell out of the main stage. Ah! A mournful scream rang out and blood flowed down. The outer house's seventh-ranked Yangzheng was pierced through the shoulder by a sword qi and staggered out of the main stage. He did not get up for a long time. In the next few minutes, as the battle with Lin Tian deepened, many people became alarmed. The 24 of them joined forces to attack Lin Tianyi. Not only did they not hurt Lin Tianyi, but they also suffered under Lin Tian's hands. Even the ninth-layer body refinement realm Hua Yongchang and the other two were not his opponent and were constantly injured. This is too abnormal. How can he be so terrifying? Is he still human? Monster. Absolutely a monster. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. To be able to fight 24 people alone and achieve this step, in the eyes of many martial house disciples, this was simply inhuman. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of weapons rang out from time to time. In the blink of an eye, another few people were kicked out of the main stage by Lin Tian. Thousand spirit slash. A cold voice rang out. Mo Kong grasped a gap, and the long blade in his hand bloomed with the coldest light. The strength that burst out in an instant made all the spectators' faces change. Even Mu Qing and Sherdong, who were far away, were no exception. The most important thing was that they could clearly feel a strong killing intent from this attack. Lin Tianlong snorted and raised the long sword in his hand. Lightning sword! Ka! A crisp sound rang out, and the long blade in Mo Kong's hand was cut in half. At the same time, Lin Tian's sword qi left a bloody hole in Mo Kong's right leg, causing Mo Kong to fall out of the main stage. Before he could stand up, Lin Tianyi stepped forward and fiercely kicked Mo Kong's left leg. Ah! Mo Kong screamed miserably. His cheeks were distorted, and his legs couldn't exert any strength. It was difficult for him to stand up again. Up until now, including Lin Tian, there were 4 people standing in the main stage. The other 3 were Rongxiu, Hua Yongchang, and Zhao Lin. He fought against 24 people alone and actually won. What a terrifying man! Many of the spectators were shocked. Behind the rockery, several inner palace disciples nodded and looked deeply at Lin Tian's figure on the main stage. The inner palace election is now over. What a wonderful battle! One of them said in a deep voice, "Let's prepare to welcome these 5 people. Zhou Hao, Lin Tian, Rongxiu, Hua Yongchang, and Zhao Lin." This person was dressed in black and had an extraordinary temperament. On the main stage, Rongxiu and the other 2 were angry but also relieved. Although they couldn't get the 10,000 spirit coins promised by Mo Kong because they couldn't beat Lin Tian down the stage, and although they felt a little humiliated, they were still one of the last 4 people standing on the stage. They were about to become inner palace disciples and receive more cultivation resources. This was enough. Zhao Lin even raised his hand and wiped the sweat on his forehead. There was a hint of joy in his eyes, because according to normal circumstances, the last people standing on the main stage should be Lin Tian, Hua Yongchang, Rongxiu, and Mo Kong. After all, these 4 people were at the 9th level of refinement, far from what he could compare to. It could be said that he picked up a big bargain. Below the main stage, the middle-aged man presiding over the inner palace election looked in the direction of Mu Qing and Sherdong. Seeing the 2 of them nod, he immediately understood and walked towards the main stage. The inner palace selection was now over, and he would announce the names of the people entering the inner palace. "Great," Su Shu said happily. All the spectators let out a sigh of relief and waited for the middle-aged man to announce the result. At this moment, with a clang, an ear-piercing sword sound rang out. On the main stage, Lin Tian held a long sword in his hand and walked step by step towards Rong Xiao and the other two. Looking at this scene, everyone's expression changed. This Lin Tian, what is he doing? Isn't it all over? Many people were puzzled. Even the middle-aged man presiding over the inner palace election was moved and couldn't help but stop. On the main stage, Rong Xiao and the other two were moved. Mo Kong fell to the ground and lost the qualification. "Counting, we now have 4 people. Rong Xiao said in a deep voice, "The elder has already said that the last 4 people on the main stage will be the winners. What else do you want to do?" "Is that so?" The elder did say so. Lin Tian was expressionless, and his footsteps didn't stop. The long sword in his hand flashed with a cold light. "But you must be able to stay." End of chapter. Chapter 85. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Rong Xiao and the other two's expressions changed. "Do you want to?" Lin Tian was expressionless and did not speak at all. His figure flashed, and in the next moment he appeared in front of the 3 and slashed down with the long sword in his hand. The 3's expressions changed. Zhao Lin raised his broadsword and blocked in front of him. With a clang, the long sword and the broadsword collided. An unprecedented force was transmitted from the long sword to the broadsword, and the violent force shook Zhao Lin until he coughed up blood. "Get down," Lin Tianlong said, and raised his hand to slap Zhao Lin. With a bang, Zhao Lin was sent flying and rolled down the main stage. Falling down the main stage, Zhao Lin struggled to stand up while vomiting blood and stared angrily at Lin Tian. The chaotic battle clearly could have ended, yet now he was struck down from the main combat ring by Lin Tian. Falling down the main stage was equivalent to losing the qualification for the selection. "Damn it!" Zhao Lin roared. This scene only happened in an instant. It was only when Zhao Lin was beaten down the main stage and roared that the crowd came back to their senses. There are only 4 people left. It's already over. He actually beat down another person. There are only 3 people left. Everyone stared. However, in the next moment, everyone was shocked again. On the main stage, Lin Tian was approaching Rong Xiao and Hua Yongchang. Staring at this scene, even Mu Qing and Shi Dong were moved. The middle-aged man presiding over the selection frowned and strode forward, ready to stop him. Clang! At this moment, an even more ear-piercing sword sound rang out, and a sharp sword intent spread throughout the main stage. Lin Tian displayed a lightning sword, instantly cutting the long halberd in Hua Yongchang's hand and leaving a deep sword mark on Hua Yongchang's chest. Clutching his chest, Hua Yongchang's hand was full of blood. "Junior brother Lin, stop. The selection is over. We don't have to fight anymore," Hua Yongchang said in a panic. Once he fell down the main stage, he would lose the qualification for the selection. Seeing Zhao Lin's situation, Hua Yongchang was a little scared. He did not want to lose the inner house disciple spot that he had already obtained. "You think we won't fight just because you said so? Who do you think you are?" Lin Tian's expression was cold. He raised his left hand and threw out a fire fist. Now that Lin Tian's cultivation had reached the 9th heavenly layer of body refinement, the power of these fiery fists couldn't be said to be weak. 18 fiery fists simultaneously bombarded Hua Yongchang's body. Hua Yongchang's body was instantly set ablaze as he was sent flying out of the arena, emitting a miserable shriek. Below the main stage, everyone was stunned. Another person there are only 2 left. He is heading towards Rong Xiao. Could it be that Lin Tian wants to knock everyone off the Vermilion Arena? Many of the spectators widened their eyes. Ever since the establishment of the Nanyang martial house, the final battle of the inner palace elections would always end when there was a certain number of people left on the main stage. That would signify the end of the battle and that there would be no need to continue. But now this battle could clearly end, but Lin Tian did not let it end. Instead, he continuously sent 2 people flying off the stage. Although the Nanyang martial house did not stipulate that the last few people left could not continue to fight. Generally speaking, at this point, no one would choose to continue fighting. It was simply a thankless task. But now, Lin Tian did this kind of thing. He was the first to do this kind of thing, once again creating a precedent in the martial house's history. This guy is really domineering. Some people's eyes lit up. Although they were shocked by Lin Tian's actions, gradually, more people felt a burst of excitement. People did not want to challenge the norm, but they wanted to see others challenge it. In the distance, Lu Xing and Zhou Hao stood together, their faces incomparably gloomy. This arrogant little bastard. Lu Xing's face was gloomy. Zhou Hao laughed and said, "Wait for him to knock everyone down, then get knocked down and seriously think about it. Wouldn't that be better?" With a smile on his face, Zhou Hao looked very calm from beginning to end. Yes, at that time, that little bastard probably won't be able to cry even if he wants to. Lu Sheng sneered. Further away, behind the fake mountain, a few inner house disciples' eyes lit up. Interesting. This Lin Tian is very good, the black-clothed man said in a deep voice. At this moment, there were only 3 people left on the main stage. Lin Tian, Rong Xiu, and the disqualified Mo Kong. Damn it! Staring at Lin Tian's back, Mo Kong's face turned ugly. Mo Kong did not expect that the outcome would be like this when 24 people besieged one person. He moved his legs, but he could not muster any strength. He wanted to get up, but he could not. At this moment, Lin Tian had already closed in on Rong Xiu. "Junior brother Lin, quickly stop. We can talk about it." Rong Xiu's expression changed. "We were wrong to attack you together at the beginning. After we enter the inner house, I will apologize to you. For now, can we stop for the time being?" Having truly felt Lin Tian's strength, Rong Xiu's heart trembled when he saw Zhao Lin and Hua Yongchang being kicked off the stage one after another. He knew very well that he was definitely not Lin Tian's opponent. He did not want to lose the qualification to enter the inner house. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air sounded. Lin Tian used lightning and instantly closed in on Rong Xiu. With a clang, the long sword in Lin Tian's hand firmly pressed on Rong Xiu's long spear. Rong Xiu held the long spear with both hands and only felt his arms go numb. He could not help but be even more shocked. He looked at Lin Tian with some fear. This slightly delicate-looking youth was only 16 years old. At this moment he was holding a sword in one hand and could not move. He only felt that the long spear was pressed down by a mountain. "You!" Looking at Lin Tian, Rong Xiu's voice trembled. With a clang, the long sword in Lin Tian's hand shook violently. The shocking wind sword qi suddenly burst out, and several sword qi pierced into Rong Xiu's arms. Ah! Rong Xiu screamed as his arms were dripping with blood. Lin Tian lifted his leg and with a bang, kicked Rong Xiu off the main stage. Falling out of the main stage, Rong Xiu's whole body trembled. His eyes became resentful, and at the same time, there was a strong sense of regret. He could have entered the inner house normally, but because he coveted the tens of thousands of spirit coins promised by Mo Kong, he ended up like this. Falling out of the main stage was equivalent to losing the qualification to enter the inner house. Around the main stage, all the spectators widened their eyes. This, he really knocked them all down. This brother is really so fierce. So cool. Many people's hearts palpitated, and some female disciples were even infatuated. In the distance, Shi Dong and Mu Qing stared at the scene. They looked at each other and could not help but smile bitterly. This little guy is really reckless. Mu Qing was helpless. On the side, Sushu snorted. What do you mean by reckless? Those bastards are shameless. They deserve to be beaten down. 24 old disciples besieged a new disciple at the same time, which really made Sushu very angry. Forget it, Su girl is right. Those people can only blame themselves. Sherdong face-bombed. How should I put it? This can be considered a new record in the martial house. On the main stage, Lin Tian turned around and walked towards Mo Kong. Clang! The sword whistled again, causing everyone's expression to change. What's going on? Didn't everyone get beaten down? He's walking towards Mo Kong. Mo Kong? Mo Kong is lying on the ground and has lost all his battle strength. He has already lost the qualification to be selected. Many people were puzzled. Could it be that he wants to kick this person down to vent his anger? This is possible. It's best if this scene, I like it. Some people whispered to each other. In the distance, Mu Qing and Sherdong were somewhat puzzled. What does this little guy want to do? Sherdong frowned. On the main stage, Lin Tian walked to Mo Kong's side. The long sword in his hand was slightly raised, and the cold blade landed on Mo Kong's neck. You said before that there will be accidents, right? Lin Tan said coldly. Hearing this, Mo Kong's expression suddenly changed greatly. Elder, he wants to kill me. Save me, Elder. Mo Kong shouted loudly. At this moment, deep fear appeared in Mo Kong's eyes. Just as he said before, he had investigated Lin Tian and understood Lin Tian very well. Therefore, he did not doubt that Lin Tian would dare to kill him in public. Hearing Mo Kong's voice, all the disciples were moved. How is this possible? Even if you don't want to be kicked down the main stage, you don't have to make such a joke. That's right. Many people pointed at Mo Kong. Not a single one of them believed Mo Kong's words. After all, the martial house forbade disciples from killing each other, unless both sides agreed to a life and death battle, like what happened 3 months ago between Lin Tian and Mo Sin. The martial house would mete out the cruelest punishment once a disciple killed each other. Seeing that these people did not believe him, Mo Kong shouted in horror, It's true! It's true! Elder, save me! With the cold blade against his neck, Mo Kong was scared to death. Seeing him like this, many disciples gradually showed doubts. Many people were shaken. In the distance, Mu Qing and Sherdong frowned. Lin Tian, what's going on? Seeing Mu Qing and Sherdong speak, Lin Tian followed the voice and nodded to the two of them, sweeping his gaze across the hundreds of disciples. Lin Tian's expression was very calm. The grudges between Lin Tian and the Mo family should be clear to everyone here. 3 months ago, because of the examination's limelight, I overshadowed Mo's son, and because of some other reasons, Mo's son hated me to the bone. Coincidentally, Mo's son had a good uncle who was an elder of the martial house. At that time, Mo-E was the one who drew lots for the last round of the assessment. Coincidentally, in this round, Mo's son and I were matched up. Afterwards, Mo's son proposed a life or death battle to me, and Mo-E agreed. To be able to enter the Nine-Yang martial house, everyone here is a genius. At the very least, your wisdom is not something an ordinary person can compare to. I think everyone should be clear about what kind of tricks are involved in this. Hearing this, all the disciples were moved. Many senior disciples frowned. According to Lin Tian's words, the senior disciples could guess that this was definitely Mo-Yi's intention. It was a conspiracy. As for the hundreds of new disciples, they knew about this matter and knew that there was something fishy going on. That Mo-Yi is shameless. Someone muttered in a low voice. In the distance, Mu Qing and Sherdong's faces were slightly embarrassed. This matter was indeed Mo-Yi's fault. As an elder of the Nine-Yang martial house, Mo-Yi could be considered to represent the Nine-Yang martial house. Naturally, it was not a good thing. This little guy, why did he suddenly mention this matter? Mu Qing smiled bitterly. On the main stage, Lin Tian's expression was calm as he continued. The Mo family is a martial family. Mo knew that Mo's son cultivated a mid-grade body refining martial technique, and his cultivation was one stage higher than mine. Therefore, Mo was sure that Mo's son could definitely kill me. Unfortunately, the outcome did not go as he wished. In that battle, Mo's son died. After that, Mo acted personally. He disregarded the rules he had set and tried to kill me in front of everyone. At that time, if Elder Mu Qing and Elder Sherdong hadn't saved me, Lin Tian wouldn't be standing here today. Here, Lin Tian would like to thank the two elders again. If not for the two elders, Lin Tian would have died in Mo Yi's hands. As he spoke, Lin Tian bowed deeply in Mu Qing and Sherdong's direction. Standing straight, Lin Tian continued, "At that time, Mo hated me. The entire Mo family was constantly scheming against me. A month ago, I went to the dark forest to sharpen myself. Because of some shameless people, my whereabouts were exposed. Then, the entire Mo family rushed to the dark forest to kill me. Among the people who chased me, the Mo family's patriarch, Mo Hai, personally came. Elder Mo also followed. If not for Lin Tian's good luck, he would have died." Hearing this, everyone's expression changed again. Lu Sheng, who was standing beside Zhou Hao, trembled slightly. Fear flashed in his eyes, and his face turned ugly. Further away, Mu Qing and Sherdong's expressions changed drastically. There was such a thing. Both of their eyes turned icy cold. P.S. Sorry, the computer is broken. Long has to go out and fix it. That's all for today. Please forgive me. Chapter 86. Since the establishment of the Nine-Yang Martial House, Lin Tian was the first disciple with a 9-star talent. Whether it was talent, character, or courage, he was perfect in every aspect. Mu Qing and Sherdong had high hopes for him, and he was the brightest star in the history of the Nine-Yang Martial House. However, in a situation where they did not know, the Mo family actually dared to use their entire clan to assassinate Lin Tian. This was a challenge to the martial house's dignity. How dare they? Sherdong was furious. Even Mu Qing, who had always been a gentle person, had a sullen expression at this moment. Many martial house disciples around them were moved. How shameless! A new disciple said angrily. The death battle between Lin Tian and Mo's son was witnessed by more than 100 new disciples. It was Mo and Mo Sen's conspiracy. Mo's son proposed it himself after he had all the advantages. Under such circumstances, Mo's son deserved to be killed, and he should have no complaints. However, the Mo family used their entire clan to assassinate Lin Tian, and even Mo, an elder of the Nine-Yang Martial House, participated in it. It was truly shameless. Suddenly, an older disciple was moved. Wait, this guy actually managed to survive in that sort of situation. Someone's expression changed. The head of the Mo clan was an expert of the 4th layer of the Divine Vein Realm, and Mo was an expert of the 9th layer of the Divine Vein Realm. In addition to the other experts of the Mo clan, Lin Tian actually survived under such circumstances. How heaven-defying was that? Thinking about it seriously, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. A month ago, good, very good. Counting it, it was the day Mo went missing. Sherdong's expression was cold. What a Mo family! Playing this game with us. After a pause, Sherdong looked at Lin Tian and asked, Lin Tian, Mo went to kill you. Do you know where he went in the end? After that, he disappeared. Lin Tian shook his head and said, At that time, disciple was heavily injured by Mo Hai and fled into a mountain cave to hide. Only after my injuries had improved did I cautiously escape from the dark forest. As for what happened after that, disciple does not know. Mai had been killed by the Violet Fairy. Lin Tian had seen it clearly, but he would not say anything about it. Mu Qing frowned and said, What happened a month ago has to do with what happened now. Mu Qing believed that Lin Tian would not bring up the past for no reason. Elder is wise. Lin Tian nodded. A month ago, the Mo family failed to kill me. When they found out that I would be participating in this year's inner house selection, they asked Mo Kong to take action. They bribed all the disciples who entered the last round of the battle royale with a generous amount of spirit coins. They asked everyone to suppress me together, while Mo Kong took advantage of the chaos and killed me by accident. In Mo Kong's own words, if he were to accidentally kill me, the martial house would at most expel him from the martial house. Lin Tian's words were very calm, but everyone around him had a change of expression. This? You actually dare to do this? Aren't you a little too bold? Many people stared. This was the Nanyang martial house. Although the Mo family was the only martial arts family in Supervisor Feng City, they were just ants compared to the Nanyang martial house. On such an important day, the Nanyang martial house's inner house selection, the Mo family actually dared to do such a thing? Bribing the martial house's disciples to assassinate the martial house's most brilliant genius. This was indeed a little too bold. There's actually such a thing. Damn it. Su Shu glared angrily. Mu Qing, Sherdong, and the other mentors of the martial house all had gloomy expressions. Looking at the reactions of the martial house's disciples, looking at Mu Qing and the others' faces, Mo Kong's expression changed. He shouted, "Elders, please don't listen to his nonsense. He has a grudge with my Mo family, so he doesn't like our Mo family. This is framing. He is slandering me. He is deliberately framing me. Bah! You think everyone is as shameless as your Mo family," Su Shu said angrily. Mu Qing signaled Su Shu to keep quiet. He looked at Hua Yongchang and the others below the main stage and asked, "Is there such a thing?" Meeting Mu Qing's gaze, Hua Yongchang and the others' faces turned pale. No, Elder, there is no such thing," Hua Yongchang said. "Yes," Rong Xiu stared at Lin Tian and said, he has a grudge against us, so he is deliberately saying this." "Yes, how could we do such a thing?" Zhao Lin also said. At the same time, Zhou Qi and the others also spoke and denied it. "Enough!" Mu Qing shouted. Looking at the 23 outer house disciples who were kicked off the main stage by Lin Tian, Mu Qing's face was very ugly. With his cultivation at the peak of the divine vein realm and being an elder of the martial house, his experience was not low. With just a glance at the 23 people's expressions, he knew that Lin Tian was not lying. 23 outer house geniuses actually worked together to do such a thing. "All of you are very good. Very good. You are really proud." Mu Qing's face was gloomy. Meeting Mu Qing's gaze, Hua Yongchang and the others all trembled. They knew that they could no longer hide it. "Elder, please forgive us. We were just confused for a moment. We were jealous of junior brother Lin's talent and coveted the spirit coins that Mo Kong promised us, so we made a big mistake. Moreover, we didn't know that Mo Kong wanted to kill junior brother Lin. If we knew, we would have done it even if he gave us more spirit coins. Please forgive us, Elder. Please forgive us, Elder." The 23 people's faces were all pale. "Forgive us? You want to forgive us with just a word of forgiveness? There is no such thing in this world." Staring at the 23 people, Mu Qing said coldly, "From now on, you will be deprived of all your cultivation resources for half a year. You are not allowed to take half a step out of the martial house." The 23 people's faces all changed. Being deprived of cultivation resources for half a year and not being able to take half a step out of the martial house was too great a loss for them. Especially Hua Yongchang and Rong Xiu, their eyes were filled with regret. With their strength, they could have entered the inner palace, but now they had gone for wool and come home shorn. Not only did they lose the qualification to enter the inner palace, but they were also deprived of cultivation resources in the outer palace for half a year. Furthermore, their freedom was restricted for half a year. At this moment, the two of them wanted to roar with regret. Not caring about the 23 people's expressions, Mu Qing's gaze fell on Mo Kong. As for you, you have quite the guts. In the last round of the Inner Palace disciple selection, you actually dared to play such a trick. You secretly plotted to assassinate the most talented martial genius in the martial house for hundreds of years. Your Mo family thinks that the Nanyang martial house is easy to bully, right? Mu Qing was a gentle person, and the more gentle a person was, the more terrifying they were when they were angry. Hearing Mu Qing's words, Mo Kong could not help but tremble. Elder, please forgive us. Elder, please forgive us. Mo Kong begged for mercy. At this moment, Mo Kong knew that it was useless to say anything. He could not defend himself. Forgive us. At this moment, Sherdong opened his mouth and said coldly, "The 23 of them are considered accomplices. They did not know your true intentions, so they were deprived of cultivation resources for half a year, and their freedom was restricted for half a year as punishment. As for you, you bribed dozens of outer palace geniuses to assassinate our martial house's most outstanding genius. How can you be forgiven for your crimes?" Sherdong and Mu Qing were the same. They both had great expectations for Lin Tian, so they were naturally furious. With the crimes you committed, you can be punished as if you killed your fellow disciples, or even more seriously. Mu Qing said coldly, "The aura of the peak of the divine vein realm suppressed many martial house disciples, causing them to tremble in fear. As for the Mo family, you tried to assassinate our martial house's disciple a month ago. Now, you even use such despicable actions to disrupt the Inner Palace election. You must give the Nanyang martial house an explanation." "This, please forgive us, elders," Mo Kong shouted. Aside from life and death battles, killing fellow disciples was a taboo in the martial house. It was a capital offense. At this moment, Mo Kong's face was filled with terror. At this moment, Lin Tian opened his mouth. "Elder Mu, Elder Shi, Lin Tian would like to thank the 2 elders and the martial house. Although there are many people targeting Lin Tian truly feels warmth." Lin Tian's expression was serious. Therefore, the grudge between Lin Tian and the Mo family will no longer trouble the martial house. Lin Tian will settle it himself. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a sword rang out. Pooh! A bloody light flashed, and Mo Kong's head flew diagonally off. The bloody head fell off the main stage, and the blood dyed the stage red. Everyone's expression changed. "This, he actually killed him." Hiss! All the martial house disciples' expressions changed. "This guy is at it again. He doesn't even blink when killing people." Sushu muttered. Mu Qing and Sherdong's expressions changed. They looked at each other and shook their heads. "Forget it. This is what he deserves." Mu Qing sighed. Sherdong looked at the main stage and said helplessly, "Little guy, can it end now? Is there anything else?" Hearing this, many martial house disciples felt a little ashamed. 24 outer house elites were all knocked off the main stage and received the most severe punishment. Mo Kong had even paid the price with his life. How could it not end? No matter how one looked at it, it was already over. What else could there be? At this moment, out of everyone's expectations, Lin Tian nodded on the main stage. Yes, his voice was calm, but it moved all the disciples. Is there really something else? Many people stared. Even Mu Qing and Sherdong were a little confused. Thinking about it, there shouldn't be anything else. "Oh, what's the matter?" Mu Qing asked curiously. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on Lin Tian. Lin Tian turned around, his expression indifferent. The long sword in his hand pointed to the distance. "Zhou Hao, come up!" Hearing this, everyone's expression changed abruptly. Zhou Hao, the outer house's #1, had already reached the divine pulse realm. He was the overall #1 in the inner house selection. However, at this moment, Lin Tian pointed the long sword in his hand in Zhou Hao's direction. It was obvious that he wanted to fight. He wants to challenge the outer house's number one, Zhou Hao. This can't be. He just defeated 24 people together, and now he wants to challenge Zhou Hao. How arrogant. Many people stared at him. In the distance, behind the rockery, several inner house experts were also shocked. Challenging the divine pulse realm with a conjoined body realm? Several people frowned. Chapter 87. Lin Tian, Ninth Layer Body Refinement. Zhou Hao, Divine Vein Realm. The two of them were on completely different levels of strength. However, after Lin Tian defeated everyone in the last battle, he raised his sword and shouted out Zhou Hao's name. He actually wanted to fight. This caused all the disciples of the martial house to be moved. Is he going to fight for first place? Someone stared. Zhou Hao's face sank and his smile disappeared. Lin Tian had called out his name at this moment and was standing on the main stage with his sword pointed at him. That kind of attitude made him very unhappy. Junior brother Lin, are you sure you want to fight with me? Zhou Hao asked. Hypocrite, we already signed a life and death contract 3 months ago. Why ask such a question now? Lin Tian said sarcastically. Saying this, Lin Tian reached into his chest and took out the letter of challenge he had signed that day. This is a life and death battle. There was such a thing. 3 months ago, Lin Tian had just entered the martial house. Many people stared. Mu Qing and Sherdong frowned. Su Shu pulled on Mu Qing's arm and briefly explained what had happened. Nonsense, Mu Qing said angrily. Staring at Lin Tian and Zhou Hao, Mu Qing said with a heavy face, the two of you, let's drop this matter. Lin Tian was a 9-star talent, the most outstanding disciple of the martial house in hundreds of years, and Zhou Hao was not bad either. He had reached the divine vein realm in the outer house. If either of them died, it would be a great loss. Most importantly, Mu Qing was very clear that if the two of them really fought, Lin Tian's chances of defeat were almost 100%. How could a body refinement realm cultivator win against a divine vein realm cultivator? Facing Mu Qing's eyes, Lin Tian was silent for a long time before shaking his head. I'm sorry, Elder Mu. Please forgive Lin Tian's disobedience. Lin Tian calmly said, that day after the battle with the Mo Sin family, I remember Elder Shi asking Lin Tian why he still wanted to kill the Mo Sun family despite knowing their strength. Today, Lin Tian still answered Elder Shi with the same words. A man in this world, there are things he cannot do, and there are things he must do. Hearing this, Sherdong and Mu Qing frowned. Lin Tian also had a grudge against Zhou Hao. On the main stage, Lin Tian's gaze fell on Zhou Hao as he indifferently said, just like a Mo Sin, Zhou Hao was the first to propose a life or death battle. Then, what's interesting is that on that day when I returned from the Greenwind Ridge, there were immediately other martial house disciples who jumped out and said that they would teach me a lesson on behalf of Zhou Hao and cripple one of my hands. Hearing this, many people were shocked. Many people looked at Zhou Hao and their expressions became strange. Facing everyone's gaze, Zhou Hao shook his head. I don't know about this. Really? With your status as the outer house's #1 disciple, perhaps you wouldn't do such a despicable thing to a new disciple like me. Come on, for the time being, let's just assume that these blind things voluntarily stood up for you. Lin Tian smiled, his words full of sarcasm. After a pause, Lin Tian continued, let's not talk about that matter. Then, do you still remember the outer house trial not long ago? Facing the attack of the 4th grade 100-legged beast. At the end, I could have escaped its attack range, but thanks to you I couldn't and was entangled by the 100-legged beast. Fortunately, I, Lin Tian, was lucky and didn't die in the end. What? Su Shu's expression changed. She still remembered the scene of that day very clearly. Now that Lin Tian suddenly mentioned this matter, was there more to it? Zhou Hao frowned, slightly unhappy. Junior brother Lin, what do you mean? Although we agreed to a life or death battle before, I, Zhou Hao, am open and above board. I won't do such underhanded things. Don't tell me that just because I didn't succeed in saving you, it's my fault in the end. He's an ingrate. Shameless. Lu Xing shouted. Shut up, you piece of trash. Lin Tian swept a glance at Lu Sheng, his cold gaze causing Lu Sheng to tremble in fear. With a disdainful snort, Lin Tian's gaze once again fell on Zhou Hao. At that time, you said you were coming to save me, but that slash of your sword deliberately blocked all my escape routes. Others couldn't see it, but how could I not have felt it? Was this your way of saving me? That slash could either kill me directly or force me to the 100-legged beast. Death awaited me no matter what. In the end, I was dragged away by the 100-legged beast. So that's how it was. Su Shu stared angrily at Zhou Hao. I was wondering why you took the initiative to ask to save Lin Tian and didn't let me help. So that's how it was. Su Shu knew very well what kind of person Lin Tian was, so she didn't doubt Lin Tian's words at all. Little Shu, tell us about what happened that day, Mu Qing said. Su Shu didn't hesitate and simply recounted what happened that day. Gradually, Mu Qing and Sherdong's faces sank again. Bastard! Sherdong shouted in a low voice. Like Su Shu, Sherdong and Mu Qing both believed in Lin Tian's character, so naturally they believed in Lin Tian's words. In an instant, the two stared at Zhou Hao with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. Elders, little Shu, Zhou Hao, swear to the heavens that I have never done such a thing. That day, I really did want to save junior brother Lin from a difficult situation. If there is even half a lie, may the heavens strike me with lightning. Zhou Hao raised his right hand and swore. Then he said, perhaps junior brother Lin's cultivation wasn't high at that time, and he comprehended my sword move wrongly. Staring at Zhou Hao, Mu Qing and Sherdong frowned slightly. From Zhou Hao's expression, the two of them couldn't see the slightest clue. They couldn't help but wonder if Lin Tian had really sensed wrongly. In Zhou Hao's words, with Lin Tian's cultivation at that time, it was very likely that he had sensed wrongly. At this moment, the sword chime sounded again. Enough, Zhou Hao. Put away your hypocrisy. It's meaningless in front of me. Lin Tian looked indifferently at Zhou Hao. I don't know what others think of you, and I don't want to know. I only need to know what kind of person you are. Get up here. Today, either you live and I die, or I die and you live. Such domineering words caused all the spectators to be moved. Madman! Many of the spectators were shocked. Facing a divine vein realm expert with a body refinement realm cultivation, his words were so sonorous and powerful. Zhou Hao's expression was somewhat ugly. Originally, he wanted to jump out and defeat Lin Tian when Lin Tian was at his peak. He wanted to cripple or kill Lin Tian and make Lin Tian feel despair and regret. However, at this moment, Lin Tian had the initiative from beginning to end. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Then let's fight. After spitting out these 3 words, Zhou Hao leaped up and stepped onto the main stage. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the main stage. Enough! Both of you stop. At this moment, Mu Qing opened his mouth and said in a deep voice, both of you are the geniuses of the 9-yang martial house. You are the hope of the martial house. There is no need to fight to the death. Both of you should take a step back. Elder, as you can see, Zhou Hao is not the one who is picking a fight. It is junior brother Lin who has been overbearing. Although Zhou Hao is not talented, he still has his dignity. If he wants to fight, then let's fulfill his wish, Zhou Hao said. After speaking, Zhou Hao took out the life or death contract from his chest and raised it. Mu Qing frowned and looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, take a step back. It is not too late to retreat now. At this point, Mu Qing was actually reminding Lin Tian that if a body refinement realm cultivator wanted to fight a divine vein realm cultivator, it was simply an act of seeking death. Mu Qing did not want Lin Tian to die. Lin Tian naturally understood Mu Qing's good intentions, but he shook his head. This battle must happen. Staring at Zhou Hao, Lin Tian's eyes were firm and cold. Mu Qing and Sherdong looked at each other and shook their heads. If there was a grudge between the Marshall House's disciples, they could set up a life-or-death battle. The Marshall House had no reason to interfere, just like Lin Tian and Mo Senator now. Lin Tian and Zhou Hao were determined to fight. Even though they were elders, they could not stop them. This guy, Su Shu, was angry. Mo Kong understood Lin Tian very well, but Su Shu understood Lin Tian even better. Although she knew that Lin Tian would not compromise, she was still annoyed. This was a life-or-death battle. The situation had developed to this point. Once the battle started, even Mu Qing and Sherdong would not be able to stop it. Lin Tian was only a body refinement realm cultivator. How could he be Zhou Hao's opponent? This Lin Tian is somewhat irrational. A body refinement realm cultivator against a divine vein realm cultivator will definitely lose. Behind the rockery, several inner palace disciples shook their heads. On the main arena, the atmosphere became tense, like a crossbow being drawn. Two figures stood facing each other. Zhou Hao stared at Lin Tian, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. Junior brother Lin, are you sure you are ready? Zhou Hao put his hands behind his back. So much nonsense. How long are you going to pretend to be a hypocrite? Lin Tian mocked. Zhou Hao's face suddenly sank. Lin Tian was expressionless. He lifted his leg and kicked a silver sword from a disciple to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao caught it in his hand. Come, I won't take advantage of you. The long sword in his hand pointed at Zhou Hao. A powerful aura spread out from Lin Tian's body. Such a posture once again moved the crowd. Facing a divine pulse expert, he can be so calm. This, should I call him a madman or a strong man? No matter what kind of person he is someone we can't compare to. Many Marshall House disciples said. Zhou Hao held the long sword with one hand behind his back and shook his head. Junior brother Lin, you are indeed strong, but you are too arrogant. Moreover, your arrogance is used in the wrong place. A cold smile hung on the corner of Zhou Hao's mouth. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he instantly arrived in front of Lin Tian. The silver sword in his hand glowed with a cold light. The body refinement realm and the divine vein realm cannot be compared. So fast! Is this the speed of a divine pulse expert? The crowd's pupils shrank. With a swoosh, the silver sword in Zhou Hao's hand seemed to cut through the air, instantly approaching Lin Tian's abdomen. Lin Tian was expressionless. His body flashed, and his long sword met the attack. Clang! An ear-piercing sound rang out. Lin Tian's long sword completely blocked Zhou Hao's silver sword. Zhou Hao's pupils shrank. Lin Tian could barely keep up with his speed. With a cold snort, a majestic sword chi erupted from the silver sword. Boom! Like the eruption of a divine flame, like a flood, a loud sound rang out. Lin Tianji felt his right hand go numb. A majestic force passed through the body of the sword and landed on his body. His body was immediately pushed back, and his chest felt a little stuffy. Seeing this scene, the crowd suddenly shivered. As expected, it is too difficult for a body refinement realm cultivator to contend with a divine pulse expert. Even a monstrous genius like him is still lacking. Someone sighed. End of chapter. Chapter 88. Lin Tian stabilized his body and circulated the true yuan in his body, instantly erasing the tightness in his chest. Staring ahead, Lin Tian had to admit that Zhou Hao, who was in the divine pulse realm, was indeed strong. Zhou Hao stood with one hand behind his back and looked at Lin Tian. He said coldly, "Do you see the gap between us? It's impossible for a body refinement realm cultivator to compete with a divine pulse realm cultivator. You can only fall from the main stage like the others." After a pause, Zhou Hao's eyes became cold. "However, you will be more miserable than the others." "You're really confident," Lin Tian said coldly. Confident? What a joke. Do I need confidence to defeat you? In my eyes, you're just an ant. Zhou Hao said. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Oh, since you stood in the main stage, your tone and attitude have gradually changed. Why? Don't you need to continue pretending? Zhou Hao sneered and said, In a battle of life and death, you die, I live. There's no need to show mercy. You die, I live? Lin Tian said sarcastically, You think too highly of yourself. Zhou Hao snorted. With a flash of his figure, he immediately charged towards Lin Tian. In a flash, a cold sword intent locked onto Lin Tian. It was powerful and terrifying. Most importantly, Zhou Hao's speed was very fast. Sword slash. A cold voice sounded. Zhou Hao appeared in front of Lin Tian. His amazing speed made many spectators exclaim. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. Lin Tian's long sword blocked Zhou Hao's silver sword again. Zhou Hao frowned. The silver sword in his right hand vibrated and a majestic sword aura burst out from the sword. Humph! A cold snort sounded. Lin Tian's long sword vibrated as well. The sword aura shot out in all directions. With a boom, both of them retreated. This attack is actually a draw with Zhou Hao? So strong! Many people were shocked. Lin Tian was in the body refinement realm, while Zhou Hao was in the divine pulse realm. However, at this moment, although Lin Tian had retreated, he had also forced Zhou Hao to take a few steps back. This guy, Su Shu's eyes sparkled. Zhou Hao's face sank slightly. Being forced back by a body refinement realm cultivator, he felt that his face had been damaged. You're good, Zhou Hao said coldly. Lin Tian said indifferently, I don't need you to tell me that. I've been fine since the beginning. He stood with his sword in hand. Facing Zhou Hao, who was in the divine vein realm, he appeared calm and composed. Zhou Hao's expression turned even colder. You only know how to talk big. With a slight shake of his right hand, the silver sword in Zhou Hao's hand emitted an ear-piercing sword sound, causing many of the spectators to cover their ears. This is the 13 sword cuts? That's right, it's the 13 slashes. Someone exclaimed. The 13 swords chop was a high-grade body-refining martial technique. It could be ranked in the top 3 among martial techniques of the same level. The 13 swords chop was extremely fast, and its power was extremely terrifying. Moreover, every time the sword was swung, it would be accompanied by an ear-piercing sword sound. The sword sound seemed to come from all directions, and it could disturb one's mind. This martial technique was also extremely difficult to cultivate. It was very difficult for ordinary people to cultivate this martial technique to the greater mastery realm. Looking at this situation, Zhou Hao seems to have cultivated this martial technique to the greater mastery realm. Someone whispered. In the main arena, Zhou Hao's figure flickered, and his speed became faster. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lin Tian. The ear-piercing sword sound reverberated, and the ice-cold sword aura mercilessly slashed down. Lin Tian felt a sense of threat. The sword in Zhou Hao's hand gave him a great sense of oppression. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and instantly moved 3 feet away, dodging Zhou Hao's sword. Zhou Hao exclaimed in surprise. Lin Tian actually dodged his attack again. Zhou Hao's expression darkened. Without any hesitation, his silver sword vibrated and slashed at Lin Tian again. However, this attack still missed. Third slash! Zhou Hao shouted and continued to pursue Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian seemed to be able to sense the rhythm of his attacks and was always able to dodge at the last moment. This scene surprised many of the spectators. In the main arena, Lin Tian's expression was calm as he flickered continuously. He cultivated the Tiani Soul mantra and was a stage 3 array manipulator. His perception was many times stronger than cultivators of the same level. Relying on his powerful soul power, he was always able to capture the trajectory of Zhou Hao's sword when it was close to his body, and then quickly dodge. Ridiculous. Do you only know how to run? Zhou Hao mocked. After several consecutive sword slashes, failed to land on Lin Tian. His expression became even colder. Run. Lin Tianlong smiled. With a whoosh, without anyone noticing, his speed suddenly increased. In almost an instant, he appeared in front of Zhou Hao and slashed down with his sword. Zhou Hao's expression changed, and he hurriedly raised his silver sword to protect himself. At this moment, Lin Tian raised his leg and kicked out. His speed was still astonishing. Zhou Hao's expression changed again. He suddenly stomped on the stage and retreated rapidly. Why are you retreating when facing me, a little cultivator in the body refinement stage? Aren't you a divine pulse stage expert? Lin Tian's voice sounded. Standing in place, the tip of the long sword in his hand pressed against the ground. Lin Tian's expression was mocking. You barely won by half a move. What are you so proud of? Zhou Hao's voice was filled with disdain. Barely? Half a move? You really think you're infallible? Lin Tian mocked. As soon as his words fell, his figure flashed and his whole body stepped out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Zhou Hao again, and the long sword in his hand mercilessly slashed down. Such astonishing speed immediately shocked many people. Clang! Zhou Hao raised his silver sword and blocked Lin Tian's long sword. Oh, blocked, not bad. Let's continue. Lin Tianlong laughed. With a whoosh, his figure disappeared in an instant, and then suddenly appeared behind Zhou Hao, his long sword slashing down again. Zhou Hao's expression changed. He hurriedly squatted down and avoided Lin Tian's attack. Not bad, continue. Lin Tian's voice rang out. However, this voice was incomparably ear-piercing in Zhou Hao's ears. However, Zhou Hao didn't care so much. At this moment, Lin Tian's speed was extremely fast. It was as if he was stepping on space nodes to move, as if he had merged with the space. Every time the first sword fell, the second sword would fall from another direction, causing Zhou Hao to be exhausted. Fast! So fast! This Lin Tian? How did his speed suddenly become so terrifying? Many spectators' hearts trembled. At this moment, Lin Tian's speed was too fast. Many people couldn't even see the trajectory of Lin Tian's movement. In the distance, even Mu Qing and Sherdong were shocked. This kind of figure is extremely similar to the scene when he fought with Mo-san last time, but his speed has become even faster. Sherdong said in a deep voice, "During the assessment, I felt that it was a little strange. Could it be some kind of movement martial skill? Just by looking at his movements, it's even more exquisite than my divine pulse realm movement technique, 7 extinction, flowing clouds. However, the martial house doesn't have a movement martial skill like this. Where did this little guy learn this movement technique from?" Mu Qing frowned. Both of them were experts at the peak of the divine pulse realm. Naturally, they could clearly see the trajectory of Lin Tian's movement. However, it was also because of this that the two of them were even more shocked. Sherdong paused and said, "Lin Tian, the young master of Fengjian City's Lin clan. Previously, his body was weak and sickly, and he was often bullied. Before the martial house assessment, the Lin clan's old residence was burned down. He disappeared for a few days, and when he reappeared, it was as if he had become a different person. He went from an ordinary person to the third firmament of body refinement. Moreover, he already had that kind of movement technique." For disciples who entered the Nine-Yang martial house, the Nine-Yang martial house would naturally investigate their background. Especially for a 9-star talent like Lin Tian, the martial house's investigation would be even more thorough. Thus, Sherdong already knew about Lin Tian's past from the martial house's investigators. Mu Qing's eyes flashed with a trace of light. "What do you mean?" There must be an expert behind him. Sherdong said in a low voice. Mu Qing was silent. After a moment he nodded. It's very possible. Lin Tian was a 9-star talent. If he was discovered by a wandering hermit, they would definitely not let him go and would definitely take him in as their disciple. This was the only way to explain why Lin Tian went from an ordinary person to the third firmament of body refinement after disappearing for a few days. Moreover, he also had such a profound movement technique. The two of them looked at each other for a moment, and their faces turned heavy. The possibility of this is very high. If it's true that Hermit would let him cultivate by himself after passing down some cultivation techniques and martial skills, then he would continue to wander the world. This kind of carefree hermit is often the most terrifying. Mu Qing said in a deep voice, perhaps even the imperial family cannot afford to offend him. Although imperial power was terrifying in front of some extremely powerful cultivators, imperial power was simply a joke. This little guy, Sherdong smiled bitterly. Lin Tian was a peerless genius. However, Sherdong and Mu Qing suddenly felt that this was a hot potato. What are you guys muttering about? Su Shu asked curiously. Mu Qing coughed and shook his head. Nothing. Su Shu stared. At this moment, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. On the main stage, Lin Tian's footwork was exquisite and his speed was astonishing. Ordinary people would not be able to catch his movements. This gave Zhou Hao a lot of trouble and forced Zhou Hao to block. Pooh! A trace of blood rose and Zhou Hao's chest was pierced. Outer House's #1 disciple, you're injured. Lin Tian's voice sounded at the same time. At this moment, there was a clear sword wound on Zhou Hao's chest. Blood was dripping, and it was extremely dazzling. He actually injured that Zhou Hao. Many spectators were dumbfounded. Many disciples couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Tian, who was in the body refinement realm, actually injured Zhou Hao, who was in the divine vein realm. This was simply too terrifying. In the distance, Lu Sheng's face was even more ugly and even a little pale. Zhou Hao, who was in the divine vein realm, was actually injured. That little bastard, how strong is he? Lu Sheng gritted his teeth. On the main stage, Zhou Hao's face became extremely gloomy. Very good. Since young, you're the first person to stab me. A sinister light flashed in Zhou Hao's eyes. His body shook and an even more terrifying aura spread out. I will make you pay the most tragic price. Chapter 89. Zhou Hao began to use the true power of the divine pulse realm. At the same time, he raised his left hand and formed a series of palm shadows, causing the air to tremble. Lin Tian's face froze as he stepped on the yin-yang puppet and quickly retreated. Divine Pulse Realm Martial Technique, Illusory Cloud Palm. Mu Qing's face changed slightly. Sherdong said, Zhou Hao has entered the Divine Pulse Realm, so he will naturally choose a Divine Pulse Realm Martial Technique. This is bad. Both of them stared at the high platform with a heavy expression. Illusory Cloud Palm was an inferior Divine Pulse Realm Martial Technique. Although Zhou Hao had only practiced this martial technique for a few days, it was still a Divine Pulse Realm Martial Technique. It was far superior to a body-refining Realm Martial Technique. Boom! For a moment, the sky was filled with palm shadows, causing the air to rumble. Zhou Hao's figure flickered as he raised his right hand and performed the 13 sword cuts. For a moment, the situation changed. Although Lin Tian's speed was fast, facing a Divine Pulse Realm Martial Technique and a superior body refining Realm Martial Technique at the same time, he was in a difficult situation. He could only keep dodging. What's wrong? Have you run out of skills? Zhou Hao said coldly. The illusory cloud palm was extremely terrifying. Palm shadows rolled and mixed with the power to shatter mountains and rocks. Lin Tian waved his long sword and slashed at the palm shadows while dodging. With a bang, a palm shadow fell on his sword. The surging power forced him to retreat, and he felt his blood and qi rolling in his chest. Good. Seeing this scene, Lu Shen couldn't help but shout. Looking at Lin Tian's difficult situation, Lu Shen clenched his fists and his face was filled with excitement. Divine Pulse Realm Cultivation and Divine Pulse Realm Martial Technique are really troublesome. Although Zhou Hao's comprehension of the illusory cloud palm has not reached the entry level, it is still a Divine Pulse Realm Martial Technique. It has increased his combat strength by a lot. Behind the rockery, a powerful inner palace disciple said. Around the main arena, everyone stared at the arena as if they were the ones fighting there. This battle affected everyone's nerves. Ninth slash, Zhou Hao said coldly. With the combination of the illusory cloud palm and the 13 sword cuts, Lin Tian was forced to keep dodging. Zhou Hao's face was filled with a cold and arrogant smile as the ferocious palm energy intertwined in the air. A mere body, refining realm martial artist dares to compete with me. Zhou Hao mocked. Staring at Lin Tian, Zhou Hao's eyes were filled with viciousness. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. As he dodged continuously, he truly felt Zhou Hao's strength. The divine vein realm is indeed extraordinary, he muttered to himself. Lin Tian could clearly feel Zhou Hao's vigorous true essence. It far surpassed that of a body refinement realm expert, and it was simply not on the same level. Adding on the fact that it was a divine vein realm martial skill, like the illusory cloud palm, a normal 9th layer body, refinement realm cultivator, would probably be defeated in one move. Hearing this, Zhou Hao sneered. Do you still have time to sigh? The sound of a sword rang out as the 10th sword of the 13 sword slash fell. Then, Zhou Hao waved his left hand, and 16 powerful palm shadows formed an encirclement and pressed down on Lin Tian. Boom! The ferocious palm force spread throughout every corner of the main arena. It didn't dissipate for a long time, and even the air was roaring. Enough! At this moment, Lin Tian spoke in an indifferent voice. Clang! The shocking sound of a thunderous sword rang out, and the several illusory cloud palm shadows that rushed towards Lin Tian were shattered by the sword. Such a scene shocked Zhou Hao. The illusory cloud palm was a divine vein realm martial skill, but now it was shattered by Lin Tian's sword. He revealed an expression of disbelief. What did you do? Zhou Hao said in a deep voice. Lin Tian was expressionless. He raised the long sword in his hand and pointed it straight at Zhou Hao. At this moment, tiny electric arcs were flashing on his long sword, crackling loudly. With a whoosh, Lin Tian rushed out. Boom! As if thunder had exploded. Lin Tian raised the long sword in his hand. A dazzling sword of lightning appeared on the main arena, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Zhou Hao. The 11th sword! Zhou Hao roared. With a swoosh, Zhou Hao's 11th sword was directly shattered. Lin Tian clenched his left hand into a fist, and without any fancy moves he punched out. Damn it! Zhou Hao's expression changed, and he crossed his arms in front of his body. With a bang, Zhou Hao felt as if his arms were hit by a 10,000-pound boulder. His body involuntarily flew backward, and his legs rubbed against the ground for 7 feet before stopping. After stabilizing his body, Zhou Hao felt his arms go numb, as if he had lost all feeling. Lin Tian stood in the same place and did not pursue. At this moment, not only the sword in his hand, but even the surface of his body was covered in lightning, and crackling sounds could be heard. This scene caused many people to be moved. Behind the rockery, several inner palace disciples were shocked, and their expressions changed. This is that sword skill. He actually cultivated that sword skill. One of them was shocked. Mu Qing and Sherdong were also shocked. They stared at Lin Tian's current appearance, and their eyes were full of light. Azure Thunder Sword skill? He cultivated this sword skill. Moreover, he actually cultivated it well. This, Mu Qing and Sherdong looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Both of them were elders of the martial house, so they were naturally clear about the martial skills in the martial library. Sherdong's eyes flickered, and he said, Azure Thundersword skill is the most dangerous martial skill to cultivate in the martial house. It is also the most difficult martial skill to cultivate, and it has the highest probability of failure. Why did he choose this martial skill? To cultivate this martial skill, he has to withstand the strongest attack of the 4th grade demonic beast, Thunder Flame Boar. Is he not afraid of death? Shocking Wind Sword Art, Azure Thundersword skill. Each one is harder to cultivate than the other. At the beginning of the Azure Thundersword skill, if you are not careful, you will lose your life. Mu Qing smiled bitterly. This little guy really knows how to choose. This is the so-called monstrous genius, choosing a path that others don't usually take. Sherdong was helpless. At the side, Su Shu's beautiful eyes widened. This guy, Su Shu, was Mu Qing's disciple, so he naturally had a good understanding of the Nine-Yang martial house. He knew how dangerous it was to cultivate the Azure Thundersword art, and he also knew how difficult it was to cultivate this set of martial skills. He never thought that after Lin Tian chose the Shocking Wind Sword art, he would choose the even more difficult Azure Thundersword art. This set of sword art was missing at least 70%. Clang! On the main stage, the sound of the thunder sword was incessant, and it was extremely ear-piercing. Lin Tian brandished the Azure Thunder Sword skill, and the resplendent sword light slashed out with the force of 1,000 soldiers. When Zhou Hao's illusion cloud palm came into contact with the sword light, it was instantly shattered. Zhou Hao retreated, and his face changed. Impossible! With a boom, Zhou Hao was enraged, and he slashed down with his silver sword. 13th sword! Zhou Hao roared. The 13th sword cut was divided into 13 swords, and each sword was stronger than the last. This 13th sword gathered the essence of this martial skill, and its power was incomparably strong. Azure Thunder, first sword. A cold voice sounded. Lightning flashed around Lin Tian's body, and he seemed to have turned into a thunder god. His long sword became even more resplendent. In the blink of an eye, the two swords collided. Crack! The silver sword in Zhou Hao's hand shattered into 4 pieces. Lin Tian lifted his leg and swept it out. With a bang, Zhou Hao flew back in a sorry state, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh my God! Many of the spectators were dumbfounded. The powerful Zhou Hao, the #1 in the outer house and a divine pulse realm expert, actually had his long sword broken by a body refinement realm cultivator and sent flying with a kick. This scene was a little too terrifying. Zhou Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Lin Tian gloomily. You hurt me again! Staring at Lin Tian, Zhou Hao's eyes became a little ferocious. Compared to your hypocritical appearance, I prefer your current appearance. At least it's not disgusting. Lin Tian said indifferently and walked towards Zhou Hao step by step. Also, don't say childish words like I hurt you again. Have you forgotten that this battle is a life and death battle? If you die, I live. If you live, I die. It's as simple as that. Lin Tian's voice was very calm, but there was a hint of coldness and madness in it. What a terrifying person. Someone's heart trembled. Zhou Hao's face was extremely gloomy. He was a divine pulse realm expert, and Lin Tian was a body refinement realm cultivator. They were not on the same level. But at this moment, Lin Tian had the upper hand again. What a joke! There's only one ending, and that is your death. Zhou Hao roared. With a bang, Zhou Hao activated all his true origin energy of the divine pulse realm. Using both of his hands, Zhou Hao continuously stacked his palms together, causing the space to tremble. Die! With a furious roar, Zhou Hao's palms slammed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face was cold. Lightning flickered around his body. With a single step, he crossed a distance of 15 meters in an instant. Slash! A cold word came out, followed by a thunderous roar. The Azure Thunder Sword art was classified as a high-grade body refinement martial technique by the Nanyang Martial House. This was because this martial technique's defect rate was too high. Moreover, it was too dangerous and too difficult to cultivate, so no one had ever chosen it. This martial skill's true level was the Sea of Consciousness realm. Lin Tian had already mastered the remaining 3 layers. Even if he used it with his body refinement realm cultivation, if he used it with his full strength, he would be able to display a might comparable to a low-grade, divine vein martial skill, or even stronger. Clang! The overbearing sword radiance was vast and mighty in every corner of the main stage. The sound of thunder completely covered Zhou Hao's illusory cloud clap. Under such a tyrannical sword aura, Zhou Hao was forced to continuously retreat. Sword scars appeared on his body. In the gap between the exchange of blows, Lin Tian lifted his leg and kicked Zhou Hao's chest. Zhou Hao flew backward and coughed up blood. Suddenly, Lin Tian's figure appeared behind Zhou Hao and slapped him with a backhand. Slap! A loud slap was heard. Zhou Hao, who had just stabilized his body, was sent flying again. In the next few exchanges, Zhou Hao was defeated again and again. He was completely suppressed. This, with his body refinement realm cultivation, he actually forced Zhou Hao, who is in the divine pulse realm, into such a state. That Zhou Hao is going to lose? Many of the spectators were almost petrified. Lin Tian's face was cold. He pushed the Azure Thunder Sword art to the limit. Every sword slash brought about a violent thunderous roar, directly forcing Zhou Hao to continuously retreat. Puff! Another sword slash. Zhou Hao's right hand was cut, and blood immediately dripped. With a muffled groan, Zhou Hao retreated. However, he was met with Lin Tian's ruthless kick. Zhou Hao flew backward. Just as he fell to the ground, Lin Tian had already pressed forward and ruthlessly stomped on him. Ah! Zhou Hao couldn't help but scream. Several of his ribs were directly broken. Blood constantly gushed out from his mouth.